Prince Jinsung was breathing heavily and thinking that he shouldn't be afraid because nothing terrible would happen. But the thought flashed through his mind that he might be killed. He reminded himself that, according to the history book, he wasn't going to die, because he was supposed to. He called and said it was the year of Jihai, but he didn't even know himself what had happened then, hoping that everything would somehow work itself out according to the story. However, he realized that history had already changed since he had been transported into that man's body and wondered if he could become the king of the Joseon dynasty. Citizen number 9 and so on. Lee Hyunho. He was born into an ordinary family, lived a simple life, went to the most prestigious university, but getting a job was not easy. The girl asked that numbers 26 through 28 go in, even if he is lucky enough to be accepted. Even so, he will spend his whole life saving up, and it still won't be enough to buy even a small apartment. In such a situation there was no dream of marriage or children. He could only sadly forget about it. Prince Yeonsan made his way to his room and sat down, then sighed heavily. He's just a simple Korean guy from a poor family. Prince Yeonsan sighed heavily at that moment. Then he turned on the light. After that he decided to go to bed. In this way he continued to live a simple life. When he opened his eyes, he was overcome with surprise. Prince Yeonsan couldn't understand why his pillow seemed so hard. Then he opened his eyes and tried to realize where he was. He also couldn't understand why he was wearing a hanbok, the Korean national costume. Then he touched his hair and had no way of knowing what had happened to it. After that, he decided to look out the window to see what was going on. As he opened the window, he saw the mountains in front of him in the area he was in. He still didn't understand what this place was or how he got here. He decided it was probably a dream and made an attempt to go back to sleep. After a while he went to the window again. It was already winter outside. After some more time, he looked out the window again. It had been 3 months and he still hadn't woken up, so he had to accept that this was reality. Of course, this was all adding to the internal tension in him. At times like this, he noticed the raindrops falling on the flower. Prince Yeonsan was going crazy little by little in this unusual atmosphere. He realized that he had traveled to the Joseon dynasty, but at first he assumed that he had been kidnapped and brought to the museum. However, it was neither a museum nor a computer graphic. A man loudly announced for everyone to disperse as His Highness Prince Yeonsan was coming. When he was named Prince Yeonsan and asked to wait, he realized he was the son of the king and therefore a prince. He even liked this position, because as a prince, he didn't have to do important things and he could enjoy his life. Prince Yeonsan couldn't hold back a smile, deciding that since he had been reborn as a prince, he would now live his life to his liking. There were so many dishes on the table during this period. In just 24 hours, he went from a penniless Korean to a wealthy heir. He was now the son of a king, which meant the highest level of wealth. He lived in a luxurious home that he could only imagine before. Full of enthusiasm, he was writing something on the floor with chalk. He then asked Docs to read what he had written. He inquired about the drawings. Prince Yeonsan laughed loudly afterward and added that there was no need for Docs to know about it. Prince Yeonsan said goodbye to a poor life he would never get out of no matter how hard he tried, and decided to enjoy his position as a prince in an absolute monarchy. However, despite his wealth, he was very bored. Prince Yeonsan realized that without a phone he would soon go crazy, and dreamed of a computer club. Although it's nice to be rich, it has its limitations. He reflected on how strange and complicated life could be. Prince Yeonsan left the room and started to ask if Doksan was around. A guy immediately ran up to him, clarifying if his master had called him. Prince Yeonsan asked what year it is. The boy asked again if he really wanted to know what year it was, and Prince Yeonsan confidently answered in the affirmative. He reported that it was the year of Jihihi, but Prince Jinsung couldn't figure out what year it was. Prince Yeonsan then decided to ask the king about it. The guy replied that His Majesty was the sovereign, but Prince Jinsung clarified that he was Prince Jinsung himself. And didn't the king have a name? His Majesty turned out to be King Sungyung's son, and they were on their way to the ceremony site to ascend the throne. But Prince Jinsung couldn't understand how the latter was going to become a military chief. He said that if he told anyone such a thing, he could get in trouble, and then asked simply for his name. If the current king is the son of King Sungjong, therefore, his name is Sungjong. Prince Yeonsan recalled learning the name in middle school. He tried his best to remember exactly where he'd heard that name. He recalled a social studies class and Korean history test where there was a question about the 10th Joseon dynasty and what was the name of the king. The son of the ruler Sungjong, who was known for his tyranny and was deposed from the throne. The correct answer was Prince Yeonsan, listed at number 4. This discovery greatly surprised Prince Yeonsan. He realized that this was the era of Yeonsan, but he thought it would be better if King Sejong ruled. At that moment, Yeonsan was informed that he had guests. Some man came in and asked how His Highness was doing. His name was Lim Sunye, and he came to greet Prince Jinsung. Prince Jinsung recalled that Lim Sunye was a bath attendant who was even made into a movie and that he is a real historical figure. He noted that Lim Sunje looked different from the movie, which was quite expected. Prince Jinsun asked what the occasion was for which he had come, trying to speak in the intonations of historical movies. Lim Sunje reported that His Majesty is expecting Prince Jinsung. Prince Jinsun interrogated if it was true and why the king was waiting for him. He reminded himself that at least now he wouldn't be killed. He decided to remain cool and cautious in his words and actions. The protagonist needed to focus. A short time later they arrived, and Prince Jinsun felt as if he were being led to a slaughterhouse. His Majesty has been informed of Prince Johnson's arrival. Prince Jinsun inwardly prepared himself for death. At that instant, a man appeared with a smile on his face, which surprised Prince Jinsun. He looked very surprised. The man reported that while he was waiting, he started drinking. He noticed that the prince was late and offered to accept the penalty bowl. He added to bring more if it runs out. Prince Jinsun realized this wasn't quite what he expected. The man looked friendly and tried to talk Lim Sunjae into having a drink with him, which confused Prince Jinsung as he couldn't believe it was the dreaded Prince Yeonsan. In ordinary life, he was a man who was actively looking for work. However, one day he woke up as a prince of the Joseon dynasty. Since that was the case, he decided to accept that fate. He intended to enjoy life and all its benefits, but he couldn't understand exactly what had happened. Yeonsan was the king, and it gave Prince Jinsong goosebumps. Yeonsan himself, however, turned out to be a bit different. He was not what Prince Johnson had envisioned him to be. The episode has been adapted in a modern style for the convenience of readers. The king asked if everyone was ready and received an affirmative answer. Lim Sunjae in the story was the son-in-law of King Sungjong, that is, the husband of Yoonsan's sister and Prince Jinsung. The man said they were starting. The guy informed Prince Johnson that he was coming to him and asked to shoot. Prince Johnson started shooting. The guy was nervous and said he missed again. The man stated that he would then take him back to his place. At that point, 11 animals had already been killed. The man stated that Prince Johnson has shown himself to be a true professional. The guy didn't stop in that moment. He said to let the beasts get what they deserve. The man noted that although it was his first time participating in the hunt, he didn't expect it to be this bad. The guy laughed at that moment. Then everyone started loading up the game they had harvested. After that, they headed back. The man asked Prince Johnson how he liked the hunt, to which the man replied that it was challenging but very interesting, adding that he wasn't quite used to riding yet. The man suggested that he try to catch the prey this time on his own. Prince Johnson readily agreed to the proposal. When Prince Jinsong replied to the man from the ancient dynasty with the word, "Okay," the man of course did not understand the English expression. Prince Jinsun couldn't figure out what exactly he was supposed to catch. Just at that moment a wild boar appeared in front of him. The wild boar turned toward Prince Johnson. Those in attendance began to worry about Prince Johnson. Then the guy suddenly fell off his horse. The wild boar looked at him in that instant. Prince Jinsun raised his head to see where his opponent was. The boar continued to stare at him in that instant. Just at that moment, the man decided to intervene. The wild boar began to run toward Prince Johnson. At that very moment, the man fired a shot. The arrow instantly hit the boar right in the head. However, the boar still managed to hit Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson began to recover from the incident. He couldn't understand what had happened. To his surprise, the boar appeared to be still alive at that moment. The boar was standing directly behind Prince Johnson. The boar looked at him right in that instant. Prince Johnson, of course, was startled by all that was going on. Then a man appeared. He looked at Prince Johnson in that instant. Prince Jinsun looked fearfully at the man. A tense silence hung between them. The man reached out to Prince Jinsun and asked if he was injured. Prince Johnson, however, assured that he was fine. In that instant, the man invited him in. The man said he was very glad, for he thought Prince Jinsun was hurt, and confessed how much he was frightened. Prince Jinsun, not knowing what to do, began to thank the man. As it turned out, at that instant his runaway horse was caught. Both turned back in that instant. The man then began to approach him. To Prince Johnson's surprise, he noticed the man draw his weapon. After that, he took a swing at the horse. Prince Jinsun tried with all his might to stop him. The man abruptly changed his expression and said that the horse was a pitiful creature that had been frightened by some animal and abandoned its master. Prince Jinsun was extremely indignant at his words. The man stated that such animals should be killed and asked if he was wrong. In return, he offered to let the protagonist take his horse. The man added that this horse belonged to the great King Taeo himself in times of war, and his ancestor Yeonsan was the canyon of the great king. He was wounded 3 times during battle, but he lived until the age of 31. If you think about it, he founded the Joseon dynasty together with King Taeo. It was such a precious horse that he is worthy of it, for he is a relative of the king. Let him tell his grandmother and mother about it. Prince Jinsun looked at him in surprise. At that moment, it was already evening. They continued on their way home. Prince Jinsun pondered over the whole situation. He was also thinking about Yeonsan. Yeonsan was a maniac and a tyrant, because that's what the books said about him. From the expression on Prince Jinsun's face, it was clear that he disagreed. He remembered the man hugging him, scared for him, and he didn't even know how to take it. Prince Jinsun realized that stories should not be completely trusted. In that instant, the wild boar was tied and bound. What a big one we got this time. The guy said they did good, and suggested Doksun go rest. He asked what the guy was going to do with them. Prince Jinsun pondered these words. Let the other servants eat meat in the winter and gain strength. They marveled that this was possible, for the meat had come to them from the king. But the king gave it to them for the servants to eat. Servants who are too thin will be bad for his authority, won't they? Of course. Everyone was happy that their master was so kind. Then they began to argue about what to do with the meat. Some suggested frying it, while others said that the pork should be stewed. At that moment a girl came up to them. She informed Jinsung that the lady had come. Prince Jinsung interrogated her. Which mistress? She says. Prince Yeonsan marveled that he had a wife. Her mother didn't say hello, so the lady had been with relatives, and now she was back. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with him. Was he out of his mind? Prince Jinsung was still very surprised. Isn't he 15 years old here? Has he been married before? In real life he didn't even have a girlfriend, and here he was married. Besides, he liked cold career women with a malleable character. At that moment a girl came out to him and said she was back. She apologized for her long absence. It was his wife Shin Yul who would become Queen Dan Ken at the age of 16. Prince Yeonsan realized that he had a wife who was an incomparable beauty. During the Joseon dynasty, there were 9 signs of a true beauty. 3 white parts of the body. The face, teeth and hands must be white. 3 black parts of the body. Eyes, hair and eyebrows should be black. 3 red parts of the body. Lips, cheeks and nails should be red. 3 short body parts. Ears, teeth and chin should be short. 3 long body parts. Height, hair and hands should be long. 3 broad parts of the body. The chest, shoulder blades and nose bridge should be broad. 3 thin parts of the body. The back, fingers and ankles should be thin. The last 3 plump body parts. The buttocks, lips and hands should be plump. The last 3 small parts of the body. The feet, palms and nostrils should be narrow. During the Joseon dynasty, a girl who possessed all these qualities was considered a real beauty. From these standards of beauty came the expression, suitable in all respects. Dating girls is nothing. He thanked fate for his early marriage. At that moment he was asked what he was doing. He's not very familiar with hunting, is he? Must have been tough today. Let him fold up and rest. Prince Jinsun didn't realize that it meant they would be sleeping together. But they've been married for 3 years. What do you mean? Out of the blue. Maybe he was angered by her prolonged absence? It was very sad. But Prince Jinsung started to say no way, and said they would sleep together. Is he even allowed to do that? Although in those days, 15 years old was considered an adult. It's not a crime, is it? I am Soon Jae's house. In that instant, an incident was taking place. The man turned to his brother-in-law. The girl was dancing in front of them at this moment. The man noticed that Yeonsan had changed a lot and asked what he thought about it. So he felt it too. Yeonsan had always been very shy and fearful, and today he was acting completely different. That was the second question. He had drunk too much of the wine that had been sent to him, and in front of too many people. The man noticed that his bow looked better and offered to switch, indicating his odd behavior. He's out of line. Maybe we should talk to him about his rude behavior. At that instant, the man put down his mug. He told the guy to leave it alone. Doesn't he like the changes in his character? He even likes them. He admitted that he likes wild boars better than domestic pigs. Does he know why this is so? Catching a beast that is struggling to survive is much more interesting. Everyone but the guy just went silent at that moment. The girl in that instant screamed to be rescued. The man asked what she meant by save. He clarified if she wanted to say he was going to kill her. The girl immediately fell to her knees and began begging to change her fate, admitting her guilt. After that, he ordered her to shut up. If she deserves to die, should she be killed or what? At that instant, the man unsheathed his sword. The girl began to cry and plead with him, saying, "Your Majesty, don't do this. She's asking to be saved, or killed. What does she want in the end? Let her decide. To die and live several times in one night? Maybe that's what she wants." The man paid attention to the boy's words in that instant. Then he stood up and started laughing loudly. After that, the other girls started laughing too. "Well, then," he said, "tonight he will grant her wish." The guy just went silent at that moment. After that, he smiled very sternly. Prince Yeonsan was surprised that it was already morning. He disappeared all night without even sleeping a wink. Just at that instant, the girl made a sound. Prince Yeonsan said it was time to get up and asked if the girl had slept well. She felt like she'd slept with a complete stranger, so she hadn't gotten a good night's sleep. Prince Yeonsan asked if she thought he was a stranger. Had she guessed he wasn't her real husband? If he was exposed, would he be sent back to reality as punishment? The girl said it wasn't a bad feeling. It was reminiscent of a first wedding night. Prince Yeonsan was greatly surprised. In that instant, the girl began to remember her first wedding night. Prince Yeonsan turned to her and asked why they should call him "Your Highness," when they could speak more simply between husband and wife, such as "darling." The girl asked if she could call him her spouse then. The man noticed that the words made her feel better and added that Korean is a beautiful language, expressing his gratitude. At this moment, there were many dishes on the table. The bean paste soup was especially delicious. Old traditions were kept alive. But what about the display of emotion between husband and wife? It's against etiquette, but it seems like it's time for a change. Prince Yeonsan said that the food was very good and asked if the girl agreed. She looked at him in surprise. She said the food was indeed very good, and Prince Yeonsan remarked that no matter what she was busy doing, she always remained charming. So beautiful, sweet, and his wife, you can believe it. What kind of a thief is that? She's the same person as her husband. It was him. Let them think what they want, and if envy be born in them, let them be in the prince's body. The girl turned to Prince Yeonsan and said that she could speak. She began to tell him that the queen had asked her to take traditional hors d'oeuvres and come to the palace. Prince Yeonsan wondered, to the queen? Yes. She said she wanted to taste changguk and chijim. Prince Yeonsan said it was certainly delicious. He then asked if she was close to the queen, but she was her aunt. The queen's niece on this side is also a complicated family. At that moment, her rice drink was brought to them. Prince Yeonsan asked if she went to the palace. Could he go with her? They were surprised. He was so excited to walk around Gyeongbokgung Palace in Hanbo when he got a girlfriend and she was wearing a real hanbok. After a while, Prince Yeonsan walked out of the building. At this point he was asked if he had had to wait long. His wife appeared in front of him. Prince Yeonsan said she was very beautiful, and he didn't save the country in a previous life. Why should he have such good fortune? She told her spouse that he embarrassed her by saying such a thing, and even the guy in the background was embarrassed to hear it. Prince Yeonsan was surprised he said it out loud. The mistress reported that the palanquin had been prepared. The girl asked if everything was taken and if they believed everything was in place. Guy informed Yeonsan that the horse had been groomed. You weren't looking at Prince Yeonsan. At this point you were just sitting there. Prince Yeonsan, on the other hand, was watching her intently, but at that moment he was thinking about something. Then they set off. They were passing by various statues at this point. He saw the drama, Queen for 7 Days. In it, the main character was King Chun Jongpa's wife, Queen Tongye. Prince Yeonsan watched intently. Queen Tangyi, daughter of Shin Soo-jun, a close man of King Yongsan, was married off to Prince Yeonsan as a political move, but after Yeonsan was dethroned, Prince Yeonsan became the king of Chungcheongnam, and Yeongsan's crony, Shin Soo-jun, was involved in trying to keep Yeongsan in power. The next morning, the queen became the daughter of the traitor Shin Soo-jun, and just 7 days after she became acting queen, she was stripped of her status and Egan. All her life until her death she lived alone. It didn't satisfy the girl. Prince Yeonsan wondered what horrible future awaited her. At this point, she was offered to take barley ttok, a glutinous rice cake. Prince Yeonsan wondered about the girl. She was also offered patties with bean paste inside, also sweet rice rounds made with syrup. The protagonist stopped watching her. She was smiling at this point and looking at him. When Yeonsan is overthrown, he will become king, but then he will have to part with her. So was King Yongsan a tyrant after all? What made him that way? They had been told in history class that political power requires effort to become a good ruler at the outset. But maybe he became one after the news about his mother was the beginning of the great literary purge. The protagonist remembered KK, the guy's surprise, whereupon he answered him that it was the year of Gaza. This is the year of Gay. The next year is Captcha. Now it was 1503, and the next year is 1504. Prince Yeonsan didn't even know why he came here in the first place. What if the king doesn't become a tyrant and his overthrow doesn't happen either? And he won't be king, hence no divorce. Prince Yeonsan has made his decision to prevent Yeongsan from becoming a mad tyrant. He will morally help him. Great. Shouldn't we try to change the historical course? Majesty is informed that Prince Jinsung is outside. Let him go inside. It was legal consort and future deposed Queen Shin Kachong who welcomed Prince Jinsung. Prince Yeonsan asked. The woman is in perfect health. They didn't have anything serious going on either, did they? They must have put a lot of effort into coming here. She apologizes. The girl apologized that they couldn't come more often. It just so happened that she was the queen. The food at the palace is good, but sometimes you want something simple. She said thank you. The girl said she was digesting them. The main thing, she thought about how expected grace and dignity coexisted in her. By the way, it's really nice to see them together outside of their chambers. But what business has the prince come here for? They were already kin. So what reason do you need to come? I just wanted to see the king, so I came. They asked because she had some kind of request for him or something, but he said simply, he just decided to keep his wife company. When he touched her, she was surprised. Prince Yeonsan said it was a date, or he could call it a walk. The woman reflected on his words about keeping her company. She is jealous, because the walk of spouses with a good relationship. But the girl at this point was clearly displeased with those words. Prince Yeonsan asked if the woman was comfortable with such outings with her husband. She replied that His Highness was very busy with affairs of state. The girl stood up abruptly at this moment and asked Prince Jinsung. Didn't he say that he wanted to see the king? Prince Jinsung immediately remembered it. Then he'll be on his way. Not let them talk quietly. But lastly, he said that they had agreed that she would call him her spouse. After that, he said he was off. At this point, they began their conversation. The queen was telling the girl as if he had been switched. She in turn asked if she had noticed it. Such carelessness in behavior is like a child's recklessness. The old maid talked about it a lot too. But if one thinks so, then now is the time to change for this 16-year-old cheerful and vivacious man. To play a wedding at 12 years old at such a young age, when you haven't really gotten to know each other. But now the prince is becoming a decent man, isn't it? She was thinking about something at that moment. Maybe he changed his views or his attitude towards her. The girl pondered over it. After she returned from her parents' home, they didn't sleep together. But she could hear his heavy sighs and feel his hot breath on her neck, so she hadn't slept a wink all night. As it turned out, the two of them actually didn't even sleep that night. The queen was greatly surprised. She began to laugh and say, "Oh, whoosh, that prince, how embarrassing that was." Meaning, she hasn't passed the Kinmorichire yet. The teacher asked, "Let it not wait." And what is Kinmorichire? Confucianism supported the idea of separating sleeping quarters for girls and boys when they reached the age of 7. As they know, in the Joseon-era, girls and boys were strictly forbidden to touch each other. But on the other hand, the number of population directly depended on the power of the state, so the tradition of having large families was maintained. That's why sex education existed. Boys were taught sex education in Sodan, private schools, in classes called Pajon, and girls received sex education through Kinmorichire. At that moment the queen said for someone to go to her. At that moment a servant came running to her. She told her to quickly prepare pornography to teach the prince's consort. Just at that moment they started showing her everything. The girl was frightened. Let her first tell me how she knows everything. What pictures she's already seen. At this point, someone was humming and in a good mood. The man said the weather was beautiful. It was one of the palaces. Prince Jinsung noticed that it was very quiet. But where was Sejongjeon? Somehow it looked different from Seoul's Gyeongbokgung. He had heard that His Majesty often went hunting lately. What are they talking about? The start of the hunt could be in the fall or winter and it wouldn't be too late. But such a big change. Is it too much? He is abrupt, but now he is forced to talk about adult morality and responsibility. It was Dasan, an official in the Syndrome Inspection Department, responsible for overseeing power and detecting violations. Besides, he does not think about state affairs and is only concerned with hunting and other amusements. Well, even if everything is fine in peacetime now, if no care is taken to remove civilian influence, it will eventually be unclear when misfortune will catch up with them. When did he forget about matters of state? Passing on one amusement? Isn't the fact that he's here now related to the running of the country? He heard yesterday that he had a competition with Prince Yeonsan, who would catch more on the hunt to reveal superiority. And that's what he does with his relatives. Now they don't meet or something. Kengan is when the king is trained in politics. If the goal becomes politics beyond Confucianism, the monarch actually abdicates. Let them learn diligently, and it was not that the monarch himself forgot to open the Kengan, even if only occasionally, on the day of reading morning, afternoon and evening, went, smashed and prodded. The man sighed heavily at this point. The man understood everything. He'll start reading from tomorrow, so let that be enough. Let him go. After that, they all started to leave. He asked the servant to bring a bowl of cold water. After that, he drank it very aggressively. Then he couldn't stand it after all and just smashed that cup. Of course, the man was furious. Then someone came up behind him and asked, "What again?" He was informed that a prince was expecting him. When he heard this, his expression immediately changed and he became more joyful. Prince Yeonsan was outside. The king was informed that a prince had arrived. The man sat up and said for Prince Yeonsan to come in. Prince Yeonsan asked him, "Is the man not sick?" Prince Yeonsan arrived at the man's door. The man started to greet him very cheerfully and told him to have a seat. Prince Yeonsan thanked him, and at that moment managed and said he humbly thanked him. These were the king's chambers. Even Benfen looked sumptuous. A room screen of wood, a temple covered with cloth or paper with paintings of drawings. Men with a past on what business he had come to see him. Prince Yeonsan said he had a question for the man. Of course. What's he interested in? Prince Yeonsan asked how he usually relieves stress. The man was slightly surprised at the question. Prince Yeonsan asked how he suppresses anxiety. Prince Yeonsan said that when running a country, there are a lot of moments of worry, and there were a lot of unpleasant situations too. Just at that moment, the man remembered a speech about Confucianism. He said there is certainly such a thing. He said that when that happens and the anxiety gets worse, how he deals with it, he doesn't even know. He usually goes hunting. It's more like exercise. Didn't ride much at all yesterday. My whole body and muscles ache after riding a horse. My hips ache after pulling a bowstring. My arms ache. This hobby requires a lot of strength, he thought. Archery is all about accuracy, but it turned out that strength was the key. So why is he asking about it? Maybe he has some problem he can't say? He said he was just curious. That's why he asked. It has been known since ancient times that worries and anxieties can be the first cause of all diseases. Anxiety is the cause of all disease. That's the first time he's ever heard that one. But if you think about it, there's something to it. If they want to run the country very strongly and protect the people properly, it will be difficult. Becoming a tyrant and remembered for being tough and despotic for everyone. Those who superimpose personal problems on the affairs of the whole country and cannot deal with their fears and anxieties on their own end up becoming a monster. The main thunderstorm noticed that His Majesty was doing a great job with his worries. If there was anything to worry about, he could help. The man laughed and said that his brother took such good care of him, so everything would be fine. Then he asked, or more importantly, is the game already about a chatty horse? Prince Yeonsan said not yet. He didn't make it yesterday. It was the first time he had given such a beautiful horse. Why hadn't he tried it yet? A short time later a man rode up on a horse. Prince Yeonsan was also on a gift horse from a man. The man was rushing with all his might. Prince Yeonsan noticed at this point that he couldn't breathe. After a while they stopped, and Prince Yeonsan began to breathe heavily. The man said it's impossible to stay on the horse afterward. He looks so tired. When you ride horses, not only your legs work, but also your arms, don't you think? When the right leg moves, here comes the movement of the right arm, and similarly, the left half of the torso. Why does he think this happens? Prince Yeonsan asked what would happen if done the other way around. Would it be dangerous or what? Of course it's dangerous. After all, the movement of horse and rider must coincide. If you do not try to defeat the horse's movement, but repeat after it, at that moment he ceases to be a weight on its back, and they begin to become one. His Majesty, and King, and brother, and good teacher. The man said he was exaggerating. Prince Yeonsan asked the man who taught him how to ride a horse. The man's face changed dramatically at this point. The horse was galloping at this point. The guy was pretty good at it, judging by the look on his face. He looked a lot more confident. It was at that moment that he noticed his father. The man said he was good at riding. The guy said it was all thanks to him. He trained him well. Afterward, the man said that running a country is like riding a horse. The guy asked if that was fun too, but that wasn't the point. Like riding, when both his body adjusts to the horse's movement and the horse becomes one. So for the officials to do what he would like them to do, you have to adjust to them. Do they know what we're talking about? The man at this moment was watching Prince Yeonsan riding a horse. The expression on the man's face was very stern. The head burner said he liked horseback riding. It was cool. He was very cool. Just at that moment, he stopped abruptly. The man said that Brother Yeonsan now knows how to ride the way he should. The headband laughed and asked if that was true. Yeonsan said that thanks to His Majesty he had trained him well, and at that moment he remembered himself as a child. The man was still stern at this point. The man asked what Prince Yeonsan thought. Maybe they could roast and eat some beef or he would be hungry. That's when they set out to roast and eat beef. At this moment, the guy didn't realize when his master would return. At this time the beef was ready. What a great way to gobble up marbled beef while enjoying that view. I think I need to check in on him more often. At this point, the man started pouring it for him. Prince Yeonsan drank at this point. What was expected from his hands tasted like, but it turned out to be quite different. The man said that it turned out he was good at drinking. Since Yeonsan has had a drink, it's time for him to have an appetizer. I ate the meat and drank it, 2 pieces of meat at a time. The man watched him eat well and his mood improved. Was it that good or what? Prince Yeonsan said, of course, since it was mild. Anyway, lives are meat, aren't they? Hundreds of years later on the Saturday Night Live program in Korea, the man couldn't understand what life is meat meant. Here he has learned something from him, so let him set up the bowl. Well, the man at this point asked for more drinks to be brought. Prince Yeonsan was surprised that he had only had 2 bowls already in his head. He could have had several bottles of soju before, for all he cared. Since he drinks so well, he'll tell him how to shoot properly next time. Prince Yeonsan told the man, let him eat too. If he overcooks it, it won't taste good. Just at that moment people came to him. The man sternly asked him what his middle name was doing here. The man immediately lost his mood at this moment. When a man was silent, he was asked why he didn't say anything. The man said he was just out for a short drive. Why the fuss? He was hoping to be in plain clothes so he wouldn't be recognized. So this is how a king deals with welfare issues. The man realized he had nothing to answer. He just remained silent. Subjects lack food, and for problems with pleasure some eat roots to survive, and some don't have that, so eat tree bark. And in the meantime, His Majesty is free to enjoy beef with his relatives. Rasta does. Will Hun Gildan and other thieves not gain credibility with the populace? At this point, the man became enraged. He asked if Sagwan was here. Were these the officers in charge of keeping the annals? He was answered that they were here. Let him come out. They recorded the official insulting him and threatening him or what? He asked if they did or not. He apologizes. He cannot tell him so. The records of the officers keeping the annals cannot be seen by anyone, not even the king, until they are entered in the annals. He hopes for his understanding. The man was still furious. At this point Prince Yeonsan decided to intervene and told them to listen. He was very drunk, said he was being magnified, did nothing wrong. The man asked what he wanted to say with that, teaching him how to ride a horse, eating meat together. That was it, he threw out. His Majesty only honored his brother's request. The man looked at Prince Yeonsan at this moment. Prince Yeonsan said that's exactly why you shouldn't say that. His Majesty understands what he is talking about. Yeonsan did say it was all his fault. Pretty soon he'll be back at the palace. Prince Yeonsan tensed up at this moment. After they wanted to leave already, Yeonsan asked if it was too much already. Sometimes you can take a break and do things you enjoy. Go out and eat some goodies. Why not? The prince doesn't seem to be in the right state of mind to realize the problem right now. When there's time, we need to show him what's going on outside of town. Prince Yeonsan was asked if subjects ate roots, grass, tree bark, so he was aware. Then why do they only blame the king? The man was very much surprised with this speech of Prince Yeonsan's. All those in power here, they are also responsible to the country. The man asked sternly as Prince Yeonsan said this. People have been selected through a difficult exam to effectively run the country. The economy is in decline, and the people are starving. It's their fault, too. The man asked Yeonsan to be careful how he expressed himself. The chief asked, did he choose his words when addressing His Majesty? After that, the king stopped him when he wanted to say something. He said no one has acted badly towards him and the young prince has spoken unnecessarily and drank alcohol. He asks not to judge him. He told the man to stop. It was already time for them to go back. That's when they all left, and Prince Jinsung was left to himself. All Yeonsan had to do was watch everyone leave. He looked at His Majesty at this moment. Night has fallen. The man got ready for bed. He said Yeonsan's words that in any case, lives are meat. The man asked him what he had said. The man said it sounded funny, didn't he? Be it people, be it animals, be it king, be it subjects. Anyway, after death, everything becomes just a piece of meat. The king made it home safely. Tomorrow is a lecture on Confucian writings. It was already late. He had to leave the palace yesterday. Afterward, not everyone left the palace. Then the gates closed. They did a great job. Such a sense of relief. Finally, the man was in agreement with them. It is wrong to say that because of his affairs, scholars have been suffering since the Muo year. Either way, they write their names down in history. If the crown wants to become a perennial tyrant, he should listen to them. By the way, about the prince's arrogant behavior, are they putting it that way or what? He used to be so humble. It was easy for them to consume him. So young, already so in touch with him. I think it's time to teach him some manners. At this point in the night, the girl was reading something intently. As it turned out, she was reading pornography. Accordingly, it made her very uncomfortable. Presently she was informed that the prince had returned. Of course, she immediately started hiding the book and telling them to wait a minute. At this point, she called him her spouse and asked her he would come back and also not find a place. She asked if Prince Yeonsan had been drinking, because there was an odor of alcohol. He said he had a few drinks with his brother. He asked why Yeongsan was here. Was wifey also drinking alone or something? Thought maybe he might want to have a drink before going to bed? That's good. He brought the beef. My brother gave it to him. Beef goes well with drink. After their meeting was over, he took the rest with him. It's the second round. Koreans don't like to drink all night in one place. They don't party. First they go to the bar, then they go to karaoke, and then they go wherever their feet lead them. Yeonsan was feeling pretty good at this point, and the girl was offering him an appetizer. She recalled the word, women. Either she had already reached adulthood but there was no heir yet. So this way, first of all, she should prepare Yeongsan and create a warm atmosphere. Prince Yeonsan set the bowl down at this point. Prince Yeonsan turned to his wife at this point. He wants to ask her something. The girl, of course, thought the very same thing and asked what he wanted to ask. He wants to talk about Yeonsan. That is to say, he wants to enlarge him. He wants to know more about him. The girl got nervous at this point, but they were brothers. She thinks he knows His Majesty better than she does. How to say? It happens. He doesn't see the obvious things. Maybe he doesn't know something. But if she should carelessly say something rude, and His Majesty, Prince Jinsun asked, or should he not have asked? It's just that no one tells him anything. He feels like a know-nothing fool. The girl wondered about it at that moment. She asked, or could he pour her one too? Prince Yeonsan, of course, did not refuse and began to pour his wife a drink. And after that, it was as if the girl began to tune out. Prince Yeonsan was very much surprised that she had started drinking to the bottom. Afterward, Yeonsan told her to eat a piece of meat. The girl started to say that she knew it firsthand. She hesitated for a while and didn't know where to begin. But then she spoke cautiously. She began to tell him all about the king. When he wasn't a prince yet, in this era, he wasn't too interested in history and only knew it from movies and dramas. However, now, listening to her, a person living in this time, he perceives it in a completely different way. Jensen's mother, the coiled Queen Yoon, was one of His Majesty Sungyung's concubines who became pregnant and managed to become his wife. Then, 3 months later, the queen gave birth to Crown Prince Yeonsan. However, after the birth of his offspring, the king left his wife, preferring to live with concubines. The queen's jealousy grew stronger every day, and she was thinking of revenge for the king. She was crying very hard at this point, possibility because of this, as well as postpartum and depression. A violent argument broke out between the couple. The man grabbed the woman at this point. The woman at this point tried to put her arm around him, but he rebuffed her by withdrawing his hand. as a result of which the queen hurt her husband's face, and consequently her husband left her. The king's mother, the previous queen In-soo, was beyond furious at the injury inflicted by her daughter-in-law on her beloved and dear son. In anger, she ordered the queen to be thrown out of the palace. Eventually, 2 years after her exile, she died after drinking a deadly poison handed to her by her former spouse, and everyone was watching her at that moment. King Sungjong ordered that no one be told of her death for centuries, and her son, the heir prince, lived without knowing this truth and ascended to the throne at the age of 19. So, the truth has not come out yet, but the possibility of Yeonsan learning the truth about his own mother's death will be the last straw for him. That's when the great literary purge of Kapjasawa will begin. It turns out that in order to keep the king from becoming a tyrant, this secret must be kept. Or what? At this point, the king was asked if something bad had happened. The man said he was desperate and was asked what happened. He, the king, can't do anything, so he gets angry about not even being able to protect your mother. I think he's going crazy. There are so many restrictions here and there. It's so hard. Her king had to go through a lot of hardships. Really a lot of hardships. The man said that soon he would kill them all, rip out the tongues of these 3 abstruse Confucian dignitaries, and then they would no longer be able to grumble. While they are preoccupied with his lifestyle issues, he will unravel them and solve their wives and children. It will be, just let it wait a while. Jang Noksu, the king's concubine of Kisang descent. Kisang is partly the Korean equivalent of a geisha, a courtesan trained in music, dance, singing, poetry, keeping conversations going. Everything that was necessary to entertain a man of the upper classes. At this time of day, it's easier for officials to punish Prince Jinsan because of what happened yesterday. They ask His Majesty, as his relative and a resident of this country, to cross the bad behavior of His Highness. His frivolous behavior in a situation of temporary food problems in the country is unacceptable. What an attitude towards elders, unprecedented probably in the whole world. With reverence, they ask to deal with the consequences of what they have done in accordance with moral standards and Confucian principles. Furthermore, the principal deserves to be punished in accordance with state orders. Such was the forgiveness of the inspection of manners. The prince is his relative and the video is too careless. He should definitely be punished to correct the inappropriate behavior. The man defended the guy and said he was still young. All he did was offer to ride horses. Does that really deserve to be punished? Besides, what kind of inappropriate behavior are we talking about? He can't make their decision, but he saw what happened yesterday. The prince ignored the attitude of king and subjects, as well as Confucian norms and principles. He has stepped on all boundaries with his self-confidence, hasn't he? Let him understand them. They all said in one voice for him to understand them. What about showing magnanimity, forgiving mistakes and showing mercy that Confucius preached? Anyway, for just one mistake, do they blame the prince with the whole assembly or what? The man said it was all just for the prince's benefit. It's because his brother stood up for his reputation when they insulted him. What do you mean, insulted? It was unbearable to listen to. They don't want to listen to others. They don't want to listen to him. They want to plug their ears. To insult the royal family in front of all the subjects present. Where has such a thing been seen? Yesterday they spoke out without thinking through their words. However, now, the man said he didn't want to hear it. Jinsung, the son of Queen Chongyun who raised him, would they, with their special attention to reverence, be willing to upset the queen with the news of her son's punishment? They're supposed to honor his birth mother who raised him queen, aren't they? The man at this moment became very tense and looked fearfully at the king. What so much as their desire to punish His Highness Yeonsan, and their conspiracy avoidance will order them to keep locked up so they can't take an extra step without supervision? Would that satisfy them, or what? Of course, they were all terrified of confinement. They didn't expect such a drastic turn of events at all. The man looked at the queen at this moment with fury. He said they couldn't upset Queen Jongyeon for such a minor matter. The king said they're already satisfied, can't go. After that, they all started to leave. The man then came in a rage and slammed his hand against his desk. And this time they showed up with evil intentions, but as a result they left with their tails tucked. Prince Yeonsan wondered if there was a petition for his punishment at a meeting under the queen or what. A servant girl who returned with a return gift from the queen told her about it. The girl asked her spouse what finally happened yesterday. Prince Yeonsan said he had been drinking and had a little too much to say. He didn't realize it would lead to this. Would he petition to have the charges dropped while he was playing Titachi, a game where the object is to punch his paper envelope to flip Pernix's paper envelope? He's the only one in this game who is such a nonsense. Prince Yeonsan is angry. Even if he wants the charges against him dropped, you have to be able to write to petition for it first. Yes, to be able to stand up to the clever Confucians. It would be nice but to learn not only writing but also eloquence. The main player realized that it was time for him to learn. The next day, someone was very surprised. The king was surprised that his brother wanted to be trained. Prince Yeonsan said he felt like he wasn't good enough in many ways, so he decided he had to get better. The man agreed, but asked what was the reason for his realization. He had heard that they had recently discussed his punishment. That day, he went horseback riding with him for the first time, but after the ride, he had not had time to eat even one bite of beef before the vice inspection officials arrived. Then, seeing his retreating back, his feelings mixed into a tangled ball. When the servant told the prince that it was unwise, the man told him to be careful what he said, why he was obstructing the prince's speech. He immediately apologized. The man said with a smile on his face that the brother could continue. So, if His Majesty facilitates his education, then he will definitely be confident in his education. The king asked what he meant by, will contribute. Prince Yeonsan said below the family. When it's hard to cry together, when it's sad to support each other, when it's fun to have fun together, that's what family is. At this point, the man thought about the word, family, and told the guy that they were indeed a family. He said that since it was asked, it would not be nice for his brother to refuse him. He would find him a suitable teacher. Prince Yeonsan said the king was very generous. He then told Lim Suja that it was good to see him. He thanked him for the tea and sweets. The guy just looked at the prince at this point, not answering him anything. Then he asked the king if everything was sure to be all right. He doesn't know why he's worried. Doesn't that command respect? The future prince stated that he was going to study. Jinsun didn't seem to understand what that meant, and the certainty with which he said it. If he was up to something, he wouldn't be acting like this. He apologizes for doubting him. By the way, there was something else. The king sternly asked why a mere eunuch was so boldly interrupting the prince's speech. The man began to worry and apologize. The king said he thought highly of his brother. The man was already getting ready for something. The king asked, does this mean that it also applies to him? The man immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize to this servant. Little did the vice inspectorate watch his every move and deny every word he said. Then the eunuch scorns him. Punish him with 80 strokes and banish him. Let him repent of his crime. A group of people were sitting around one man at this point. His superior, King Sungjong, ordered that the truth about the death of the deposed Queen Yoon be kept secret for a century after her passing. Why then did King Yeongsan when he mentioned His Majesty Chongyun and his queen, and even mentioned his own mother? More likely, His Majesty had always known that Queen Jongyeon was not the woman who gave birth to him. It's just that until now, he pretended not to know about it. If that's the case, then why did he reveal it to them now? The man said it's all about him starting to grind his teeth. In any case, this behavior of the king was expected, but the prince is behaving too unusually. Until now, he had been a trembling puppy afraid of his own brother, and now she follows him around and barks defiantly. By the way, the king has requested that the prince be provided with a teacher. We need to send His Highness such a person who would not only look after him, but also train him so that he would not have bad thoughts. At that moment, someone appeared behind him. The person asked if he could recommend someone. There is one teacher in the state councilor's subordinate. It was a left-handed state councilor named Lee Gukian. The man asked if he was curious as to who he was. They may have heard the name Lee Chonggung. He is highly regarded among Confucian scholars. Plus, he's a disciple of Kim Gwenfil, who was banished last year. Lee Chonggung would really be the best candidate. We need to contact him immediately. It is not a duty to make him the prince's teacher. The next day in Songyangwon, the man was surprised that he would be involved in teaching the royal family. It was a Songyangwon professor named Lee Chonggung. He was answered that it was like that. From now on he would not only train officials. Shouldn't officials of higher rank be in charge of training royalty? He was appointed to this position by the left state councilor himself. Does he really want to refuse? He asked who he would need to learn from and if he would still agree. He was told Prince Jinsun. The man was very much surprised and asked if he would come to see him daily. Yes, however, the prince would not come here. Their classes would be held at the Udongging Palace. He will teach him every day, but if he goes around in the palace, how will he have time to work here? But what an influence he could have on the prince, as long as he's willing to teach him something. By the way, since he just came, he'll ask if there's something strange outside Songyangwon's walls first. The man wondered about that. He can only think of one charge. What other charge? The inspection brought charges against the king. Was it because he had violated Confucian principles? Because of the royal hunt, private ladies have suffered and now they have no place to live, so the inspectorate has decided to ban the hunt. There's probably so much energy in His Majesty because he still can. But still his zaniness is too much. He must be strong. After all, this is royal training. If things go well, he will have a chance to get a higher status. But if things go badly, he will be criticized harshly. And a teacher who managed to teach a prince well is known to be punished. At worst, he could even be accused of plotting against His Majesty. All this leads to the fact that he taught His Highness well and didn't think too much extra. The man wished him luck, and off he went. He at this point started to call the man back, but the man had already said he was busy. The realization came to him that there was nothing more he could do here. The man greeted and introduced himself as Professor Songyungwan Lee Chonggung. He is honored to have met him. Prince Yeonsan said he was honored to meet him as well. The man remarked that Prince Yeonsan had no pronounced virtues, but he seemed to be quite prescient. The man wondered what he would become in the future. He said they would start the lesson. He asked Prince Yeonsan up to what point we have him guilty of the canon of the 4 books and 3 treatises of Confucianism. But Prince Yeonsan didn't even understand what he was talking about. He needs to know what he's already been through so he doesn't have to teach him what he already knows. Prince Yeonsan began to ask the teacher if he knew such words. Ignorance is not a sin, but unwillingness to correct it is already a sin. He said those were good words, but what was the phrase referring to? Prince Yeonsan said that, frankly, he would like to start over with 1,000 words. The man said he would be excused to go to the restroom. Prince Yeonsan immediately asked if everything was okay. He would just reach, just a little bit. Then, as soon as he got outside, he started shouting to the state councillor, "Why did you choose him?" At this point, night had fallen. People were walking down the street, and at that moment, they approached one of the houses and asked if anyone was there. The owner of the house asked, "Who is there?" He opened the door and asked who was here at this late hour. Just when he realized who it was, he immediately fell to his knees and told them to come through. At that moment, the man saluted him, the king. It was as if the gods had come. What business did he come to him for? It was Lim Sunjae's father, Lim San. If the gods were to show up, they wouldn't be the only ones shocked and recoiled, but there'd be quite a crowd around to watch the exit from heaven. The man asked how the case was progressing. Lim Sakon replied to him that no problem. King asked what about the list of names. The man remained silent at this point and looked at him. Then, after a while, he pulled out some kind of book. He put it right in front of the king. It has been 100 years since the Joseon dynasty was founded. During this time, a large number of princes shed blood in search of glory and power. Who killed his brothers? The rebellious King Taejong, who killed his nephew, ascended to the throne of Sejo. Because of this, in the struggle for power, princes who did not want their relatives to die gave up the authority of royal family members. One such example is Prince Zhang, 37, the uncle of King Yongsan. He was called a fool and an idiot, but whether he was really like that or only pretended to be, no one knows. The man squinted at Prince Jinsong at this moment. Prince Yeonsan was studying the material at this point, and there was another prince like that here. Prince Yeonsan told the man that, frankly, he wished he had been silent since 1,000 words. The man wondered if maybe the prince was a fool. Come on, because he had such a concentrated face. Or is he just playing dumb? Who knows? Prince Yeonsan raised his hand, and the man asked, "What is it?" Prince Yeonsan pointed his finger and asked how it read. "It means, it's here, and it reads, Shay." Prince Yeonsan then asked about the next word, which reads, caution, and reads, Sham. Prince Jinsun was carefully memorizing everything. A man asked what he was writing there. It looks like Onmun, which was the name of the Korean alphabet in the Joseon-era. Prince Yeonsan said he does. He writes the alphabet. He from 1,000 words was going to study a second time, from somewhere else, and the strange-looking Onmun learned from. Prince Yeonsan said that, truth be told, he has refined it a little bit for convenience. The man asked what refined meant. Speaking of the alphabet, it was King Sejong who perfected it, creating it as he saw fit. Is it up to him to use it? The pronunciation and meanings in Hangul are written down so that even when a teacher can learn. It's hard to be a teacher of an unremarkable person, and even more so if he fails at teaching. He's in trouble, but at least he has a desire to learn. Well, class time was over. He would go. Prince Jinsung said goodbye to him. A few days later, The wife went over to the guy and said that the teacher had relayed that he had an emergency and would be a little late. Well, then he offered to play until he got here. Has he really learned all 1,000 words by now? It seems like he has. The girl said she would read and let him write. The girl began to read the following. Well, Guan, by General. Prince Yeonsan began to carefully write everything down in a notebook. After a while, he showed his result, though the girl began to dictate. But, hep, GWE, General. The girl said it was right. Then she began to dictate. Wang, Gon, Guang, hap. Then, Ju Wa, LP Ma. Then it's, Unji, Jo Shik. The girl said that Prince Yeonsan was a great young man. It was all true. Really was surprised too. Why would that be all of a sudden? What a feeling, as if he had moved from an old computer to a new one. He still remembered how he hadn't done well in school, and for some reason he felt sad. He said it didn't work, and now it was okay to play a little. The girl agreed that he had done a great job. She asked what Prince Yeonsan wanted to play. He thought of something when he was bored. At that moment he placed some kind of box in front of her. The girl asked, was it a wooden box? Prince Yeonsan replied that it was not. The game itself was inside. At that moment he presented her with a tower of wooden blocks. The girl asked, aren't they just blocks of wood? But he said it was a game he had invented. He came up with the idea that they are just blocks of wood assembled into a turret. First you have to take out one of the blocks, and then put it on top. Whoever's tower falls down when he or she reaches for or puts down a bar loses. It doesn't seem very difficult. And out of the middle get any one, and put it like this or what? Prince Yeonsan said it was just like that, and the game looked like it was getting harder and harder each time. Now it was his turn. He began to carefully pull it out. The girl noticed that it was getting harder and harder to get the bars out. At that moment, it seemed to him that the tower had begun to fall. Just at that moment, Prince Yeonsan sneezed. At that moment, the tower fell down. Prince Yeonsan said that he had won. He said it was now time to take the punishment. As it turned out, Prince Yeonsan had drawn her a mustache, and she couldn't figure out what else it was. Prince Yeonsan asked how she was and asked her another batch. Let her hurry up and assemble the tower already. The girl was sure she would win this time. Did she really think so, or what? The man asked if the prince was inside. He was answered that he was in the training room. He told the prince that Lee Chonggung had come. The prince asked if he was here. At that moment, he could hear sounds coming from there and phrases such as it will be condescending. It won't work that way. He realized that there seemed to be someone else in there. What was going on in there anyway? At this point, the main player said that there is no time. It is time to take punishment. Let him wait for more in front of his eyes. The man opened the doors and asked, something is wrong. What is the misfortune? At this moment, he could watch as the girl disrobed Prince Yeonsan. The teacher couldn't figure out what it was. Prince Yeonsan was surprised that the teacher had come. The man still couldn't figure out if the prince was a fool or just pretending. Yeonsan was told that everything had already been paid for. The stuff he ordered from Dongsancheon had arrived. Dongsanjeong is a haberdashery store in the Joseon-era. Prince Yeonsan said he's about to unpack the delivery. It brings a lot of emotion like last year. Now, it came out even more luxurious than he thought. His wife asked what it was. Prince Yeonsan said this is the game he invented. He wants to give it to the king, and before he takes it to the owner, a game will be played. But she can't right now. She needs to learn this. He asked if these were admonitions. This book was written by the Queen Grandmother and His Majesty Yeonsan. Whether she read it all well will be shown by the exam. Prince Yeonsan asked if he could read a little too. A wife, though similar to her husband, should know that her spouse is heaven. She should respect and honor him as she would her father. The husband's position is superior, the wife's is inferior. Even if a situation arises where a man hits or rebukes, she should still honor him rather than respond defiantly or get angry. All reasons to kick his wife out. Prince Yeonsan was surprised that there were such reasons to expel his wife. The main thing that the queen wrote, that is, her instructions were written by their grandmother, and it is mandatory for all women in the Great Joseon state to read them. Little Breast accepted what obligatory means. There will be problems if she doesn't learn it perfectly. The queen is a scary person. The woman asked which queen we were talking about here. About King Sunyoung's mother, King Yongsan, and Prince Jinsung's grandmother, Queen Insu. The queen, posthumously known as Queen Sohee, was the wife of the eldest son of Crown Prince Sujin. Later, when His Highness Suyeon became the king of Sejo, Insu's husband, then not yet the queen, became the middle prince. However, Prince Dovin died without becoming king, and as much as she no longer dreamed of becoming queen, which was impossible, therefore, she left the palace. In the future, King Sejo's second son, Yeong, became king, but he ruled for only 14 months, after which he passed away. The next king was Sejon, the son of the now Queen In-soo. A life that changed dramatically. She was the mother of the current king, so she became a major figure in power. Queen In-soo caused the death of her sister-in-law, the coiled Queen Yoon, Queen Yeonsan's mother, but they'll talk about that another time. A few days later Prince Jinsung was telling Doksun that he would take the gift to His Majesty himself. They were waiting here. Prince Yeonsan asked his wife if she was still nervous. Of course she's nervous. One mistake and Queen In-soo might punish her. I wish I could get all the answers right, or I'll just picture her angry face. The hero offered to tell her one way to calm down. He had tried it in job interviews, and it really worked, even though he failed every interview. Let him close his eyes first. This place is called the temple. If you massage it, your head becomes lighter and your eyes relax. The girl was really starting to relax, asked if he was sure about it, or if he was just doubting something. The hero noticed that the girl had a very beautiful forehead. After that, Prince Jinsung kissed her forehead. She couldn't understand what it was, also in full view of everyone, but Prince Yeonsan laughed. After that, Prince Jinsung started to run away and wished her good luck in the exam. Of course, all the people talked about what happened. The girl was very uncomfortable at this point. Still, she realized she had to do something. After that, she turned and looked at them. Her Highness was informed that Prince Yeonsan's wife has arrived. She asked her to pass. She was told they were expecting her. Let her sit down. She was surprised that Queen Kachong was also here. The main player came to his brother. The king said he stopped by. The first one greeted the king. What the hell is that? Drinking in broad daylight or something? Let him say hello. It was Chan's concubine, and he greeted her. It's Chan Noksu, who's pretty famous. Prince Jinsun said he came to His Majesty with a gift in the form of a game he invented. The man asked, did the brother invent it himself? Well, it's probably more fun to play than to just sit around and pull up soju. Of course the game is just fun. With booze he thinks the game will be even more fun, especially since they've already had a drink. The king asked, is this true? Then he asked to try to play it once. Prince Jinsun was tense at this moment. A king with a concubine must be intense. The king made his move. After that, the whole tower collapsed. The man started laughing and saying that he lost again, but it was all because he made it look easy. Just don't let her get angry, just let her topple over. About what lost? Need a glass. And agreed exactly. Let him pour. Prince Jinsung realized that this was no joke. It seems like he really had a slight effect on Jinsung. It was already evening. The girl walked out of the building. She sighed heavily after that. The queen was telling her that she seemed to have learned everything well. Great job. Henceforth she would remember. Learned and spouse. But she quickly recovered and said she would honor her spouse like heaven. The girl was overjoyed and mentally addressed her spouse at that moment, saying that she had done it. She was able to hear the praise from the formidable Queen In-soo. The girl believed it was all thanks to her spouse. At the same time, her husband was also there, Lim Sunjae, who had been summoned forcibly and with not enough people. 3, 6, 9 is a Korean game often used when drinking shooters. Players start taking turns naming the numbers in order, but instead of naming the digits 3, 6, 9 and all the numbers that contain those digits, such as 13, 16, 19, and so on, they don't name the numbers. Instead, they clap their hands. The number of claps depends on how many digits 3, 6, or 9 are present in a given number. For example, 3 is 1 clap, 13, 23, 46, 59 is 1 clap, 33, 66, 99 is 2 claps. Whoever makes a mistake loses and must drink. The girl noticed that her husband was late. What was he doing in the palace? She was so eager to tell him that she had done well on the exam. At that moment she heard someone speaking, and magnified that of course the same half-elf. If the Lord continued to harden, she would fall. At this point, the girl went outside to meet her spouse. She told Doksun that he didn't have to. Let him rest. At this point he asked if his wife was awake. The girl asked. Elena was drinking again. Do they even know how long she'd been waiting for him? He said it was all about His Majesty and Noksu. The girl was interested in that name. The girl immediately became furious and asked, "So from now on, he was beating concubine Chan?" Prince Jinsung said they sang not in your with them. There was also His Majesty and Lim Sunjae. Prince Yeonsan asked if she was angry. She started crying and said no. How could she be mad? As Queen In-soo taught, jealousy is one reason to drive a wife away. Prince Jinsun was very much surprised by her words. Let him go inside. It was already very late. The clan chief at this moment grabbed his wife's hand. Then he said he would never part with her. Can she really believe that or what? Prince Johnson said he swears he'll never leave her, even if things change. The girl started crying and looking at him at this point. Afterward, Prince Jinsung kissed her. The moon was shining brightly that day. Someone said it really was a shocking scene. Prince Johnson asked what is wrong. The man said memorizing 1,000 words in 5 days was already amazing, but he managed to figure out Sohak in just 15 days. It was all thanks to him. He said that since he already knows the elementary school of Confucianism, he seems to have some understanding of the rules of decorum in Confucian society. Even though all of them are clear, he still can't understand. The man said that his teacher used to say that if he did not know Sohak, he would not be able to understand the 6 treatises of Confucianism in 4 books. This emphasized the importance of learning Sohak. His teacher's teacher would be interested to see what kind of person this is. The man said the teacher was expelled 5 years ago. After that, the man instantly took the book in his hand. Joheman is the first literary purge of the body about the destruction of the Sarim faction. That began to develop with the writings of Kim Jongjik and Yu Chogwon during King Yongsan's reign. If a second literary purge is not averted, it will be followed by King Yongsan's banishment and the passing of the throne to him. At the place of exile, his brother will die, and Father Aul will not survive in exile. Or rather, he'll be killed. And worst of all, it's not by choice that he'll have to leave Aul. It should never, ever happen. Prince Jinsun asked that he will now study Taek if they have already passed Sohak. The man said yes, but they will have a class outside of this house today. Prince Jinsun was surprised. Prince Johnson said it was very hot. It's so hot outside. Yet the offer to nibble on watermelon out of the house sounds very tempting. But what's the reason that the lesson today will be business as usual? The teacher asked what Prince Johnson was seeing, pointing his finger. The chief king said he sees peasants not working despite the heat. When he sees it, what does he think about? Prince Johnson said probably about it being hard. If he reads archaeological texts, he will become an aristocrat. But if he does not, he will be a peasant. He asked, is studying well the way to become an aristocrat? But there are many well-intentioned individuals among the people who study well. This is evident if you look at the current officials. True, there are tricksters and hypocrites in history, but they didn't become that way because of a lack of education. That's what Prince Johnson is about. Of course, in the end, Confucianism is just one way to achieve enlightenment, and an aristocrat is one who can take the teachings as a basis and reach the top in his own way. Prince Jinsun pondered these words. At this point, the girl informed her father that he had a light snack waiting for him. The father noticed the girl and said Gadon has come. The day is so hot. Let him go today. The man said it was about time. That's the kind of timing you noticed. Prince Johnson said it's hard for him. It came to him all unanswered. It's their job. They then told Doksan to hand over the watermelon. This watermelon was given to him by the king himself. The main thing is that there's still plenty left at home. There were 15, but now there are only 14 left. By the way, then, as they will take, just these 14 watermelons will eat with other services. In any case, there is no refrigerator. If left, will rot. After a while, they sliced watermelons. People said it was the first time they had ever eaten such a thing. The girl bit into a watermelon at this point. She said it has such a nice flavor. It's also very sweet. It's the first time she's tasted something like this. Prince Johnson, had he known he would have enjoyed it so much, would have taken 2. But the question, what was his name? The girl said Gadon. Wow, he thought, such names are only given in soap operas, because nowadays they mean dog poop. Prince Jinsun told the teacher to try it too. Watermelon, Its Majesty. What about it? Prince Johnson asked. What is it? Is it against state law? But actually no. The teacher wondered what the prince was really like, and at this point, the one complained that he was bored, nothing to do, and the teacher had the day off today. Doksan walked right past Prince Johnson at that moment. He realized he would have to get past the prince unnoticed. If he saw him he would make him play again, and he was busy. When the man tried to sneak in like a ghost, Prince Jinsung spotted him anyway. Prince Jinsun asked what was for lunch today. He told him namul and fried fish. Prince Yeonsan said he wanted to eat chicken, and of course the man didn't understand him. Prince Jinsun explained that it was fried chicken. Then he said that he was there. One heavenly cloud. Doesn't it look like chicken? And here he is a golden chicken leg. And then on the wing and there right there. The man asked, fried chicken? Prince Yeonsan said of course, convinced that if he ever tasted fried chicken, he wouldn't even want to think of boiled meat. Prince Yeonsan said that's not allowed. Then a man stood up and asked where he was going. He told him he was going to the kitchen. He said men can't go in there and he won't go. The reason is that the heat of the ovens is believed to be bad for the male sexual system. Prince Yeonsan said he will get worse easily. What can you do except in the restroom? They don't use it anymore anyway. After a while, Prince Jinsun came into the kitchen and approached Ayuma. She was surprised and asked why he was here. Prince Yeonsan asked if he could make lunch today. Of course everyone was very surprised. He said he just had something he wanted to eat. If he said it wasn't necessary, would cook it, he shouldn't have come in person. He said they had waited. They needed to buy chicken and salt, and asked if there was any pork lard. There was none, but he needed pork lard. The girl seemed to know where to get it. Then let him put it in a cauldron. Grow it well. Good. Then salt the chicken and with gloves roll it in flour and fry it. He also asked if they had black pepper. They did. The main load said he'd be back later, and on finishing the girl asked how much chicken to cook him. Prince Yeonsan said maybe about 20 grand. The woman was surprised he wanted so much. Prince Yeonsan said he is not the only one who will be eating, that he is counting on them and the chicken needs to be broken up into pieces. She's got a little more time before the chicken is bought. Last time, he thought Yeonsan liked writing poetry. Maybe he should try to do that too. Prince Yeonsan sat down at the table and was ready to begin. After a while, he began to write. He was having a real brainstorm at this point. He tried his best, but after a while the hero cried out and said that he had nothing going on, only songs in his head. He should get a change of scenery, go outside, maybe some inspiration will come. A short time later, Prince Yeonsan was already outside. First he had to decide on a topic, who he was going to write to. Maybe it'll be that peddler down the street, or there's that man with the firewood, or maybe the girl with the clay jug, or the one that goes to do laundry. Prince Jinsung said that their Chong Eum was coming and asked if she was going to do laundry. The main load had a thought on the laundry. Prince Jinsun came to something and told the girl that he would go with her. At this point, people were doing laundry right in the river. He told the ladies to ignore it and mind their own business. At this point, the women were discussing that it meant it was true after all that the gentleman had been acting very strangely since some time. But she told her to keep her voice down. The video could be heard. At that moment, something caught his attention. He saw the girl doing laundry at that moment. She then pulled out a bat and started hitting things. After that, she dipped the thing in water. Prince Jinsun asked the girl what kind of water it was. She said it was water mixed with ash. He didn't realize there was something mixed in with the ash, so he inquired of her. She said that you should pour the ash into the water, let it stand, and then strain it, then use it. Prince Yeonsan asked if that is what is used in natural soap. It's not good for the skin. It will deteriorate, and the smell is disgusting. But if you don't use this, the stains won't come off. Prince Yeonsan wondered about that. At this point in the building, someone mentioned chicken feet. How appetizing that smells. Prince Yeonsan told them to try the fried chicken. Prince Jinsung told the girl to try it. And someone in the background was saying that in all of Hanyang they were the luckiest. The girl at this point asked, or they were begged in flour and fried. After that, she tried the chicken. She instantly sensed something. Crispy on top, so juicy and spicy and salty on the inside. Going crazy. That was the flavor. It was the first time the girl had tasted such deliciousness. It was very tasty. The woman couldn't believe it. Did she really do it? Someone said he can't eat boiled chicken now. It seems he can eat it all by himself. But she was a little guilty. Here if served with tonchkimi, it would have been just food. Definitely a radish for the chicken. At this point in the afternoon, Doksan must have been following someone. He followed the girl who was hanging up the laundry. A total hero showed up right in the day and asked what he was doing. The man's main brow furrowed. Was he really peeking at someone? The man immediately became worried and asked why he thought that. He then asked if he liked Chong Eum. The man started to get worried and asked why he should like her. That's how. Well, okay, then. Chong Eum is popular. Does he know that yesterday when she was finding and doing laundry, some guy gave her a box? Some such box? What house does she serve in? Oh, come on, catch him, and when he does. Just at this moment, Prince Jinsong smiled and looked at the man. He said, "Let them watch. I really like her." The man became even more anxious at this point. God said he knew how to hide his feelings. He immediately fell at his feet and asked only not to tell anyone. Prince Jinsun asked if he wanted her sympathy. Doksun hesitantly started to say something. Prince Jinsun said to follow him then. The man didn't understand why they were going into the kitchen again. Well, because nothing bad had happened. They weren't buddies. Prince Johnson said the man is a firehorn. Isn't that the oil they fried the chicken in yesterday? That's exactly what it was. We need to heat it up and strain it. But the man didn't understand why. Prince Johnson said it was to mix with laundry water to make soap. The man did not understand what soap was. A few days later, a woman asked if Chong Eum had come, and the girl said hello to her. The woman told the girl to look over there. At this moment, Doksun was confidently approaching her. The girl was surprised that it was him. The woman laughed and said he had been here for a few minutes waiting for her to come. He handed her the box and told her what he would do for her. Of course the girl was curious what it was. She asked him. He said it was called soap. It would be more convenient to use than water and ashes. He explained that all you have to do is wet it and wipe it up, and it also won't make your hands dry. So this is what they were doing at the palace with the prince. But why her? He called her silly and wanted to explain the reason why. He said he could because he didn't like her hands getting dry. Of course, the girl was embarrassed at this point. True, he doesn't know when he'll be able to touch her palm, but still, she was very much surprised by Doksun's words. Henceforth let him use it when he does his laundry, and when he is done, let him tell him, and he will do some more. At this moment, everything in my heart was beating very hard. Where did such a handsome man come from? The main moment was standing behind a tree watching everything that was going on, saying that he was very proud of the guy. At this moment in the palace, the man said that in Mung's book, one can see 4 moral standards: humanity, justice, rituals, wisdom. In Zhang Yun's book, one can see 7 emotions inherent in human beings that must be in balance. The king at this point sat there without any desire at all and hardly listened at all. The man asked if he was listening. He said of course he was. The man asked the king, then what was now being talked about? The man was a little worried and looked at him. He said the king should focus and listen. Balancing the family of emotions: joy, anger, hate, sadness, fear, acceptance, lust, means the ability to hide when he is happy. Phrases: anger, sad, cheerful, in love, hates, shows greed. The king, being an example to the people, must restrain his emotions. But doctors say that if you hold back anger, it will soon build up again, so it's best not to tolerate it if you have a decent reason to hide your emotions. The man explained that it was against prudence. Now it was about the way of the king. The man said as he continued, concerning ordinary people, it is about family, but concerning the king, in all the emotions stirring the soul, people pay special attention to him, so even if he doesn't like something, you don't have to show it. If suddenly someone gives something of value or flattery, you need to see it. The man asked if there was anything he didn't like today. The king smiled and said there were so many today that he couldn't choose. The man said he would tell me something then. The king sighed heavily afterward and held his head. For example, 2 days ago, His Majesty was in Kenweru Pavilion with concubine Chan. At that moment, His Majesty ordered the servants to disperse. Then some more. Sent Prince Jinsun watermelons. That not to ride cheap pleasure, though he is a relative. With him the prince is his subject after all. At this point, a guy approached the man and wanted to address him. Only a few days ago they were talking about canceling the hunt, and he's still changing into simple clothes so as not to be recognized. Listening to music. The man at that moment came out and asked what was wrong, hunting or entertainment. It's unclear even which was worse. The king needs to cut back on the entertainment time. When the man walked in, they started asking him if he knew he was going to a Confucian lecture. He apologized. He needed to report. The king said, or rather asked, what had happened. The man told him that Prince Jinsung had come to the palace. The king stood up abruptly, surprised that the prince had come. They heard the prince had come too. They would have to finish their lecture and stretch. The men didn't like that. The man said the lecture wasn't over yet, but the king said enough was enough. After that, the king just walked away. The man, of course, was furious at this point. The royal household at this point, Prince Yeonsan sat waiting for the king. At that moment someone shouted that the king was coming. Just as the man walked in, Prince Yeonsan immediately bowed to him and they greeted each other. The king asked Prince Yeonsan what the utterance was about his majesty when the two of them are together. He may address him simply as Hyun-ho. Let him sit closer. The man asked what business Prince Yeonsan had come for. He said he had a gift for Hyun-ho. The man was surprised he had a present. What is it this time? Did you come up with another game or something? Prince Yeonsan said it wasn't a game this time. What to make him the first surprise? He needed the help of the servants. When people started wearing it to him, he didn't realize what it was. Prince Yeonsan said this dish he developed, called fried chicken, would taste even better if eaten with your hands. The king instantly grabbed the chicken and started eating it. He said it was his first time tasting such a delicious dish. It would be great if it was served in a restaurant. It really was a noble flavor. The man wondered at the noble taste. Prince Yeonsan began at once to say that he meant to say that deliciousness is as fine and sublime as nobility. He thanked him for being able to taste such a thing and told him that next time the floors came over he should be sure to give them a treat. He thought they would go crazy for such a dish. Prince Yeonsan was in agreement with him and said he had a second gift as well. This item is called soap. The man immediately asked how it was used. Prince Yeonsan began to demonstrate and explain that if you dip it in water and rub it, you will see foam, but it acts the same as water and ash and cleanses. The man was surprised at how quickly his hands washed off the grease after the chicken. Can be used in washing and scalp washing. A special secret for firm skin. He invented delicious food and created an amazing object. Turns out he's extremely talented. Among the knowledge he has received in the 21st century, there is not much good. It would be good if he had studied history more diligently before. Even the infrastructure knows nothing, and all this knowledge and inventions, in fact, are not his. Asked how his studies were going lately, if everything was going well, Prince Yeonsan said it's all good, and it's all thanks to Hyun-ho poking through, giving him a good teacher. By the way, what's his name? The man said Teacher Lee Hyunho. The king was very much surprised and asked, is he the one who is good at archery? Prince Yeonsan, in turn, was surprised that Teacher Lee Hyunho was good at archery. Yeonsan said that back when his father was still alive, he saw this man. He seems to be a great poet, and he said that was his final surprise. He composed a poem. Prince Yeonsan said he composed a poem about laundry. The boy said inspiration came to him a few days ago when he was looking at the wash on Chongyecheon Creek. The king said he would listen. Prince Yeonsan prepared to tell him his verse. Hands immersed in water, stained black, bam bam, bam bam, rises and passes. I plunge into the water again, dry hands begging for salvation, hands partially black, shaking out the water. Having gathered their strength, they rinse themselves in the water again, without any yelling or screaming, deeper and deeper into the water. Things should only get cleaner now, only cleaner they should be. The man reflected on this poem. Prince Yeonsan asked how he was doing. The man said that implies a lot of meaning. Prince Yeonsan laughed and asked if he really thought that. The man said it was like being in a royal court. Prince Yeonsan didn't understand what he was saying. Hands immersed in water, stained black, bam bam, bam bam, rises and passes. I plunge into the water again, dry hands begging for salvation, hands partially black, shaking out the water. Having gathered their strength, they rinse themselves in the water again, without any yelling or screaming, deeper and deeper into the water. It should only get cleaner now. It should only get cleaner. Prince Yeonsan was very much surprised. He was so inspired that he was late in his assessment. He liked it so much he couldn't even believe how well he liked it. At this point the king was addressed. He told the man to rewrite the poem and send it to all the officials. They should see it. The main character was surprised that he would show his poem to the officials. Said that such a good poem should be judged by more than just him. The man smiled and looked at Prince Yeonsan at this moment. To himself in his head, he thanked Yeonsan. What's new for me at this point? Something with the poem? The king asked how he liked the prince's poem. The prince seems to have recognized his majesty's intentions. The man thought so, too. Guess we'll just have to put it on hold. The man was tense at this point. The king recited the words of the poem. It is now that things should only become cleaner. Only cleaner should be cleaner. The girl told her husband that she was going to Wangaksa for a while. Prince Yeonsan asked what kind of temple it was, and the girl explained that she and Queen Kachong had agreed to go together. Prince Yeonsan had never heard of such a temple and asked if there was one in Seoul. How exciting! He'll quickly pack up and go there too. Of course, she was greatly surprised. She told her spouse to let her climb and walk. Prince Yeonsan didn't understand why. It doesn't work that way. Where is there such a man who will continue to ride a horse if his beloved walks? But that's not the point. Because all men are watching, Prince Yeonsan couldn't understand what the big deal was. They are married. Let him hold her hand tightly. Of course, the girl was pleased to hear this, and she took a firm hold of him. After a while, they arrived. He was very surprised when he saw the temple in front of him. Turns out there was this temple in Seoul. But why isn't it there anymore? He'd seen this tower somewhere before, for sure. Most importantly, Prince Yeonsan tried to remember where exactly he had seen this tower. He had seen it, but in glass. Prince Yeonsan realized that he had seen her in Thapkal Park. It was really amazing. And this was the Pasingik bell, the same bell at Chongsak Station. Now, it was actually here originally. He said it was awesome. So many new things. The wife reported that the queen had arrived before them and was already praying. The main character asked if the queen had passed, because the king and queen are not very close, not even seen together once. A lot of bad things have happened in the past 3 years. What do you mean, bad events? Little princes and princesses got sick and left this world. Gore was greatly surprised. From a child's point of view, losing a parent is a great sadness, and the future of parents who have lost a child is even more bitter. Majesty has lost 5 loved ones in the last 3 years alone. The queen, just as the girl had said, was praying at this moment. Prince Yeonsan realized what had happened. Then it was a sign. When two people reminisce about children who are gone, dating doesn't feel so much like dating. About 5 of his nieces and nephews have died in the past 3 years. He didn't know that much before he came into the Joseon-era, and it must be very hard for Hyun-ho. The girl explained that the queen thought it was retribution for events that had occurred in the early years of the literary purges. That's why they asked the spirits for help. According to history, after the second literary purge, Yeonsan was banished from the throne and his children were given a deadly poison and died. We can't have that happen again. The queen did not hear her enter and immediately asked who it was. She didn't think the prince would come with a book either. It's so nice to watch a husband and wife walk together. The girl said he just wanted to come so badly. The main thing is that it was nice for her to see them together too. The woman immediately asked, or the girl had helped teach Kunmorichira. At that moment a servant came running to them and addressed the queen. What's all the other shouting in the temple? She asked. They apologize. The thing is that Prince Changnan. The queen was immediately interested and asked what was wrong. She was sorry, but the prince was sick with smallpox. The queen couldn't believe it. Prince Yeonsan was also greatly surprised. At this point, the queen began to fall and everyone was catching her. What's the story here? Smallpox, or otherwise smallpox, is an infectious disease transmitted by the smallpox virus. Now a vaccine has been developed, so the disease has almost disappeared. However, in those days it was one of the worst. The mortality rate among those who fell ill was more than half, of whom 80% were children. Since medicine was not as advanced at that time, the only thing that could be done was to call a shaman who could prevent the curse. We must get the queen to her chambers at once. The girl said she would take care of the queen. Prince Yeonsan said he would then go to Hyun-ho. The girl agreed that it would be better that way. Have someone call a doctor. Of course, everyone immediately ran to carry the queen to her chambers. The main game moment was approaching the king's palace. His Majesty's main forces inside. Can they report that he has come? Just at that moment, Prince Yeonsan and the man turned their attention. He apologized and said he would come in, but was immediately told he couldn't. They tried to explain to him that this was not allowed, but the door was already open. At this point, he was greatly surprised. At this point, he could observe the weapon in his possession, and a man in a strange outfit with this weapon. At that moment, something fell. He was still quite surprised. At that moment, something fell again. His middle name said it was dangerous to his well-being. Most importantly, I can't figure out what it is. It was explained to him that he heard the news of the prince's illness and began to perform a sword dance that has been going on for 2 hours. Lupan that it was Choanmu. It was the dance of the Dragon King's son, the oldest type of Korean traditional dance. Prince Yeonsan clenched his fist and began to approach the king. The main game moment led to him at this point. The prince was tried in every way possible to stop it. At this point, the man continued his dance. Prince Yeonsan was worried, of course, but kept moving. He could see the king moving very quickly. Just at that moment, the king waved his sword right in front of him. It was dangerous. Let him back off. Everyone immediately began to worry about the prince. Just at that moment, the man took a swing. The sword flew right next to him. It looked very dangerous. As it turns out, Prince Yeonsan had his beads fall off. After that, the man kept dancing anyway. Of course, you are greatly surprised at this point. The man at this point began to make some noises. Prince Yeonsan simply remained silent. Then he said that Yeonsan had come. Then he just hugged the king. All present were greatly surprised. The main people heroes of his sturdy window said everything would be fine. Advising blood, it was as if he had calmed down. Prince Yeonsan reiterated once again that everything will be fine. Then the king's sword simply fell. The man began to remove his mask. As it turned out, he was crying hard at this point. He shouldn't have fallen to his knees at all. The man in charge looked at him with understanding. After that, he too fell to his knees and hugged him from behind. All present were greatly surprised. He didn't understand how it was. First his mom, then his 6 children, one after the other. Isn't that enough? And now Channon. He said it wasn't fair, was it? And you know what's even more unfair? The fact that he's a father but can't do anything about it, except for the dancing. At this moment, in a different place, the whole hall shouted that the king was coming. A man walked into the hall at that moment. There was dead silence in the hall. The king said he was late. He wouldn't start. Daesahon Minwi storming in the city of Osmani or Ko is a solvable problem. He said that it is not easy to solve, requires his intervention, and even when his son himself has this disease and is on the verge of life and death. The man apologized. They have heard that the prince contracted smallpox and they say it happened after his visit to Kim Gamma's house. Is it true? The man turned toward him at that moment. Anyway, the prince is really sick. Did he fall ill along with the servants or what? The man asked if it was important now. It was explained to him that they were with the appeal mentioned a few days ago. The prince had previously been intolerant of measles and smallpox. Did he really think leaving him in his residence was the best solution? The man became furious and began to ask if they meant to say that the prince had fallen ill because of his immorality. The inspectorate believes that being in Kim Gum's house may improperly influence His Highness's thoughts. Although they are against the prince being there, they ask them to listen, but are unable to. Since he didn't listen to them, he must be very happy with the way things turned out. But what is he talking about anyway? The king stood up abruptly and began to ask what not already. His feelings told him to calm down. He didn't want to talk about that picture. The man looked at him sternly. However, he must understand that ignoring their advice and voicing displeasure is behavior unworthy of a ruler. The man asked what undignified behavior meant. Yes, unworthy. He has to hide everything. Even if the event burdens the king, or the unjust speeches he hears for the 100th and 1000th time, must be tolerated, and even if that word hurts his heart, one must be patient. Please let him calm down. Their thoughts were simple. At that moment there was dead silence. The king calmed down after all and sat down. As they said, smallpox raging in the city is not an easily solved problem. And now let them think, not in the anger of the king, but in the fire of their father, and tell them what they shall do. The man said he would. Blood agreed and told Dasan to speak plainly. Before that, he mentioned the king's anger. However, he does not see the king's anger now, so he asks that he be part of the solution. The man looked at him sternly at this point. The queen has already taken her prescribed medicine and is now resting. Until now, she had been in a half-sleep due to fatigue, but removes the reason to worry. None. Good. Have him watch over her then. The girl turned back at that moment. She saw her spouse in front of her. When she noticed her spouse covering her face with a rag, she asked what was wrong and he said it was nothing. She asked that he, Prince Yeonsan, let her take a look and said there was nothing special here. Here Pentana noticed the wound on Prince Yeonsan's face. His spouse started asking how he hurt himself. He said he wasn't in that place. He accidentally fell. He seemed to be in a lot of pain. Prince Yeonsan said he wasn't in pain. Yes, the scar will remain, but it's really hurting a different person now. Of course, he thought of the king. The man looked sternly. On their way over, they unintentionally overheard the servants discussing the latest news. Learning that His Majesty was tearfully feeling strongly for Changnan, the man didn't say anything back, just listened to them. It was not a rebuke. He said he was acting like a father whose child had contracted a terrible disease. And in such a case it was true how he restrained his emotions. But let's not forget that we were talking about Prince Yeonsan now. Turn to him for help with the smallpox situation in the city. The smallpox problem in the city is really important to address, but it's not something that should be bypassed either. The man didn't understand what they were talking about. If the servant's words were to be believed, the prince burst into the royal chambers and touched him. I must say that even though the prince is his close relative and younger brother, this was too cavalier even for him. The king immediately began to remember that moment. The man tensed up at this point. The man asked what if His Highness Jinsun acted out of dishonest motives. The king remembered Prince Jinsun hugging him. He comes with his father for the whole nation, and the fact that someone touched him, it was unacceptable. What the prince did cannot be ignored. The man just laughed at this point. He turned to Sanson standing nearby. Blood asked since when the royal court was controlled by a council under the king. What happened in the royal chambers is worse on everyone's ears. How could such nonsense have happened? The man didn't know what to say to him. The king ordered Sanson to find those who can't keep their mouths shut. They will continue. They think the prince should be punished. If he does, will Dasan be pleased or what? If he gives this case to the department, he will be questioned and subjected to damages. Would that be enough or what? But that's not what this was about. Touching a king without permission is a serious matter. The king asked Dasan if he was mocking him. Really, is this a comment from the council or just a gratuitous grievance? Well, what do you mean? No reason to be disgruntled. It's inappropriate, and they've been fully committed to serving the royal family with all their care for hundreds of years. The main sadness means precisely because of their concern, rather than solving the smallpox problem, and clung to Yeonsan. Nor from that incident did their dislike of Yeonsan arise. The episode where the prince and king rode horses and then ate meat. Is it not in such important readings that Kengan says that a man's wisdom and virtue is the vessel of his soul? They pondered over his words. The king asked Dasan, is that all there is to it? The man asked him, with permission, to speak. After that he came in a rage and told them to piss off. They all just went silent at that point. Then he repeated once more for them to get lost. The man had already kneeled down and asked to enter their situation. After that, they all started kneeling down and begging for His Majesty to enter their situation. The king just laughed at this point. Right, Chomchin, Chan Masu. It was a position of the second senior rank in the King's Council of State that said, let him say Daesahon's appeal about His Highness the Prince was indeed ill-timed, but not mistaken. The Minister for Taxation, by the name of Lee Chip, was saying that he did have a reasonable basis, with, of course, relatives looking at it officially. He did act outrageously. They understand that Your Highness is not furious right now, but you can't show it so blatantly. They are asking him to understand them, and the Minister of Justice named Sung Chil has asked him to do so, asking him to understand them. The year of the first literary purge was supposed to trample them too. The king wondered about Min Hee. He promised that he would start with him. The next day, Confucius said that the one who can help the poor without defining himself will be of real benefit to the people. But can it then be called help? As we know, the desire and achievement of ordinary people are innumerable and unfathomable, but they are nothing to a noble person. The teacher noticed that there was no way he could concentrate on the lesson. Prince Jinsung changed and said that there was smoke, and the teacher was interested in that too. I think there's something burning at Kim Gum's house. Prince Jinsun asked the teacher. Also had smallpox, but not yet. Prince Jinsun said he should be careful then too. The teacher agreed, for smallpox was not a simple disease at all. It is also called smallpox because it can affect anyone, even royalty. Prince Johnson asked, does the teacher believe that too? Believe you can be cured of smallpox if you worship the spirit of smallpox? The teacher said that is unlikely. The head game player at this point came up with some idea. The prince said he himself knew a way to prevent contracting smallpox. The teacher was very much surprised at this point. Prince Johnson asked if the teacher believed this too. Believed that one could be cured of smallpox by worshipping the spirit of smallpox? The man answered that it was unlikely. Prince Jinsung pondered at this moment. What if? The prince asked. What if we learned a way to prevent contracting smallpox? The teacher was very much surprised at this point. During the reign of King Yongsan, there was still no way to prevent smallpox infection in Joseon. Already from the second half of the 10th century, people wore the clothes of the sick or summoned the body of pus to avoid getting sick. Soon, people were inoculated with smallpox blood virus using pus from the vesicles of smallpox-affected cows. It was better than the previous method, and the mortality rate was lower than that of smallpox itself. But no one in Joseon knew about it. Smallpox inoculation appeared in Britain in the second half of the 18th century, and it was not until the 19th century that Joseon learned about it. Now it is a thing of the past, because it all happened 3 centuries ago. They came to the feudal medicine department. The state of Georgia has passed what it even is, a government agency dedicated to shaping the treatment of subjects. All the books on medicine that can be found in Joseon are kept here. The naked group wondered why no one was here. The teacher explained that everyone had gone to take care of the smallpox patients. The girl asked, did they come to work? Prince Yeonsan greeted and introduced himself as Prince Yeonsan and asked what her name was. The girl at this point threw them though looked at him. She said that this newcomer's name was Jangyum, such a small one already working in the feudal medicine department. Maybe she's a prodigy. It was rookie Janjim. Prince Jinsung was very much surprised that her name was Jangyum. He asked, is she J. Jangyum? Then at night he said hello to her and told her she was the famous one. But she interrupted him and said that she was not Dae Jang I am, but So Jang I am. Dae, older, Jangyum is her sister and she is now in Surrogan and she is So, younger, Jangyum. He was surprised that it wasn't the two who were Jangyum, and said they were so and so known. Don't let her call her that, it's too common a name, she doesn't like it. And the smallpox epidemic, everyone's busy. Why is she sitting here? She was still too young. It would be too dangerous for her to go to the sick now. She wants to help those in need. That's what she came to the medicine department for. It is very frustrating that as a result she can do nothing. It was so commendable. She was such a good girl. Prince Yeonsan told the girl that he could help her. Can she show him where the books that talk about smallpox are here? The girl immediately provided him with a book and said that she was just reading it. It was Chongjin's house. Prince Jinsun was surprised that among so many books there was only one about smallpox. Yes, except for this book nowhere else are they mentioned. It was too little, he said. These are records of smallpox and measles based on the edict of Sejong the Great. If nothing is done, the number of people getting sick will only increase. However, if they could not find a cure for smallpox, Joseon's power would be jeopardized. It was an important issue. Smart hoped the prince could find a cure. Full replied that it didn't say anything about treating smallpox. She also reread it several times and found nothing. This book was created 40 years ago. If they can't find the person who wrote it, they will learn a lot about smallpox treatment. It was a great idea. The man who wrote this book is named Lim Wonjun. Isn't he mistaken? This book was really written by Lim Wonjun. The character said he wasn't mistaken. He said it was the grandfather of the Punwanwi official. Turns out it's Lim Suja's grandfather. Then he should ask Sujaean to provide it to him. The girl asked permission to follow them. Prince Yeonsan said, "Did you get an idea what we asked for? Let him go inside. The Punwanwi official is on the back patio now." The guy greeted them. Prince Jinsun greeted him as well. Prince Jinsun said it was his mentor, a newcomer to the medicine department. He couldn't stop thinking about them. Apparently heard his thoughts and came. Let them choose be Kizan to soothe the soul of one drowning in despair. At this point the girls began to call them to their place. But they knew the prince's tastes well, but did not know them, so they were very worried. But fortunately they came this way. Prince Jinsun didn't understand what her tastes meant. At this moment, he was told that he had a cute face, and his face turned red. Prince Yeonsan said the reason he came is different than usual. It was very important for him to gain knowledge, maybe to meet the official Lim Wonjung. He could fulfill almost any of his requests, but not this one. His grandfather died 3 years ago. Prince Jinsong sighed heavily and said let him rest in peace. However, he knows that all of his deceased grandfather's books are kept by his father. This is his house. The teacher said he would stay here. Prince Jinsung asked why he would not go with them. Lim Sakon and Oim Sunye are rich people. Ordinary subordinates or petty people are hypocritical subjects to them. Perhaps today they will realize why they call them that. Prince Jinsun was very much surprised. The teacher said then he wouldn't see tomorrow, in which case they would go on their own. We'll see. After that, all he had to do was watch as the teacher began to leave. The girl asked the hero if they could find more of Lim Wonjung's writings here. After all, that book was already 40 years old. After that, they went inside. Prince Yeonsan said he wasn't sure, but either way they should at least try. While he doesn't know about vaccination, he can't suggest using pus from pustules and blood to treat people without any medical justification. The master announced that Prince Jinsung has arrived, apologized and said it was rude of him to show up unannounced, but no need to apologize. May this little abode bring glory. They've come to hear about his father's investigations into smallpox. It was said that Don wants to know more about smallpox so that he can do something for His Majesty who is concerned about Shannon's disease. It was for this purpose that he needed information about the official's research. The man simply fell silent at this point. Then he started talking about his father. He was such a brilliant man that he was invited several times to be a member of Samjeongsan. But he, dear to political pressure, was forced to block his father's path to glory. Let it be said, if there is anyone else in this world more irreverent than he. The hero simply remained silent at this point. Prince Jinsun then said that he would make sure that his father got the glory he deserved at least after his death. At that moment, the girl was surprised by something. The man explained that this cabinet contained all the medical books his father had collected. Let her watch while he makes tea. That he'd start here. After that, he picked up a couple of books in his hands. It's been a while. The girl was diligently reading all the information at this moment. Prince Yeonsan has been busy, too. The girl then proceeded to another book. It was already nightfall. Prince Yeonsan was terribly sleepy. Then he noticed that the girl had fallen asleep altogether. Gory left the room at that moment. Then he brought a blanket for the girl. After that, he covered the girl with a blanket. It was already morning. The books were unwrapped. The girl was sleeping very soundly at this point. To her, she woke up abruptly. I was surprised that Gory was still awake. She was actually surprised that he had been up all night. When she woke up, she started apologizing. He said it was nothing. Of course she was tired. Swallow Chest chuckled and said he was done too. The girl asked, well, did he find a prescription for a smallpox cure or what? Prince Jinsun said he had read all the books except this one, which was written in a language he did not know. The girl explained that it was Sanskrit, a Western language. The English family can read it. She replied that she could not, but she thought there would certainly be a rector who could. The man asked if they wanted to borrow the book. Gore said that yes, they don't know, but it may be the one that says how to cure smallpox. The man wondered about smallpox and asked if she thought it could be cured. The girl said that yes, she thought this book might say that smallpox, once contracted, a person could only pray, for it was deadly. However, if you think about it, people engaged in fighting or slaughtering cows never died of smallpox. The man was very much surprised. She asked how she knew that. The girl explained that her father was in the business of slaughtering cattle. Said he went. His spouse met him, and he immediately began to apologize for staying there overnight and not saying anything. The girl asked if he had slept at all, for he looked tired. Asked if she thought there would be an abbot in Wangaksa who could read it. Asked what it was. Answered that it was a book that could be written about the treatment of smallpox. Then Prince Yeonsan just fell off his feet. The girl immediately started calling Doksane to her. At that moment, someone apologized to his son, and said he couldn't go to his graduation. The boy at this point, of course, was crying. He said it's okay. Ceremonies like graduation in high school are no big deal to him. The main thing is to let him recover by the time he graduates. They should take a picture together and eat jjajangmyeon. The girl had fallen asleep. She promised him that. Prince Yeonsan was asleep and through his tears told his mom not to die. His wife, of course, was sitting beside him at this point and noticed it. Then she tucked him in. If he wants meat, let him just say so. He shouldn't go buy it himself. There's no butcher shop nearby. He'll have to walk home, far away. If he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to go. I'm sure he doesn't have much to do. Okay, it's gotta be around here somewhere. That's it. It could be observed that they had plenty of meat. The man was cutting the meat at this point. The Mounties decided to ask. The man immediately asked if they had come for meat. Doksana for some reason immediately became furious. Started asking the men if he knew who this man even was. It was and began to explain Prince Jinsung himself. The men instantly took notice. Prince Jinsong asked, so why do ordinary people always stare at him when they recognize him? Even though he is not a noble, let them not compare him to this assassin. The man fell on his knees and said he had committed a sin by not recognizing him. He deserved to die. The protagonist said it was all right. Let him lift up his head. There was Igor, asking him if he was Janjim's father. The man was very much surprised. That's when someone was playing with the dog. Prince Jinsung said he owes her daughter a debt of gratitude, so he won't touch him either. That's how it is. He sought him out as he wanted to ask some questions. Of course, let him ask anything, because he has smallpox, too. They ask about the blood. The man replies that they are sick too. Most importantly, ask him if he happened to be sick, and the man replied that butchers don't get smallpox at all. Butchers and worse blood, even ghosts shun them. Gory immediately slapped Doksan and told him to stay out of his way. Let him keep playing with the dog. He asked if he had heard of any cases of smallpox infection in cows. A few days ago, smallpox has spread outside the city. Already several people have died from it if I remember correctly. Asked what to do with the selected cows. Mostly their meat is sold at a low price, but people don't really buy it. But that's okay. It's normal for butchers to eat what they couldn't sell. You have to eat to not die. Prince Jinsung thanked and said it was a pleasure to meet him. He said Kum Sok Ri is outside of Tongadiamon. Okay. The heroes promised that next time they'll visit with his daughter. The man was very much surprised from the encounter. Kimsik Ri. The man didn't understand what it was all about. It was necessary in such a case that the borrowed cow should have been infected with smallpox. He shouldn't have borrowed from his master. Now what should they do? What to do? What are they supposed to do? Should they have gone into the field to graze and give milk? If they don't pay the owner back the money for the crown, he'll still get it, whether it be the sale of their house or themselves. He must think of something. Does he wish their daughter to be a slave? Suppose she calms down. Why is she shouting? And he can return this cow to her master or sell it for the same price as a healthy one. The woman was worried and said she couldn't live like this. At this point, the girl recognized someone and called him Brother Watermelon. Asked if this was her house. That's the cow with smallpox on the farm. It was already evening. As it turns out, Prince Yeonsan bought this cow. Doksun was interested. So why did the prince buy a sick cow for so much money? There might be more to him, and even he didn't envision them daring to run it. Either way, he just doesn't realize the value of this cow. She is the real treasure. Prince Jinsung said that this cow would help save quite a few people of Great Joseon. Of course, the cow's appearance was not good. The spouse asked what kind of cow it was. The protagonist replied that he had brought her here because she was a little sick. By the way, can he ask her for something? Here, one of his mentors from the Wangaksa temple still managed to translate this. Prince Jinsun began to read the translation carefully. The spouse said that she would then call him for dinner. The protagonist would be grateful to her. The girl noticed that some strange atmosphere prevailed in the palace with his arrival. At this point, someone was asked who the person had come to see. The girl asked who she was looking for. She doubts that this child came to her. The girl said let her come in. If it's Panma-sama, that person was a prince. The girl told Janjim to take care of her. She has a job in the kitchen. The girl noticed that the mistress was very beautiful. We should probably set a bigger table. We should check. At this moment, she could hear Prince Jinsong greeting Jangyim and saying that she had tried so hard. She would be a father. He then told her to act faster so no one would see. What if after this she gets kicked out of Lekoskovia? It's okay. She's the only smart one here. She won't find out anything. Prince Jinsun had told her at that moment that she should be patient, and of course the girl had misunderstood everything. At this point she opened the window and asked what they were doing here. The protagonist moved when he saw his spouse in front of him. At this point, it appeared that the girl had brought some tools. The spouse asked her husband what it was. At this point, the girl began to read the translation. Suddenly he asked her to find someone who could translate a book written in Sanskrit. Then he brought Caruso, who had smallpox. This time ordered a kid from the agency hatch to fetch some medical instruments. Turns out it's all to develop a way to prevent smallpox. How ashamed she was. She hadn't realized it. Prince Jinsung said it was just a misunderstanding. Prince Yeonsan asked his wife if everything was all right. She was fine, but she was very embarrassed. By the way, are there really ways to prevent smallpox? The main character said that this book says that in Western countries, people wore the clothes of the sick or injected pus from their pustules to avoid contracting smallpox. The protagonist asked his wife if she really believed that smallpox spirits possessed people. Yes, didn't she? From a medical point of view, blaming spirits for infecting people with smallpox is silly. It is not only an unsubstantiated fact, but also completely illogical. They allow this as truth, that there are spirits that infect people with smallpox, and infected families call in shamans to exorcise them. He said that it is said that shamans who are haunted by the spirit of smallpox cannot be infected by them. Is that true? He was completely right. But why was it so? Probably because the shamans gained some sort of power by imprisoning spirits in their work. Prince Yeonsan said he would try to do something similar from now on. The girl was very much surprised when she heard this. To plant a strong spirit in the body of a still healthy person, capable of defeating the spirit of smallpox. The girl pondered on the subject of how the spirit of smallpox could be defeated. Prince Yeonsan said his name is Vaccine. They start by cutting into the pustule. Yeonsan said fine, let him watch to make sure the pus doesn't get on his arm. At this point, the cow, without any emotion, was just standing still. Prince Yeonsan then placed the pus in a vial. The important thing is that they finished. That's how much they got. The girl realized that she had forgotten about dinner. The next day, at that moment, the girl was holding something in her hands. Did the crowd ask, or did you bring medicine that would keep the spirit from dwelling in them? Last night they did something to a cow in the stable. Does it have something to do with this cure or something? Prince Yeonsan said it was related. He said it was a book from the West, and it said that if you inject pus obtained from the pustules of smallpox sick cows into a person's body, that person would not get smallpox. It was a true lie. After saying that, Prince Jinsung looked at Sajime and winked at her. Daxon asked if he was telling the truth. Where is it written? Of course. If he doesn't believe it, let him read it and see for himself. By the way, he's holding the book upside down. So here are some medicines that will help exorcise the spirit of smallpox. Or something like that. Prince Yeonsan started saying this guy doesn't believe in the vaccine. The vaccine got upset. Anyway, why was he creating medicines from the pus of sick animals and not humans? That was highly questionable. Does he not know that in the West they worship Carlos like gods? He was born a real man and works hard to make them fight for their master's name. Why should he live his life worshipping animals like gods? He said that even in Joseon, those who disrespected other people's gods were sinners. But aren't the Shbarians sinners themselves? They eat people. Prince Jinsung said that lately he's been sick of his words. He is having such a hard time communicating with him that he has already forgotten that he is a prince. He starts hitting him, and Daxon in turn starts apologizing. Gory said no one seems to believe what he's saying. Then he'll be the first to try the vaccine. I mean, they know he didn't have smallpox. The protagonist then told Janjim to get started. The girl started pulling out all the supplies. Then she was ready to take the pus. The king said the girl pierced him with that needle several times. The girl started to do it. Of course, Prince Yeonsan was uncomfortable at this point. Everyone watched the process with horror. He said if they repeat, they won't get sick and the epidemic will end. After a few days, a rash will appear on this place. Pus will accumulate, and then a crust will form. When it falls off and leaves a scar that looks like a pimple, it will be a sign of the presence of vaccine in the body, because it is feared by the vaccine, and they do not inhabit the person who has it. Give a mark. Everyone started talking about this method. At that moment, the spouse appeared. She asked that the vaccine be used on her as well. Then let her take off the shigori. But no, she wanted her spouse to do it personally. Naked Breast said that if she doesn't trust her because she's a child, let her remember that she's from the medicine department after all. I mean, she understands that it's the doctor's job to treat, the medication to give out the format, but she'd still prefer her spouse do it. No need to test her, just give her a few shots. In that moment, they understood each other. After a while, the girl was ready for vaccination. She took off her cloak. Prince Jinsung said it hurts a little, so please let her be patient. If her spouse does it, it's fine. Prince Yeonsan said he is now getting down to it. Prince Yeonsan was in the process of asking if she was in too much pain. It's okay, let her continue, please. Prince Yeonsan asked her to tell him if she was in pain. After a while he said he thought that would be enough and thanked me for my patience. At this point the girl stood up and said we have the next one. The two of them were surprised. After a while, the girls began to be vaccinated as well. She, too, endured as best she could. Prince Yeonsan said after a while that everything was ready. The prince asked Janjim if she must have been in a lot of pain, but she said it was nothing like that. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all, even though he wasn't a doctor. At this moment, surprisingly, he looked at the prince's consort. The gentleman reported that a man from the royal secretariat had come. The naked game came out to him, asking what the occasion was that they were here for. At His Majesty's request, he would like him to join him for his evening meal. Prince Yeonsan said he had thought of it. Prince Jinsung told the girl that he was going to visit His Majesty now. Would she escort him to the medicine house? She replied that it would be marvelous. It was told to the spouse that then he went. He would have a meal, his increase, so let him not wait for her. The wife replied that he was careful. Prince Jinsung told Janjim that they were coming. After that, surprisingly, the girl looked at the prince's consort very strangely. The two of them couldn't figure out what was wrong with this kid. The king has been informed that the prince is here. Send him in. The chief came by, said he was here to see him. Great, why is he still standing there? Let him come in and sit down. Afterward, the king asked what was wrong with Prince Yeonsan's face. Prince Yeonsan asked what the issue was. After that, a realization came to the king. He remembered the moment when he dropped the prince's face. The king remembered it immediately and couldn't understand what the hell he had done then. Prince Yeonsan said not to worry. The doctors took good care of him. It looked like it was painful. Comparing his pain to the pain Changnan was feeling right now. The one who was sick or his brother who was suffering from a gastrointestinal illness. He wouldn't say he was in pain. The king asked what about his mom. When her heartache has healed a little, he is going to visit her. Naked Games said that mom is very upset right now, and the illnesses of the prince of the new him tries not to show it. She doesn't want him to worry too much, but he's not blind. The king said he was being punished very carefully, attentive. It is a considerate child like him who should be king. Prince Yeonsan asked what he was saying, not as confident as his brother. Besides, he's healthier now. Healthy, he'll live many, many more years and rule this country until the day he dies. That's the way it should be, even as a king who has no power to save his own child. Prince Yeonsan looked at him simply at this moment. I mean, he has to do what he decided, whether it was confident or not. Of course, at times like this, he must do what he thinks is right. He is, after all, the king. Good. His words give him courage. After that, the table was set. The king said then they would start dinner. The main group wondered what kind of trepidation it was. Forgotten. He would eat it all with gusto. The reason he called him today was Janron, a festival to honor the elderly and observe proper customs. The main games said that his relatives always come to it. Anyway, at this point I just stayed silent. After that, he put down his spoon. The bare breasts were surprised. Ursa, why doesn't he eat by chance? Case. Before he could finish, the king said he didn't. He's so worried, he can't even get a favor down his throat. He asked her if there was anything he couldn't tell her. If it bothers him a lot, let her share it with him and he will keep it a secret. The man just lowered his head at this point. Everyone except the chief eunuch, the court ladies, Kim Yeongsan and the courtier will leave this place. The man in charge began to watch as the man closed the doors. After saying that, the king sighed heavily. He then asked Prince Yeonsan if he might happen to be sick that day. Gora asked, wondering why all of a sudden. He might have tried, but he can't get sick anymore, just because he wanted to. What His Majesty means is that he would like the prince not to come to Janron this year. Prince Yeonsan asked confusedly, why is that? Maybe just do it without asking why. I was very surprised. At this point, he wondered, was it accidental? Then a picture could be seen of the king asking how dare he disobey the king's order. No way. During Janron should it? No. Happen suddenly. This is the year of Kyo, isn't it? Said he remembered he would be sick on the day of the holiday and would stay home. The man thanked him for that. After a while, Prince Yeonsan returned home. He noticed that he had eaten very well. People were clearing the table at this point. The king held the mask and himself in place. The devil's men despise the royal family and the country. Mother's enemy. The day would come when he would do the sword dance for them. Prince Yeonsan didn't know at the time that he caused the gears of history to turn quickly. At this point, the prince was saying that he was proven right. Surprisingly, he only has abscesses where he was stabbed. That's exactly what it was. This is proof that the vaccine will ward off the spirits of smallpox. Daxon reported that they have not finished collecting the pus. So those who have never had smallpox, let them line up. Gore asked what was wrong. He simply went up to the shaman and asked if there was a spirit that drove away the spirit of smallpox, which he called the vaccine. He replied that he had never heard of it or anything like it, and it was the first time everyone else had heard of it, too. Prince Jinsung said he knows who Kim Yeongsan is. This was the court lady who tastes all the food from the king's table before he begins to eat it. That is, tastes all the food from the king's table before he does. Gore asked if he really thought it was cool. Of course, what ordinary person can afford to eat 3 meals a day? He does realize that even if there is poison in the king's food, she still has to taste it to prove its presence. The king himself doesn't believe his food is safe, so he makes her try it first. However, not only him and his consort, but also the newcomer from behind the medicine department had tried the vaccine on themselves, not doubting it one bit. Here dare he continue to believe this black shaman, they him, sir. Instead of being infected, let him get the vaccine now and no longer fear smallpox. The girl sanitized first. At this point, Daxon began to say that he was cold. Prince Yeonsan in turn told him to pretend. That's when Prince Yeonsan pulled out the so-called torture weapon. The prince said it's going to sting a little. Daxon was really struggling at this point. After a while, he was given the vaccine. Did someone ask the vice inspection office? Or did Prince Yeonsan really do such a thing? He's not sure. But there are indeed rumors now that he was abusing the servants. What do you mean he was bullying the servants? He's definitely talking about Jinsun. But the man was sure it was him. How did he do it? He squeezed the needle into each one in turn, several times. The man was interested in the situation, even as the servants cried and moaned in pain. Such a bloodied man never once blinked, continuing to stick the needle into them, even though they are ordinary servants living their insignificant lives. Don't they deserve this suffering? Besides, when they tried to resist, the prince made them sit peacefully. It is said that he did not spare even the youngest servant. The man reflected on the fact that the prince had not spared even the youngest. They can't let him get away with it. That's true, but it's not enough to punish him yet. But this is really too inappropriately cruel. Okay, well, is there anything else you can tell him? It was too obscene. Doesn't even know if it's worth saying what he means in such a case. The prince also mocked even Madam. What did he just say? Is he talking about his consort or what? Yes, he even ordered her to take off her shigori in front of her subordinates to show her naked body. It was so obscene that he can't tell him about it. This man really did it. They know that withholding data is a violation of the inspection law. He must report everything and become a model for all officials. He wants to become someone the king himself can rely on. After that, the prince himself removed the shigori with the lady. Everyone was very much surprised that he filmed himself. It is said that he even made the servants watch him pierce his spouse with a needle. The spouse at this point yelled for him to stop. Where could he have heard such outrageous rumors? It was the women in Daeshon's laundry who were talking about it. I see. So it's not spreading these horrible rumors. As if it wasn't laughable to humiliate the prince and his wife with his mouth. It was unacceptable. Let him wait. The prince's wife is the daughter of Shin Shugung, the king's aide. Could they consider that the prince insulted the daughter of the king's aide with political intent? But that was absurd, right? But there's really no explanation for his bullying. Could it be that while pretending to be good, he is actually a madman who takes pleasure in bullying the weak? The man said he was going to Daecheon, must personally check if the rumors were true. Dadakasana asked them to wait, for they would go together. He will now gather all of them, then let them command. She said goodbye to the prince mentally, for if these rumors turned out to be true, he would be very worried. He was told that there were rumors in their laundry about the prince and needle torturing the servants. That's not what it's about, only not with a needle, but with a big iron pond. It is said that the prince tortured everyone with a bow, piercing their bodies several times. The man asks, are they sure it's true? They say handsome Daxon is still bedridden because of it. They were all begging for them to save their Daxon. It seems that this is the end of the prince. At this moment, in a different place, the king didn't understand what it meant that his younger brother was bullying his servants and his wife. A man who came from Hanyang told them that, it seems to him that the vice inspectorate has heard exaggerated rumors. It's no coincidence that the servants haven't heard that the king is lazy and only has fun all day. If these rumors are unfounded, then there's nothing to worry about. But for now, even the spirits don't know if it's true. But he can't hide it from the king, so he doesn't know if the rumors are true yet. Yes, but he will if he tells him to. Fine, let them perform. The man rose at this point. The king asked what he was already up to. Daesan said it was a noble cause. He knows spirits don't obey the king. The truth must be revealed. The man told him to cut the crap. He carried out the king's orders. The men looked at each other at that moment. It's not a number like what the prince is doing to the servants. Like the fact that they decided to just turn a blind eye to it. Do they really think Yeonsan didn't have a good reason? Right. He believes that for some reason subordinates can be abused by their master. But how good a reason would that reason have to be to make him squat not only over the servants, but over his spouse by sticking a needle in her skin? With all due respect, he won't let them punish Yeonsan. Just let them enlighten him and please let him say the final decision. The king just looked at him sternly at this point. The man said he heard them. Then what did he suggest? Then call the prince and find out from him ourselves. Tomorrow everything is already Janron. We don't want to spoil the pre-holiday mood with conflicts. The prince won't come to the party, so right after the party is over, he asks him to visit them at the palace. If it turns out that he did abuse the servants, then publicly discuss the matter. That should be enough. If he keeps pushing it, there's a risk of losing more than he gains. His grace is immeasurable. The man asked, what immortal grace is there? He just wants to follow the rules. The man agreed with him. They should all research it. They were able to discuss a lot today due to sticking to the rules of communication. We hope that they will stick to them and be able to talk normally. Then the king laughed. Yeonsan decided that he would not punish them with the rules they so loved. That's when people were going somewhere in the middle of the night. Then they stopped. The day has finally come. The king said, "We're getting Kim Gum in the house." Lim Sakon asked, "Or did His Majesty have a good trip?" The man just remained silent. He started to pour something. When he saw Changnan groaning in pain, his heart broke into small pieces. He couldn't go near him. The man was cleaning him up, saying he would be fine. His Highness would be able to meet him again sooner or later. He heard and thought of the cancelled celebration of Yanron. Should he hold a celebration when his child is on the brink of life and death? Wouldn't that upset the prince or make him angry? The king descends to the people of heaven. Life, too, appears by their will. Then he will spend the celebration as heaven wishes. But if the celebration fails, then it means that heaven doesn't exist. After saying that, the man took a drink. The day after tomorrow is the anniversary of his mother's death. Have her tell him what happened that day. That day his father heard the words of the scoundrels criticizing his mother. He stopped him abruptly and told him not to call him that he was not his father. The late king said he could not alone decide on the matter of his mother's banishment and summoned the ministers to discuss it. It was possible to observe this day. Some ministers, including himself, objected to his mother's banishment. However, the next day, she was still banished and all those who opposed her were punished. The man was tied up at this point. The king thought he had acted like cowardly hypocrites. They were interrogated brutally, their bodies were beaten, and their screams could be heard outside the palace. After that, public opinion changed dramatically, and in the end everyone remained a supporter of the king. Only he was against it to the very end, even though it was not at all favorable to him. However, there was an appeal at the time that led some people to support abolition and banishment. He would have been punished by the king for this, but Minhee said in his address that his mother's character was stubborn and extravagant, and since he belittled her virtues by being jealous, it saved him. Even as a young man he had a man who killed people with one word. The king told the man to continue. He soon grew tired of listening to the ravings of his mother's enemies. The day before, he wants to reflect on it carefully. 2 years after his mother's overthrow, the king realized it wasn't enough, whereupon he decided to poison her. He thought that when he died he would become king and his mother would decide to return to the palace and become queen dowager, and he couldn't let that happen. After the king's decision, it was instructed to go for the poison, and they, strangely enough, went as ordered. Lee Sejwa hesitated, unsure if it was the right decision, but Minvi and the others pushed him on. The king listened intently to all this. The man stopped at that moment. The king did not understand and asked why he had stopped. The king was absolutely furious and told the man to lay it all out. His mother's last will and testament was, let her see her baby one last time. When Lee Sejwa realized that he would not be able to carry out the king's orders, he immediately took poison. Bottom line, and mother died, and died a horrible death. The man simply fell silent at this point. The king looked at him and simply remained silent. The man also just looked him in the eye without any emotion. At this point in the afternoon, of course, everyone had fun at the festivities, asking for more alcohol and meat. The festivities were indeed very extravagant. Everyone was having as much fun as they could. The king sat on top, at this point just watching. He had a little smile on his face at this point. The official Lee Sejwoo was told that he had to give a congratulatory speech. His Majesty is inaugurating the festival, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Let him have fun all day long. And the number is truly merciful, cares for the old people and listens to them. He is just and kind. They will bless them for tens of thousands more years, said Minister Lee Sejwa. He does not know whether they observe their courtesy to people, and the one who blesses him for tens of thousands of years will live in the past. But today will sink down, forget all their cares, and eat, drink, and enjoy. The king's mercy is boundless. They asked me to bring alcohol here for Mr. Minhee. The king at this point just sat quietly and drank. They drank to Mr. Minvi's long life, to a long life free of sickness and happiness. The king was smiling and looking at them at this moment. It was very hot that day and someone was asking for air or a breeze. The main thing is that everyone seems to be having a great time at the party. Prince Yeonsan was at that moment trying not to die from the heat. He thought back to Karaji's words when he asked him if it was possible to accidentally get sick that day. Most importantly, I wasn't particularly interested in this feast. Probably didn't even attend it myself. But now it bothers me too that the king told me to stay in the palace. At that moment, someone called out to him. Doksun said some little girl was looking for him, but she was from the family that bought the sick cow last time and also gave him a taste of watermelon. At that moment, the girl ran to him and asked that His Highness save her from her father. Prince Yeonsan recognized Kaden, taking a moment to reprimand her for what she thought of his father. Prince Yeonsan told her to stop sobbing and get to the point. What happened to her father? In the morning her father went to work and she followed him. At that time she was catching a frog. It was too hot outside, so Dad came to sit down for a minute. However, all of a sudden, this Mintek showed up. Prince Yeonsan asked who this is. It is the man her father works for. Doksun said he has heard of him. Prince Jinsung asked, and does he know him? It is an easy spending, no business, city dwelling, one of the famous people called Dirty in the whole Tongadiamond neighborhood. When he saw him, he ran up and shouted why he was lying idle and beat him up. Prince Jinsun couldn't understand why that was so. Her dad replied that it was hot at work so he decided to take a little break, but the man kept hitting him and for lack of people or something like that. Yes. After that Dad fell down but the man didn't stop. Most importantly, Igor asked, is it really true? He continued to beat his father until he lost consciousness. After wrapping him in a burlap cloth, he took him home to Mansokmari. Prince Yeonsan jumped up and asked where the man was. At this point in the festivities, since today is a happy day, he wishes everyone a long life without illness or hardship and to enjoy today. The first assessor of the Council of State let him taste his drink too. He said his favor is boundless. The man also asked that Yenijan, the one, should live in good health and try the drink. Desagan thanked the king for helping him without saying that the White King was limitless. The king looked at him at this point. The man asked what was the matter. The king poured a drink for him at this point. He said something about a secret viceroy, which was a government post during the Joseon dynasty in which a person was ordered by the king to secretly go to villages and keep an eye on the people's lives and local governments. The man said his grace. After that, the king stopped pouring him a drink. He said he wouldn't drink it in one gulp. The man in turn said, why not? After that, he started drinking. Then the king began to walk away. Minister Lee Sejua laughed nervously at this moment. The king looked down at him from above. He remembered the man's account of him at that moment. The king said the liquor bottle was empty. Let him bring a new one. He roughly thanked him, not knowing how to respond to his mercy. He thanked him. The king said he would not drink in a volley. The king grinned dashingly at him at that moment. He said he was so grateful and for today's congratulatory speech that he thought one glass was not enough. Let him accept another. The king suspiciously told the man to drink. Someone at this point asked if Mintek's house was here. Naked said they wouldn't go there. All the people gathered to see what happened there. At this point, they could see the man was ready to continue beating the girl's father. At that moment, he pushed the woman. The girl noticed it immediately and ran to her mom. The man asked how dare she cross him, and what would she start with him now. Let him watch carefully. That's what happens when you don't do your job properly because of laziness. He was ready to hit the man again. At that moment, the prince appeared and asked what the noise was. At this point, the man asked who he was. Doksun was ready to introduce the prince. Prince Yeonsan said he was just visiting a relative whose home is nearby. The man asked whose family he was related to. A gentleman who came to town without even putting on a hat asked whose family. He said he was a member of the Lee family. The man asked again, or was he really a member of the Lee family? Prince Jinsung confidently told him that he was. The man said there was no family like that in the county, or he named the maternal line. Either way, which brought him here. This child told him that her father was being severely beaten by an evil master, and she came to trust his words. He looks very young. Doesn't he think he's being treated too roughly? The man waving his club in front of everyone and saying something rude to him was hilarious. The man asked what his father's name was. Prince Jinsun asked, wondering if he was interested in his father's name. It was not a name that could be easily pronounced. The man became furious and said he was testing his patience. What is he going to do to him? Bang him with a stick or something? Prince Jinsun had heard that he was famous for his temper, so why hadn't he vented his anger on him yet? Just after saying those words, Mintake hit him with all his might. Doksane and everyone else were very much surprised. Surprisingly, Prince Jinsong stopped the servant at this moment, tightened up the main game just by laughing. He just hit him. He should always know what he's doing. How dare he fool around with him? He said he was right. He should know what he was doing. Today he's teaching him manners. Where is his mother's house? Naked Rat said he didn't know anything about the world on his mother's side. He can tell him about his father's. Great. He should visit his father and complain to him about him. Where is his house? He lives in the king's house. Prince Yeonsan said at the king's house. At that moment, Prince Jinsong turned to Doksun and he called her a great prince. The man didn't realize it. Prince Jinsun asked, "What happens to those who dare to hit a member of the royal family?" He doesn't know. There were no such abnormal people in their lands before. This can't be true. And how dare he be called a member of the royal family? Have them report to Padakion quickly. Prince Jinsung doesn't mind it all being reported to Padashan. It benefits him, not the man. Of course, the man was still furious with the guy. Prince Jinsung says he's fine, and Doksun has him go to the hospital and call the doctors and tell them there's a hit and run here. But he can't leave the prince alone. When Prince Jinsong yelled at him, he immediately started running. After that, the man looked at him and started. This is the moment in the celebration. The king was asked, or he called out to them. He greeted the minister and the chief minister. Let them sit next to him. He'd like to have a drink with them. He is very appreciative of the drink in question, so he wants to share it with them without thanking them. The king asked if Luster could drink. He said that alcohol was not well tolerated, but when else would he get a chance to experience a drink than today? He asked to accept his apology. It's good alcohol, so he asks to drink it. Here, fine, let him drink. The chief minister seems to have a pretty good tolerance for alcohol. It is not easy, but he is very glad that now he has a chance to have a drink with His Highness. The king laughed and said he was simply the best among the best. That was commendable. The king asked what it was. He wants to apologize. He went too far the other day. The king asked, is he talking about what happened to Prince Ginnison? He laughed out loud afterward. He turned to the chief minister and put his hand on his shoulder. Wonderful that they were now talking to him and having a drink with him. Of course it was wonderful. The king said if he could ask him something. Why is he apologizing to him and not for what happened to his mother? After that, the minister started running away. Then he latched on. Then the goose began to fall post-stump. After that, people couldn't understand what those screams were. Everyone was wondering what this mess was all about. What happened in there? Did someone fall down the stairs? The minister was lying on the floor at this point. Of course, everyone immediately noticed him and started walking up to him. The king then wanted to address the chief minister. Of course, the man was very much at this point. The man said that he was not in vain, he always needed to learn something so that the courtiers would not mock him. So he asks him, is the one who spilled the king's drink, then laid his filthy hands on it, worthy of punishment or what? He thinks that this is a very vulgar act that could not have been done by an adequate person. The chief minister was always right. A truthful minister once said that even if someone is a member of the royal family, touching the king with your hands is not allowed. It shouldn't be that way. The man, of course, passed at this point. Didn't all the courtiers say the same thing? Or is he wrong? He realized something from their conversations. And now that such a thing had been done by the people's minister, what should he do with it? The king went down to the minister. Everyone was very anxious and looked at the king. Let him say something if he's not mute. Desagong, Lee Zagung, began to apologize to the Highness. His Highness' anger is incredibly frightening to him, but according to the rules, the king is supposed to be kind and lenient. Maybe he'll test his leniency this time. The man turned around and looked at him at that moment. Then the king became enraged. His father and mother forced him to drink a deadly poison. She was looking at him at this point very unafraid, all just because she left a scar on his face. Perhaps he is saying to forgive Lee Sejua because he was drunk at the time of the incident. They apologized again. There is truth in that. But then the king grabbed his sword. He said he would then be forgiven if he accidentally killed him because he was drunk. They begged to be spared. The previous king often executed with his courtiers if he thought it necessary. That's when the king tossed the table into the air, then threw them at the courtiers. Why are they always telling him to act like the last king? Why do they want him to copy every action of the previous king? Maybe because the previous king constantly asked their opinion on everything. I was once told of him that his mother deserved to be executed. Now let them tell him again and unanimously. Does he who dares to touch the king's body deserve punishment? Everyone was silent at this point. The man apologized and said it was different. The minister did not agree to drink alcohol with His Highness. He forced him to do so. So his actions cannot be considered criminal. They were pathetic cowards who abruptly changed their minds. He was an honest king, so he should settle this matter legally. for spilling on him and touching him. Lee Sejwa sentences him to banishment. Moreover, we need not yet discuss the inability of Mr. Minvi, who must admit the mistake of his fellow minister. The man was very strong in this situation. The king said that was it. A heavy downpour has begun. The king announces the end of the festival. Let everyone leave. After that, the king began to leave. There was dead silence, or one could hear the rain falling. The king stuck his sword into the minister's headdress. The protagonist at this point was sitting incomprehensibly. What a heavy rain. Looks like it's going to get cooler soon. At this point, someone told him that he looked too calm for an arrestee. At this moment, he saw Jangyum. Let him look at himself. What happened to him? Bear asked what happened to that battered man. His life is not in any danger. She doesn't think he has any fractures. There was great relief for Prince Jinsun. What do you mean relief? He was thrown into the dungeon. The girl motioned for him to come closer. He's kind of a great prince, leaving with a cut nose and a battered face, and that was right. At that moment she touched his wound, then held out her hand. The guard said you can't have close contact with prisoners. The girl became furious, started asking what she had done. This is how she treats her patient. There is no need to be so strict. She then said she had things to do. She had to go, and he no longer let it blow up. Blow. Well, let him be careful and in the rain. That's when she started to walk away, and she said that Doksun had already left the hospital and went home. Soon everyone will know he's a prince, so don't worry. The head friend thanked the girl. She walked out of the building. She stood under the porch, sheltering from the rain, and sighed heavily, then extended her finger. She looked closely behind him. Then she put her finger to her mouth. She was paying attention to something. Then the girl quickly ran somewhere. At that moment the one asked, or did he call himself a prince? Who had snitched on him? It was Min Taek from Jeomseokli. The man immediately recognized him. They can't do anything to him because he's from the Min family. Who's so bold as to call himself a prince? He was wearing the simple clothes of a smart family. There were no distinctive marks of the royal family. He wasn't thrown into the dungeon. It was a great job, but something struck him as odd. He was overly confident that they would arrest him. Perhaps he really was a prince, but the man thought he was just crazy. What if she has connections to court people? The man at this point turned to him. Let him watch his language. Who is he to make such an assumption? The man was sure he was just crazy. Only a madman would so boldly claim to be a prince. At that moment, the gentleman was told that people from Sungyungwon, the best university of the Joseon-era, had come to see him. A man came out and asked what brought them here. The man introduced himself and said his name was Lee Jonggung, and he had heard that Prince Jinsong was here. The man was very much frightened when he heard that Grand Prince Jinsong was here. The downpour continued. The man didn't understand why it had rained so abruptly. Minister No Gonail asked permission to question him. A second state council assessor named Lee Junkying said they had no choice as it was the king's order. Then they opened the door to some room. The man thanked His Highness. The instruments of torture were already ready. The minister decided they shouldn't torture him. He had never met a man of such high status before. This minister had trained the previous king. They decided to interrogate him and bring him to his senses. The minister had a desire to admonish him and persuade him to come to his senses. The man said he couldn't wake up because he was too drunk and offered to splash him, but not with water. At that instant they began to draw water. The man told the other to hold it, but the man asked why he should do so and suggested that he was obliged to pour the water himself as he did not know the rules. The man noted that he was 2 months older than the man, senior, took over that responsibility. The man asked that they give water to him. After a while, he poured water on the man. Afterward, he was asked if the man was awake. He did not realize where he was and was told he was in state court. It was confirmed. His Highness considered him a criminal. The man began to excuse himself, expressing his sympathy, and at that moment the minister noticed the second assessor and was surprised. During the festival, Lee Sejwa dared to spill the drink given to him by the king. However, it was not enough. He also touched the king's body. The chair asked if he remembered that moment. The man held on tightly after that question. They concluded that he could not drink and began to discuss the causes and consequences. The man objected that he had committed no crime, but remained where he was. Although it was an order from the king, the monarch couldn't just get rid of the Minister of Nations for a single mistake. The man began to cry and turned to the gentleman. He said he hoped for the Lord, and asked him not to worry so much, but to speak to His Highness. The prince's consort was looking outside at this moment. It was said that a boy, a future great prince, was here. At this point, he called out to them. It was reported that the great prince was coming. The protagonist greeted his favorite teacher. His wife immediately approached him and asked if he was okay. The protagonist apologized for the disturbance and offered to go inside. As she was soaking wet, the protagonist apologized to the teacher for the inconvenience, and the teacher noted that he left suddenly and was expected. At that moment, the men fell to their knees and began apologizing to the great prince for the mistake. The protagonist said it was all right, they were just doing their job. He expressed surprise that he could have been so misunderstood, since the principles of the arrest were related to him, and promised to look into it. The main character told them not to worry, noting that he didn't feel that bad in the dungeon and it was an interesting experience. His spouse noticed his scars at that moment and asked where they came from. The protagonist replied with a smile that he had been punched. In that instant, they both looked back, but it turned out to be misunderstood. After seriously questioning Lee Sejwa, they carefully analyzed his answers and pondered the situation. Accepted the fact that, despite his inability to drink, he could not refuse a royal order. Since he continued to drink throughout the festival, it was decided that he had made a mistake without fully realizing it. The king asked if his mistake was due to the fact that he was drunk. The answer was confirmed. He then asked if this was the result of an interrogation. They apologized to His Highness, explaining that the interrogation had been conducted in accordance with all the rules, and pointed out the importance of discipline. It was emphasized that no one heard complaints or pretenses, and said that the prince must prove that it was he who had touched the king. The minister expressed regret, noting that gossip often exaggerates events. They forced to punish the prince, but emphasized that the touching could have been explained by a state of intoxication, making the situation absurd. In that instant, no one dared to reply anything. The king asked if he was the only one laughing, or if they thought he was a buffoon. After that, everyone bowed before him. Court Yun Pilson asked if he thought he had become like this after an event that happened in the year of the Black Tiger. The minister admitted that he was shocked after such a question and asked why he did not apologize for what happened to his mother. It is true. The minister was one of those involved in the poisoning. We need to slow down for now so we don't cause more problems. Have them tell him that. After he said that, it was clear that this case was more serious than the prince case. The king looked sternly at the minister. The second man said he thought so too and pleaded guilty to what happened. Another courtier agreed, noting that Lee Sejwa had acted more disrespectfully than the prince, and they were trying to justify his experience since he was their mentor. Someone exclaimed, "What a bunch of idiots! If only they would keep their mouths shut like Minhee." Now that they began to think rationally, the situation was no longer chaotic. It gave them hope for a great future. They were told that they had been brought to their senses, emphasizing the gravity of the crime committed by Lee Sejwa. If that's the case, can the king not be ceremonious? Although Lee Sejwa holds high office, his crimes are still significant. Therefore, he should be stripped of his ministerial position. Should we discuss Chief Minister Minhee's misconduct and decide whether he is worthy of his position? Let them apologize. But if all the courtiers are punished at once, the people will lose faith in them. People may question the fairness of authority. The king realized he was at a disadvantage. He asked what happened and why it happened so late. He then suggested that a meeting be called. Everyone realized something was wrong. They were concerned about the fate of the people, and decided that it was necessary to find out how the country could exist if the king did all the work alone. The king replied that this has not yet been confirmed, but Prince Yeonsan was charged with assault. The king asked if he was sure of that. The man apologized but confirmed that Prince Jinsung was arrested for assault. The king questioned how this could have happened. While the events with the chief inspector are important, the arrest of the prince is far more significant. The prince's use of his status was inexcusable. The king said he'll deal with it later, but it's too early to draw definitive conclusions. Could he have waited for the people's opinion of the royal family? If he wants to discuss the opinion of the people, the issue with Minhee must be resolved first. Besides, the king doesn't believe that the prince could have done something like that. The king became furious after that. His Highness was informed of Park Young's arrival from the administrative agency. The king said to report the situation. Park Young was the mediator. The king asked where the great prince was. Let him explain what happened and get to the point. The king looked at him silently and sternly at this moment. He was then informed that the grand prince was not the attacker, but the victim of the attack. After this, the king was amazed and angry. The ministers looked at each other. The king became even more enraged at that moment. After that, he decided what a man should do. He demanded to be told everything in great detail. The protagonist asked if everything happened during the festival. Perhaps they are now discussing how to punish the minister. The protagonist wondered if this was the king's way of avenging his mother. It's weird, because it's not the year of the blue rat. Why did it happen so fast? The teacher admitted to being bothered by the question. Recently, one verse was distributed to all classrooms. Have they already read this verse of the king? Have them bring it here quickly. This verse is called laundry. The verse does have to do with laundry, but what is it about? The prince's wife claimed that the author of this poem was simply insane. The teacher agreed with her and asked her if it frightened her. After he read this poem, he had a desire to get rid of the corrupt courtiers. If he is not mistaken, this is only the beginning. The main character didn't understand why they took the verse completely differently than it was written and why they were frightened by the laundry verse. They all fundamentally misunderstood it. The teacher stated that it looked like things were about to get bloody. The protagonist tried to prevent the terrible events, but only accelerated their appearance. If it's not stopped, the thing he fears most will happen. A youthful force will seize power. One of its representatives will become the next king, and he will have to part with his wife. He shouldn't let that happen. The protagonist said he needed to meet His Majesty right now. Did the prince just want to help that child's father, or was it something else? The man confirmed that this is exactly what happened. The prince expressed his displeasure that Mintek was beating the man as his slave, but the man refused to listen to him. The king told the man to stop as he had heard enough. At that same second, he turned to the counselor. The counselor said that if the opinion of the people was being discussed, the issues concerning the royal family should be addressed first. The man agreed with that. He then turned to the second counselor. The second counselor noted that the case of the Grand Prince is far more important than that of Minhee and reiterated that such behavior is inexcusable. Everyone confirmed with one voice that this was the case. The king asked if the townsmen could be forgiven for attacking the prince. In that instant there was dead silence. Everyone was silent and afraid to utter a word. The king said they listened to him. He declared that he himself would punish those responsible, and ordered Mintek, his servants, children, and wife to be brought to him. The king then began to walk away, telling everyone to get out of his way. He then aggressively opened the door with his foot. Everyone was extremely tense at this moment. On top of that, the door started to fall. The king promptly went somewhere else. After a while they came to some house. His Highness was informed that Prince Jinsun was waiting for him. The king said he wanted to meet him despite the late hour, asking with a smile if that was true. The prince was asked if he had just come out of the dungeon. The prince realized that he had already heard about it. The king noted that he had heard about his troubles, but hoped he was not in pain right now. However, the king said he had nothing more to add on the subject. The king emphasized that the prince had done nothing wrong and praised him for standing up for a victim of violence. He added that it looked like the prince had been badly hurt. The protagonist noted with a smile that he wasn't hurt that much, but it was Mintek's servants who were hurt the most, with scars all over their bodies. The king turned to the young man at that moment. The protagonist asked what happened. The king inquired if the protagonist trusted him. The prince replied that of course he trusted him. The king asked why. The protagonist replied that it was probably because they were family. After that, they both laughed, looked at each other, and the protagonist asked if the king trusted him. The king fell silent with astonishment, but after some time of silence confidently said she trusted him. The protagonist asked, "If you can't trust your family, who else can you trust?" The king agreed with the prince. Afterward he turned to his brother. The man asked what he thought of the family. The protagonist replied that family is what holds him back. At times when he is weak, only family can keep him from despair. At times when he is strong, family is able to keep him from unnecessary pride. After that, the protagonist began to remove the band-aid from his nose. The protagonist said that he also wanted to restrain the king so that his brother would always know that he was not alone, and so that he would not lose heart. The king listened intently to his words and looked at him. He wept and thanked his brother. The protagonist noticed the tears on his face. After that, the king burst into tears. The man then ran to the great prince, but he was abruptly stopped and told to be quiet. The protagonist embraced the king at this moment. A touching moment arose between them. At this moment, people were standing outside the house. The prince's wife noticed something. The main character came out to her and asked if they were waiting for him. The consort inquired if he had had a good talk with His Majesty. He replied that His Majesty would be all right. It was rainy and cold now, and he should have stayed home instead of going with her. However, she was afraid he would be arrested again. He had already taken off the bandage, but the scratch still hadn't healed. It seemed that the rain would soon end and it would be safe to walk. Candles were burning in the king's room. The king took his mask again and looked at it. His gaze was glassy and cold. A man came in to see him and told His Highness that he had been informed of the preparations for the interrogation. The king said to tell him that he would come soon. Afterward, the man continued to observe the mask. His gaze changed and he noticed something. Then he laughed ominously. After a while, he started walking somewhere. Of course, he was accompanied by servants. At this time a fire was burning elsewhere. It was reported that the king was coming. The man at this moment was very nervous and trembling. King was provided with the defendant's document. The king told the defendant to raise his head. The man raised his head and introduced himself as Mintake from Jeomseok Lee. He stated that this is a total misunderstanding. The king asked how dare he call the attack on the prince a misunderstanding. The man tried to explain himself, but the king ordered him to be silent and told him to bring witnesses. At that moment, witnesses began to be brought in. King asked if they had twisted the man and beaten him. The witnesses looked at Mintek at this moment. The king asked if he had a drink for them to answer his question. The witnesses explained that they were doing what their master ordered them to do. When the man tried to object, the king told the defendant to shut up. They said the owner was having a bad day. He just wanted to settle down at home and clean up. Understanding their host's mood, they tried not to cause trouble in the house, so he decided to get even on someone outside the house. They thought the master would leave them alone, but soon he brought a man and ordered him to be punished. They beat him until he was unconscious. Or did they? He was already beaten before he was brought to them. They were about to twist him up and start beating him, but his wife ran up to them and begged them to leave him alone. As they began beating him, a young man appeared in the yard. The king asked if they knew he was the Grand Prince. The man swore he didn't know and said he was from the Lee family who lived in the palace. The great prince wouldn't put up with beating up a man and decided to save him. Was that why Mintake attacked him? The man wept and said it was a misunderstanding and begged the king to have mercy on him. He thought that this strange young man had just lied to him about being a prince. The man was sure he hadn't done anything and was just being blamed for it. The man asked if it was true and the man asked him to be quiet. The king asked what they had going on. The man nervously turned around and looked at the king at this moment. The king asked if he was deaf. It was then explained that the defendant Min Taek and the chief minister were members of the same family. The king clarified whether this was true and asked whether it was referring to Mintake and Minhee. After that, the king laughed loudly. Mintake didn't understand what was wrong. King then began to descend on the defendant. The king asked if he and Minhee belonged to the same family. The man confirmed that it was. The king asked why he hadn't reported it sooner. The king said he would punish him. Mintake was even more frightened than before. The king declared that the state judges must do his bidding. He ordered the immediate arrest of Chief Minister Minhai. In Sunnyugwan at this time, some people were discussing the guy, as they had heard a little about him. Someone heard something completely different, and the teacher was walking down the street at that moment. He was very serious and thinking about something. The teacher didn't know what happened at the festival that made the sect keep everyone in fear. The courtiers wanted to sacrifice Lee Sejua and keep the situation quiet. However, the king's anger did not end there. He was now ready to grab the chief minister and vent his anger on him. The courtiers believed that only the chief minister knew how to restrain the king. Everything changed after the attack on Prince Yeonsan. How can a country exist if the king alone does all the work? The courtiers believed that the prince was generally underestimated and tried to focus on this event. However, it turned out that the Grand Prince was the victim of an attack. Of course, the king was furious when he heard the news, but the situation changed dramatically when it was revealed that Prince was the victim, not the attacker. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that Mintake and Minhee happened to be members of the same family. The king had a good chance to punish the chief minister. The teacher went somewhere at that moment. He lifted his head and looked up at the sky. In the sky, he saw a flock of birds flying somewhere. The door was open. Will there be much bloodshed again in the year of the yellow horse? All residents of Jeomseok Lee were told to be careful. If someone has previously been abused by Mintake, they should come forward. Someone claimed to have seen all his servants taken away. Previously, they had reported his atrocities on a daily basis, but nothing happened. Was there any point in talking about it now? It was obvious that tomorrow he would severely punish those who had denounced him. The king learned of Mintake's atrocities on the people of Jeomseok Lee and decided to punish him for all his sins. Even 1,000 years of imprisonment won't redeem him, but let everyone fall in line. The king continued to rage at this point. Mintake said it wasn't his fault and thought it was unfair. People from the city came forward as witnesses in the case, and the atrocities turned out to be true. King said that according to reports from numerous victims, Mintek caused many women to lose their virginity and suffer his abuse. How could it be that such blatant atrocities were being committed within the kingdom and no one knew about it? Everyone was silent at this moment. The king told everyone to listen to him. If any of them have received assistance from Mintek, have them come out here. If they have something to say against the pain the people of the city have experienced, let them speak out. They always told him that you can't ignore the suffering of ordinary people, that you have to care for them, dispose their hearts to you and love everyone. But it was only now that he realized it. Everything they had taught him for 10 years turned out to be nothing more than words from textbooks. Let them listen to him carefully. He had heard many times how people's complaints went unnoticed and the complainants themselves suffered beatings. Let them bring in anyone who worked for an administrative agency and reported to Mintek. The man apologized, saying it's been years and digging into the past could cause wounds to victims. If they couldn't arrest Mintek because of Minhee's influence, that means they are incapable of holding administrative positions. The man was frightened at this moment. The king ordered the arrest of Agent Park Ian. Let them listen to him carefully. Anyone who shows bias, engages in cover-up, concealment or falsification will be punished. He was informed that the chief minister had arrived. The king asked why the chief minister was appointed and became a criminal at the same time. He ordered that Mintek be thrown into the dungeon and Minhee be brought in. He also asked for a visit. After a while, Mintek was thrown into the dungeon. The man didn't understand who it was or why the captain was here. He was told to be quiet as they were here because of him. At this point he saw the agent and asked what was wrong. Mintek apologized and claimed it was all because of him. He didn't think it was all his fault. At this point, the man began to approach them. He walked very slowly and respectfully. The king, of course, was waiting for him at this moment. Then the man stopped. He looked sternly at the king. He continued to stare at the king at this moment. The king said it was not proper for a criminal to sit down when the man wanted to sit down. The king told the man to kneel down. He ended up taking a knee, even though it was forced. The king laughed harshly at this moment. The chief minister heard that the king was looking for him. The king asked if he knew who was now in the dungeon. The one replied that the minister was sitting there. Afterward, the king reported that a member of his family is now there as well. The man was getting nervous. The king specified that Mintek, the son of his third cousin, was in the dungeon. Are family members supposed to be responsible for each other's sins? The king said that Mintek hit the prince. The man was extremely surprised at this point. Not only did Mintek hit the prince, but he also bullied people for a long time. Isn't he a criminal? If that's true, he'll have to go along with it. The king asked if he was trying to prosecute him for something he didn't do. Now state judges can speak out about his relatives' crimes. The defendant Mintek enjoyed his kinship with the chief minister for 10 years. He embezzled food, inflated taxes and stole gold. He abused 2 married women last year, which is shameful to even talk about. It wasn't enough. He also bullied people. Mintek punched Prince for trying to protect an innocent resident from being beaten. Countless residents have reported similar crimes and asked the court to punish the defendant. The king smiled sinisterly and looked at the chief minister in that instant. The man was, of course, anxious and nervous at this point. The atmosphere was getting hotter by the second. The king said he wanted to ask him a question. His relative Mintek's crimes are extremely serious. He thinks it's fair to punish him for attacking the prince. Did his family originally have respect for the royal family, or is he so neglectful of it that he allows such behavior? The chief minister began to assure that he had always respected the royal family. The king asked if it was true. If he truly respected the king, how would he explain Mintek's sins? The man said it was his fault. Would he have kept in touch with him if he had known about his terrible actions? The king clarified if he did not know that his relative was a criminal. How could he not know that a member of his family had been committing crimes in the city for 10 years straight? Is he a reclusive priest? He trained him to rule the people, yet his relative was wreaking havoc among the residents. The man was unable to answer anything at this point. The king recalled that he has been in power for 10 years now. All this time he was trying to be a better king because he was told that a ruler should look out for the good of the people. He was taught that the right way of thinking and acting of the king was the key to the prosperity of the nation. But what happened in the end? Let them look at what is happening. For the people are not living comfortably. Mintek's atrocities during these 10 years were known not only to the locals but also to other provinces. Why did they keep quiet about it? Because their knowledge only serves the upper-class people. Didn't they tell him not to leave the palace and listen to their lectures? Didn't they assure him that he would be able to rule the country properly only by following their rules? Didn't they claim that the people would prosper as long as they followed their instructions? Then why did Kadin turn to the prince for help and not officials? Let them explain why this child, faced with arbitrary behavior, did not trust them but believed the prince. At this point, the man bowed his head and confessed that he had failed the king. The king laughed coldly at this moment. He stated that to the people they are just as much criminals. He asked the defendant a question. Is it true that he did not know about Mintek's crimes? The chief minister swore he knew nothing. King asked if he was trying to use his authority to cover up a relative's crimes. The man replied that he had never done so. He also claimed that he had not heard about the Mintek atrocities. The chief minister assured that he knew nothing. Then the king asked if he was interested in the lives of ordinary people. As he had been taught, did he know how the common people in the city lived? The man fell silent at this point. The king asked if he had ever tried to help these people. Was he helping someone like the prince did? Did he do anything for them? The chief minister continued to remain silent at this point. The king realized what he had been taught all these years. He told everyone to listen carefully. The defendant refuses to answer his questions, so let them prepare him for torture. Everyone was extremely surprised by this decision of the king. The king asked what they were waiting for. Let them carry out the order. At this point, a man approached him from behind and apologized, but stated that he had something to say. He recalled that the torture of the courtier would be recorded in the annals. He asked if the king really intended to torture him. The king turned to his chief servant. He asked how the Etopus would describe if he decided to torture Minhee. The requirements for annals are very strict and there may be negative consequences. King asked if the sins were proven and if he was afraid of the records or something else. The man replied that he fears not for his image before future generations, but for the lives of his people in the present. The king ordered the torture to begin. Started a fire at this point. The fire was presented right in front of the chief minister. The king, of course, sat quietly and watched. He looked sternly at the minister across the fire. At that time, the great Prince Hemonzo, who was associated with the hospital in Joseon, came. The courtiers greeted him and apologized for the inconvenience. At that moment, Kadin noticed the prince, and he was surprised to see her here. The protagonist approached the man and asked how he was feeling. The man, a grown man, greeted the prince with respect. The man said that the prince had saved his life twice, and he didn't know how to express his gratitude. The protagonist replied that there was no need to thank, but rather to recover as quickly as possible. The prince brought sweet rice and offered treats. The protagonist asked where Jang Im was, as he had brought something for her as well. He was told that she had not been seen today. The prince couldn't understand how she dared to miss this event. At this point, something was burning on the property. The doors slowly opened. Janjim came out of the house. She asked if everything had been burned. She was told that the bedding and pillows still needed to be burned. The girl retreated farther away at this point. Then she stepped cautiously into the room. After that, she opened the door. She started looking for something quickly. At that moment, someone asked who was here. The girl paid attention to the voice, turned to her right and noticed someone was there. In the meantime, there was meat roasting somewhere. Elsewhere, instruments of torture were being prepared. The chief minister was shouting very loudly at this point. The king, looking at the roasting meat, said not to roast it too much. He ordered to continue. The man continued to scream loudly in pain. He noticed that he had been here since last night, and he felt like he was going to die of exhaustion. He was beginning to feel nauseous at the smell of meat, as if they were being roasted with him. The man asked what to do, for the perpetrator had lost consciousness. The king asked if that was it or not. He ordered the defendant locked up until he regained consciousness. I think it's time to take a break, the king said, reminding him of a forgotten important matter. He said there was no need to discuss what had happened any further with the Grand Prince. But they had not finished talking about the Lee Sejwa case yesterday. The king said that Lee Sejwa was a courtier, and his words were confirmed. After all this, he pondered and came to the conclusion that it was not only Minister Lee Sejwa's fault. The king clarified what he meant. Perhaps the minister hates him, but let him look at the case of Mintek. A courtier dares to attack a member of the royal family. Wouldn't the people think that the authority of the royal family is low? How about we exile the minister to Yeonsan? Then people will see what happens to those who disrespect the royal family. The man asked if the protagonist was really referring to Yeonsan. Yeonsan is located in North Korea. This is Hamgyong Province, Yeonsan City. The king grinned and asked if they thought he would send him to Anyang to bask in the spring sun. Why was everyone silent? Didn't they tell him that the king should follow the rules even with courtiers? If they think he is unjust, let them tell him so. The man apologized, but reminded him that it was very dangerous in Onsona. The king asked if that meant he was being unfair. The minister looked away and said he was no longer young, so he didn't talk about it. What was he thinking? The king said that since the minister put it that way, he would agree with him. The minister immediately breathed out a sigh of relief. The king added that he would think about it as Lee Sejwa had done a lot for their country and sending him to Onsung would be excessive. How wonderful it is when a king and his courtiers work together to decide the fate of an entire nation. The king asked if everything was right with the ambassador. The man agreed with him. He noted that his job is not to supervise for advice. Although he is modest, he definitely has talent. The king wondered why the man had never once commented on the event. The man was getting nervous at this point. He said his lack of knowledge was to blame and asked to be trained. Mintek bullied the people for 10 years. Even the people of neighboring lands knew about his atrocities. Why didn't the minister hear about it? If he didn't know about it, does that mean he is failing in his duties? Should he be punished for this as well? The man at this point began to cry. All the other courtiers were also breathing heavily. The king remained silent, only watching them. He said they were probably tired, and let them go back to rest, for they had been up all night. The king himself should rest too. The rain ended and the weather turned beautiful. At this point in time, elsewhere, a group of girls were going somewhere. Among them was the queen. The king was walking towards her at that moment. He turned to the queen and said he was delayed. The queen remained silent at this point. She said she heard shouting in the palace and asked if he wanted to repeat the events of the brown horse. The king was silent at this point. He said he had done what he had to do. The queen asked if he was heading to the concubine's chambers of Jan Noksu. The king replied that it was none of her business. They say his mother often quarreled with the previous king over his constant visits to his concubines. The king told her not to dare speak of his mother. He added that she left a scar on the past king's face. If the queen says one more word, the king stated that he would not want to leave her alone, even though she was a queen. The woman turned around and looked at him at that moment. She asked if she kicked out Jan's concubine out of jealousy. Would he strip her of her status as queen? The king came to a rage and was surprised at her words. The queen asked if she scarred his face. Would she also be punished? Doesn't he think their poor children left them because she repeated her mistake? The king was still very surprised. At that moment, the king abruptly turned around and began to walk away. The queen asked if that was why he didn't want to see her anymore. She said she didn't even know when they would see each other next. She added that if he harms others, it will boomerang back to him and it is better to help others instead of harming. She asked to do it for the sake of their surviving children or for the sake of Chan Yin, who is suffering while bedridden. The king said that to him all the people of his country are his children. He's willing to get his hands dirty with blood for his people. At this point in time, elsewhere, His Highness has been informed that the Grand Prince has arrived. The king has ordered him to invite him to his house. The protagonist said he came to see him. The concubine said they were waiting for him. The king asked what news he brought. Right now, everyone in town is discussing Mintek's punishment. This was expected, as the man had kept everyone in fear for 10 years, and there are probably many more people like him to come. It's safe to say that there are plenty of bastards like that in Joseon. Didn't he know about it even though it was happening right in front of his eyes? The problem is not that such people are being dealt with, but that officials refuse to punish them. Therefore, the people need the ability to punish officials. The protagonist asked what they were going to do. The concubine asked if he was really going to continue talking about such boring and complicated matters. In fact, he's interested in the rumors about him, but the king told her to keep quiet. The protagonist didn't understand the rumors about him. She thought he was too young for such discussions. The king said there were rumors that he abused his servants with strange and cruel methods. The protagonist didn't understand what bullying meant or what strange methods were. The king didn't know how to mention it, but the concubine began to say that he was taking too long to gather his thoughts. It was easier to say that in reality they heard how he lined up all his servants, took off their shirts and stabbed them repeatedly with a large needle. And while they suffered wild pain and humiliation, he took pleasure in it. She had never heard of a more depraved and cruel man. The king passed or he acted. The protagonist did not realize it was at once a depraved game. While it was true that he was making plans by taking off his shirts and poking them with a needle, he wanted to check something out. with his services, his way, with everyone. Why not? Thinks he's a pervert? Then have him tell him what he wanted to do. Even if everyone blames him and he will still support him. Does he remember what he told him about the importance of family? The protagonist gathered his thoughts. Although she and he have different mothers, they share the same blood, so let her tell him what happened. Before he starts telling it, he has to introduce them to the person there. The king asked who, and the girl at that moment asked if he wanted to become like the one who taught him such games. The main character understood why they kept thinking along those lines. She apologized. She just thought he got cute when he was angry. In this moment in another place, Janjim was kneeling in front of someone. She was told that she was now studying at Hemonzo and preparing to become a doctor in the future. The king is at such a young age. The main character said that he and she were studying ways to get rid of smallpox. Hence the rumors that he was torturing his servants. The king marveled that he was looking for ways to get rid of smallpox. So it means that he knows how to save the sick. The protagonist said it was so. The main character asked the girl. She could explain everything to them. She said yes. After that, she started pulling out books. Hemonzo. The girl asked, was that it? They didn't understand why Janjim had closed that door. How'd I know? Foreign. And her eldest pashut like a damned. And she herself is nowhere to be found. That ours gave butchers points. Suddenly she is not a recognized genius. She doesn't think she's trying to hide something by locking herself in the house. Not if she wants to peek. The king began to read about the excise. The girl asks, after her all her life will be able to a person suitable for smallpox. It's all very strange stuff to him. The main character said that Mr. Lim Sakon helped him a lot by giving him these books. Lim Sakon. The king began to ask how on earth the prince knew about him. The main character said that this book is taken from Hemonzo. It says a lot about smallpox. It contains foreign records of smallpox. So they decided to find its author. They hoped to get more information from him. The author of this book is Lim Wonjun, the father of Lim San. The main character said that unfortunately, Lim Wonjun passed away a few years ago. With Lim Sahan's help, they made their way to his father's library to find a cure for smallpox. If it weren't for his help, they would never have found ways to get rid of smallpox. Does it appear that they have tested whether or not this vaccine is effective? Janjim said she was working. The protagonist himself was very much surprised. So on top of that she started to take off her clothes. She began to show the vaccine site. She asked His Highness if he knew what it was. He said it looked like a smallpox rash. She said she had a fever after the vaccine was administered. And when the fever went away, this rash appeared, along with the shot. This means that the infection is already in the body of someone who has had the infection once. He'll never pick her up again. Janjim said that was correct and looked at the main character. After that, she started rolling up his sleeve and everyone was very much surprised. She said the prince had already gotten a reaction too. That's what the rash on his arm indicates. To make sure the vaccine was effective, she slept on the pillow on which the infected Prince Channon slept. The king marveled that she was sleeping on the pillow of an infected man. So why are the snowdots sleeping on such a nice pillow? The girl asked if she wanted to take her for herself. She said she slept on that pillow for days and never got infected. That's proof that the vaccine is protecting her. She sacrificed her life to test the vaccine. She was a very brave girl. The girl thanked the king. The main character didn't expect this. She's not like the other girls. Vaccination should immediately inform officials that they must defeat smallpox for good. At that moment something was reported to the king. There was good news. For Grand Prince Chanyon was completely cured of smallpox. The king asked if this was true. At that moment something was reported to the king. There was good news. For Grand Prince Chanyon was completely cured of smallpox. The king asked if this was true. He asked if it was definitely true information. They said the sores fell off without leaving behind any marks. The king started laughing and said that today was such a happy day. Everyone congratulated His Majesty. The king asked if her name was Jangyum. Let her come closer. He wants to screw them both over. Have them tell him what they wanted to get from him. But thanks to them, no one in Joseon dies of smallpox. Can't he thank them too? The girl said he was exaggerating. Such feats she has done what every doctor should do. Let her not be modest. Accept the king's gift. The protagonist agreed and had the girl tell the king what she wanted. The main character, elbow in the face, said she deserved it. The girl wondered what she wanted. The king was telling her to say what she wanted, and her desire. So why is the butcher walking down the main road when there are so many people on it? He was told he was walking yards, and he apologized to the gentleman. The dots said she had all the herbs ready for tomorrow and wouldn't even think of going to sleep until everything was done. The girl made these herbs day and night, but she didn't want that, so why does she have to live in the same room as the snow dots? But someone has to train the new girl? But they didn't want to see it. She stinks. It's all about the roofs. What's the big deal about her? She's just the daughter of a butcher and a supermarket. Janjim asked what it meant, and the protagonist replied that it didn't matter. Doesn't the taste of sweet bread remind her of her? She said not really, and the protagonist passed, or even a little bit. She replied that it was just sugar. Let it go to her head. She may have experienced quite a few problems due to being the daughter of a butcher. She'll just wait. She'll make a great doctor in the future. The girl pondered over his words. Although she is small now, but later on, everyone will call her something other than the great Jangyum. The girl said her wish was, assign more doctors to Hemonsalt. If they want to extract as much pus from the cow as possible, to inoculate as many Joseon citizens as possible, they will need many doctors. They should also send as many experienced doctors from Hemonzo to the locality as possible to increase the level of medicine. How thoughtful. Where did she get such ambitious ideas? Well, her wish will be granted, but I can't imagine what she will achieve when she grows up. The girl thanked His Highness. Then the king did not turn. He said she should be his doctor, but no, she is now his doctor. Her genius and forethought will save many lives in the future. The girl was pleased with this result. Then the king turned to his brother. He cannot but reward him. Let him tell him of his desire. All he did was find a book on smallpox in the library. That's all he did. If Lim Sakhan had not properly supported Lim Wanjung's studies, he would not have been able to go into their house and they would not have been able to find cures for smallpox. He is so proud. He will reward Lim San, but he will tell him his wish first. Can't blood give him a reward after enduring all those rumors about him? Besides, he's his brother, so he should have a big reward. She was right. His wish should be bigger than Jangyim's. The chief has second thoughts about his wish. He promises that he will fulfill it for him to the best of his ability. Never in all his reign has he been so happy as he is today. He wants him to remain king of Joseon forever. He said not to be like that. Tell him your real wish, little brother. The protagonist said that although this wish is real, he wondered what was going to happen. What was written in the books? He will speak of another wish that will complement the first. The king doesn't understand why it's so hard for him to say what he wants. The protagonist wishes he could forgive all imprisoned courtiers. The king, of course, is very much surprised at such a wish. The concubine looked at the king at this moment. Janjim looked at the guy at this moment. The king asked if this was his real desire. The protagonist replied that yes, that was his real desire. Afterward, the king looked at him. And then the man started walking abruptly somewhere. The concubine began to ask where on earth he had gone. Janjim continued to stare at the prince at this moment. Here was this someone thanking the gods. The queen said the gods saved her Chanyeon. The king at this moment came into the room. Then the boy ran up to his father. The king immediately cried at this point. Then they hugged each other. Of course, they were both happy to see each other. The concubine can't believe it. She needs to get it out of her head. It's already nightfall. Someone heard that Grand Prince Chanyeon has been cured. The gods are on their side. His Majesty. In any case, the great prince decided to forgive all the imprisoned courtiers. Any help from him and his father, then he wouldn't have been able to find a way to eliminate smallpox. He promised that he would fulfill the prince's every wish. But is he really capable of forgiving them all? Is he able to forgive them? There was dead silence between them. A few days after the incident, the imprisoned courtiers were released. Although the courtiers announced that they had admitted their mistakes when the recovery of the Grand Prince of Chanyeon was made known. But the thing is, it was his brother who, after much deliberation, granted his wish. Offending courtiers were dismissed and exiled, but they escaped an even harsher punishment. They all knelt before the king. They were all kneeling before the king. The air wasn't filled with the smell of blood, like scenes from movies and TV shows about the era. The king just walked away at this point. The chief minister was being transported somewhere. Gabja Sawa events. Of course, everyone gathered to watch the minister. At this point, he was just sitting there quietly and not paying attention. The protagonist warned of events in the year of the Black Pig. He took care of the essential problems. But is it true that Yeonsan could make a good king or tyrant? Then can he continue to be a prince? At that moment, people noticed something. They noticed the great prince and a new question. Or was it him? The protagonist said it was. After that, not everyone started bowing down to him. The protagonist didn't realize he was now the idol of this part of town. It was all because he had saved them from torment. The protagonist asked Kaden if she was coming up to their house or if she was here. The girl informed her father that the prince had come to see them. The protagonist asked the man how he was. He should have met him first. Let him take his bow. The protagonist said there was no need for a bow. Let him please stand up. The protagonist sat down and asked if the gentleman was all right. The man replied that he was already feeling better. He heard that he became the owner of the land that Mintek used to own. The protagonist said that it was true. His Majesty had gifted the land to him. It's almost fall. How will they make up the distribution rates when the harvest season comes? Mother said at this point, let Kaden be polite to the prince. The protagonist thought about distribution rates. He had never thought about it before. How about the usual rates 60%? The protagonist was surprised. As much as 60. They will have a good harvest this year. The protagonist asked. 1 million pay that much for a crop? That much? That damn Mintek is a real thief. Not only do they not pay that much, the others pay the same amount. With interest rates like that, no wonder people were starving. The main character said he had to abide by the laws, so let it be 3%. The man was very much surprised. He asked if the prince meant to say 30%, but the protagonist said 30% was a lot. The teachers won't tell the rest of the farmers. This was very good news, but would it be good for him? The man in charge said they live under the same sun, so don't let him worry about being rich. The man didn't know how to thank him. The protagonist said it was too early to thank him. He had another gift for him. He brought a slave under his command. The man could not understand what he meant. Someone had committed a grave sin to be saved and had agreed to be a slave. The man asked what a grave sin meant. The protagonist said that he could have been boiled in a cauldron, but he was lucky. His Majesty spared him and ordered him to become a slave. Have him say hello to everyone. Everyone was very much surprised when they saw who it was. As it turned out, it was Mintek proper. The protagonist said he's in their hands now. Let him work to get on with his life. If he starts acting up, let him report it to them right away. Now they will go to Hemenzo. But he has a lot to do. And Kaden at this point started laughing at the man and telling him to call her mistress now. Started getting the cows indoors. At that moment, someone approached Janjim. The protagonist said he decided to stop by here on his way and brought some rice for the patients. He went to Kum Sok to make sure Mr. Palsok was okay. The main character said she was the one who cured him. The protagonist asked, does she seem busy? Yes, because they are keeping a vaccination log right now, so they are busy. 2 nurses caught smallpox. They're treating it now. There's nothing to worry about anymore. The only bad thing is that they have fewer helpers. It was just the nurses who took the girl's pillow for themselves. The protagonist said that nothing happened. They shouldn't do more vaccinations. At that moment someone approached him. He was greeted by Dr. Kim Hansu and Kim Gonshu, servants at Hemensu. They reported that they were honored to see the man who had found a way to cure smallpox. The protagonist said he would not have done any of this without Janjim. He'd heard it was all because of her. The girl said he was exaggerating. There was something he'd like to ask him if he could help them with the vaccination log. The protagonist was a little surprised. He said that medical knowledge was needed here, so he couldn't help. Not true. He has made a great achievement that needs to be spread around the world. The men had very dirty hands. The main thing was that her hands were very dirty, because she had been touching infected cows all day. Dirty hands can spread infections. The protagonist said he would do anything for the health of his kind, and they thanked him for it. Since they are nurses, they don't often come into contact with people who are sick. The chief passed, and one of them asked if he had seen a god. I don't think so. What about the king's face? Only the doctor and Jang Im saw it. Everyone knows that His Majesty looks out over the whole nation, but not every person can see him. It's the same with the gods. No matter how many patients they meet, they can never see the gods themselves. So when God wants to infect, he does it through his intermediaries. These invisible mediators are called microbes. The men were surprised to hear the word germs. The main character said that the germs are even smaller than they were and fly everywhere. They can never see them. Janjim asked if they were here. They should do something about it. The main character said that of course they are here, but don't let him worry. He knows how to avoid them. Well, what will they do if they can't see them? They must have some kind of ritual. The protagonist said they can't see them, but they shouldn't worry later. He has ways of dealing with them. The man wondered what they were supposed to do. The main character said they had to destroy germs. Did they burn the things of smallpox patients? He was told that yes, homeless people could have stolen those clothes, so they burned them. Germs are afraid of fire, so burning things is the best way to get rid of them. You can also burn them in hot water. But germs can also be on their hands, especially their fingers. Everyone started looking at their hands at once. How will they kill the germs that live on their hands? They can't burn their hands. The protagonist said it was a good question. Now it's his turn. At that moment something began to be brought out to them. But it was just water, not hand wash. The main character said that's not enough. They need soap. If they wash their hands with soap and water, the germs will die. He wants them to wash their hands with soap and water before contact with patients. I wonder if this stone melts in water and it will help them get rid of many diseases. But where can they find this soap? This lump will be enough for the first time. Apparently, they need to get more soap. How much do they need? We need to make it available to everyone in the city. It's even better if it's enough for all of Joseon. If it makes sense, let him try to do it alone. He's strong, isn't he? Dexon, just let him smell it. The soap smells like a woody plant. He's almost done doing his part. Almost. Don't call him a craftsman, but he'll make a lot of soap. By the way, tomorrow, have her take the Hemonzo people and come to his house. Kaden will be there, too. Someone was very surprised by something. Janjim's father was surprised that he wouldn't buy all the lard and chicken from him. The protagonist said that's right. He needs all his supplies. He thanked me and said he'd stop by tomorrow. After a while the chicken was ready and the man tasted it, not understanding why he was crying. The same wonderful aroma and taste as he made it. It's really delicious. She had always dreamed of eating like this. She's only had chicken 5 times, but this time it was unbelievably good. Let her eat more if she likes it. Very tasty and the food was wonderful. Let's thank you for inviting us. You're welcome. Let him eat more radishes. He really liked this dish. It was very tasty. Why should he sit next to it? But it was too early to be surprised. He had brought a new dish. This is the dish with the syrup, sauce, garlic and sliced onions on top. The main character introduced this dish. The teacher said it was both sweet and salty. He liked it a lot. The main character asked if he called this dish onions and chicken. It was delicious. He thought he was about to turn into a chicken himself. The main character loves his father's jokes, and the teacher was very embarrassed at that moment. The spouse told her lover that they should give His Majesty a treat. The protagonist said it was a good idea and would take half of each dish and more radishes. All you think about is food, and he thinks about you most of the time. The teacher reflected that he seemed to be a lover of eating and loitering about. The protagonist said what he wanted. The man asked what kind of drink it was. Was it made from barley or what? Everyone was laughing very loudly at this point. Laughing was a good thing. All these people are laughing and rejoicing. But soon the clouds will be gone and anger will set in on the world. If every day is like this, all of Joseon will be filled with joy. He's had a good meal, but now he needs to straighten up. He needs help. Dexon asked if the main character was going to go somewhere. He's going to go to the palace. Wanted to go with him, but let him stay here and make more soaps. Since they are familiar with the process of making soap, they can make it themselves. It was already nightfall. The king's concubine was tasting the chicken at this moment. The king said that one dish tasted better than the other and asked why he didn't invite her to eat this deliciousness during the day. The protagonist said that fried chicken is the best dish for the night. This food was actually prepared in Danu's respect for him, but he had something he wanted to ask for. What was it that he had taken to pay homage to him? He listens to him. First of all, does it need a lot of oil? For fried chicken or what? How much oil does it need? Yes, but he also needs a lot of oil to make soap for the hospital. He needs a lot of oil, but they hardly have anywhere to get it. You mean he needs pork lard or something? There is really little oil in Joseon and it is very expensive. People can't afford pork, so there is no demand for it. About encouraging pig farms. Besides, it's the year of the black pig. The protagonist said it's true. It can be arranged. Why not? We need to promote chicken farms as well. The king said it was a good idea. The main character said it was a great idea and a chicken for everyone. At this point, there was an incomprehensible hovering outside. They had employees show up and were greeted. So what's going to be here? They'll have fried chicken and makgeolli, a traditional drink, and lots of radishes. After a while, they got everything ready. That's so good. He can't eat chicken without makgeolli. Somebody thanked somebody. The protagonist said they had a month's supply of soap, but they couldn't make more soap. He thanked them for that. Please have them give soap to the false doctor in Joseon and teach patients to wash their hands with soap. The year 1502, the year of the Black Pig, is the 9th year of Yeonsan's reign. 3 important events of this year must be known. First, the great prince Jinsung invented a vaccine and drove smallpox out of Joseon. Second, the great prince raised the nicotine level and helped avoid a rat infestation by spreading soap. Third, the great prince popularized fried chicken and improved the health of the people of Joseon. Due to these 3 events, Joseon's population began to grow, and this was the beginning of Joseon becoming the superpower of Asia. The great prince continues to change the course of history. When are they going to get food? Let them wait a little longer. The protagonist asked how sales were going. At this point, the women were surprised that a prince had come to visit them. The main character asked if the fried chicken was selling well. They sold out almost all the chicken. They plan to start building chicken farms, but in the meantime they're trying to stretch their supply. He said she changes the oil often, and does it every day on his orders. They would give him the used oil, but how could she forget? Now they can't set up oil production for soap. They have a lot of oil, so they need help making soap. Full said they should build a soap factory. That would take time, too. Perhaps he meant to say soap factory. The main character said exactly the workshop. They walk. Let them be careful. The woman told him to come over. The protagonist asked what it was. She is good at making rice vodka, so she will make some for him. Yes, and she's made rice vodka before. Now she decided to try making chicken in rice syrup. It's not bad. Let her try it. The important thing is that they learn so quickly. The protagonist told Dexon to give them a try. They were delicious. She used expensive syrup for them. He was proud of them. They had taught them something, and now they had perfected it. This meal will go very well with the winter season. At that moment some man smelled the odor of meat. It was chicken. He asked for a piece. They couldn't understand what it was. Otherwise they said it was a zombie. A Joseon zombie. He asked for them because he was very hungry. After that, he just collapsed in the office. In fact, he fainted. Let them not stand next to him. Fucker started saying it's the same great prince that helps everyone. He sure is a white whale great. The protagonist at this point opened the bottle. How kind he is. He helps the poor. How noble. Hemonzo. The protagonist asked how he was. Janjim replied that he had passed out from prolonged hunger and needed more food. The protagonist asked if he was okay. The man thanked him. He wandered about for a long time, behaved ugly, fainted before him, and the smell of food led him into a great sin. May he have mercy on him. The protagonist asked if everything was okay, how he got to this point. His name is Kim Gamble and he worked as a surveyor in Danshan. The protagonist asked what a prospector was and was told it was a miner. Whether true or not, he has a gift for turning a piece of metal into silver. But everyone laughed. No one believed it was possible. So he was a full-fledged metal alchemist. He wasn't lying. He had shown his gift to His Majesty months ago. He was pouring water into the barrel at this point. Even the king was surprised at how he did it. The king was impressed, awarding him platinum bars. So why did he become a beggar? Dexon assumed that he had lost all his possessions in gambling. The protagonist slapped the servant for interfering in the conversation and said man continued. He didn't care about the reward at all. He wanted to build a mine to extract silver, but he didn't know what starvation could lead to. When His Majesty asked him his wish, he asked in a frightened voice to help him build a mine. However, the courtiers said that a person of low status could not be included in the process of ruling the state, so he was refused. The main character called them old bastards. He told the location of the mine. All he wanted was to help his country mine silver. But they, on the contrary, said they didn't want his schemes. Let him know his place. Of course, the man could say nothing against the courtiers, and he couldn't go back to his town after that, because I knew word would get out about him. He decided to commit galamsey. The protagonist asked what it was. She thought it was building a mine by illegal means. He needed financial support to do this, but no one believed he could make silver from scrap metal. Thus, he gradually spent his money and began to guess, so he was forced to beg. Of course no one took him in and beat him up. He was beaten up by a bunch of beggars who demanded his permission to beg in their neighborhood. That's how he became a hungry zombie. The protagonist thought about the whole situation. At that moment, someone was shooting a bow. The protagonist said he hit and asked if he hit the target. The king told him that he was doing better. At this point, the king was ready to shoot. The main character asked the king if he remembered a man named Kim Gamble who came to see him a couple months ago. The man tried his best to remember him. The king asked if he was the prospector from Duncheon who turned metal into silver. Now he remembered everything. The protagonist asked how he knew him. The prince said he was now staying at his house. The king was interested in this. The protagonist asked what he thought about building silver mines. The king fired his bow just at that moment and was very much surprised. The king asked about the silver mines. The king asked about the silver mines. The king interjected about the silver mines. The protagonist answered him that yes, he was the one. You can collect tribute from employees, just like you can collect tribute from salt mountains. He didn't know that for the salt mountains, one could even collect tribute of silver. Well, why don't they hire Kim Gamble? He seemed to be a pro. The king said the courtiers were against it. The main character didn't understand why silver ore would help their country become richer. Is that a bad thing? The king said, of course it is not bad. But the courtiers were afraid that along with wealth would come corruption. That makes sense. The main character said it was bullshit and immediately started to correct himself. The king said to keep his head down. He was totally right. It was all bullshit. There were likely many silver and gold mines that people did not develop, leaving them untouched. Most of the mines were developed during the era of Japanese imperialism. Japan stole all the gold and silver reserves that they learned from this passage of history. Someone who is forever putting resources aside and then doing it for nothing. The main character was saying that they should start developing the mines now, better not put it off. But there are no longer those who will be pierced, for they have not been disposed of. The king said he would think about it, for it seems he was right. And what was he thinking so deeply about? The king said he wanted to develop the silver mines. He was thinking about how to accomplish this. The woman asked about the silver mines, and told him, my nickname today. The Ming dynasty used silver as currency. If they mastered the silver mines, they could trade with them more. It was a good idea. The woman said his whole face was soiled, and the king told his mom she was right. Then he lay on her lap and started telling her that her son was so grown up but still didn't know how to eat neatly. She would tell everyone about it. At this point she turned to him. Would he let her run the mines? At this point, the main character told Doksun that he opened the door and there was a lot of fire. After a while, he opened the doors. At this point they were frying something or had already melted it. The protagonist and his teacher watched the process closely. The teacher asked if it was kindling. The man replied that he had made it himself. With this item you can light a big fire. When he told me about the kindling, I immediately thought of that. If the girls in the kitchen are provided with water, cooking will take less time. After that, the man finished. He then placed the silver in the water, and then he pulled it out. After that, he started cleaning it. Doksun was very much surprised. After a while, he had already gotten the real silver. Everyone was very much surprised at what they saw. They realized that he would realistically be able to make silver. After all, he's a full-fledged metal alchemist. He presents this as a thank you for saving his life. He asked if there was anything else there. He made it while he was here. It's not done well, but let him give it to his wife. The chief king was very much surprised. The prince asked if he could have it, and the teacher remarked that it was very nice. Now he could help develop the mines. He thanked him for reporting it to his majesty. He doesn't need it, so he's going to give it to him. With this thing, he can light a fire. He thinks he got a lot of gifts from the man, but he said not at all. But it's still not enough to thank his savior. Let him consider it payment for the food and shelter over his head. It was already fall. The main character and everyone were saying goodbye to the man. After that, they never saw the solid metal alchemist Kim Gamble again, and only after a while. At this point, a fire was burning. Some man was standing right in front of the fire. As it turned out, it was the king. Only a short time later, the protagonist heard that Jang Nox's brother, Kim Hesan, had taken control of the mines. The mines contained a great deal of silver. Pyongyang do Ijin. Someone was warming themselves by the fire and said it was very cold. It's already winter, and scary. Something was eating at this point in the post. They've been starving for so long. In 12 years of mercenary work, this was the first time he'd been in a base where they weren't even fed. It was sad. He wants to leave her. Where will he get food? At this time, Bandik was approached and asked why he became a mercenary at the age of 15. He became a mercenary with his master. They were surprised and asked if he was a servant. He asked them, were they not? Of course not. They're the new spendthrifts of life. Make him shut up already. Even servants ride twice a day. They can die in the first battle. The young kid came all the way for his master. In any case, do they think they will trade with them or not? They usually attack in late winter, so they should be attacking soon. Let them not stand in the cold and come to the fire. They can change their lives by killing 10 bastards. Kill 10 enemies. Change your life for the better, maybe. Or what? Not only will he change his life, but he'll also get rid of his servant status. They didn't understand what was wrong with him. Had he decided to eat alone or what? As it turned out, that's when he was attacked. Of course, everyone was very much surprised. Everyone instantly realized that they were barbarians. The main character at this point was very much surprised that Pyongyang is North Korea's largest city and its capital. He never thought he could make it to this city in his life. He's not the president, not even a director of Samsung, but he was here. It costs 50 won to go from Seoul to Pyongyang. He has always dreamed of going from Seoul to Pyongyang. The Taedonggang River is so huge. I wish he had a phone. He would have taken pictures of this beauty. And they are not having fun here, driving, so let the credit be. He knows they will represent Hemonzo and spread their vaccine to the north. The guy said that it seemed to be the first time he was going to Pyongyang. The main cargo asked if he had already visited this city. He said that this city has bad words because of the seniors. And he is Lim Sunja, a famous judge. He knows every judge in the city. He only goes there to see if there are any new faces in this town. The prince's teacher asked him what he thought of it. Let him just tell him his tastes. Then he would choose a wonderful companion for him. The man said he didn't need anything. The guy laughed and said he was boring. His Highness indicated that he wanted to stop here before they moved on. Suddenly, of whom he had studied in Sungmyungwon, telling him that he was the manager here. He wants to let everyone know he's coming. Everyone went about their business. Maybe they'd have a meal too. The girl said she was with the teacher, but not on the way. In this moment, in another place. At this point, cold noodles were introduced. The main character said the Pyongyang noodles were wonderful. She has never seen noodles like this. Let her try the broth first. The girl began to taste the broth. She loved the flavor so much. The main cargo asked how she was doing. She seems to like the hungry noodles now too. They were just great. Cold noodles are delicious to eat even in winter. He wants to try the rest of the noodles. Will he be able to answer in front of the chili again? He didn't realize what the sounds were. Doksun walked in on them and started telling him that he was rather walking towards them. Someone barged in on them. At that moment, some man was covered in blood and lying on the ground. This thief jumped over a wall in broad daylight. The man said he wasn't a thief. He was being chased by bad people. Please let them help him. Should tell the others. Doksun said the man did not lie to him, and at this point they could not hear the voices of the people who said he went there. The man said he had to run. The protagonist said he waited. He can't run in this condition. Doksun was surprised that His Highness is helping him. Saw he doesn't know him at all. At that moment, someone started banging on the door. The men started telling them to open up and asking if anyone was there. Doksun opened the door and asked who he was. They started coming in and telling everyone to search every corner in this house. Do they think they can search the great prince or what? The main character came out to them and asked them what was going on here. The man introduced himself as Kim Yeonsan. He was an orderly in the Ijeon area, and he came here without following the paratroopers. Can they take a look at this house? The protagonist asked if they wanted to search the place. So they want to search the prince's residence for deserters. They think he's a spy or a barbarian. The man didn't even know what to answer. Do they know what it means to burn down someone else's house to drive a mouse out of there? What it means to not go to drastic measures if there is no need? They apologized and said they would be leaving now. After that, they started to leave. At that moment, the man noticed traces of blood. The protagonist Hope realized that something was wrong. After that, the protagonist closed the doors and went into the room. The protagonist asked who he was. His strength was exhausted. Maybe he hadn't eaten for a long time. She thinks he had to run away from pursuit for a long time. He lost a lot of blood, but he has no serious wounds. These wounds were inflicted on him over a long period of time. He not only ran and hid, he had to fight a lot. The protagonist asked what happened. The teacher said that's pretty much what happened. As he passed the school, he heard barbarians appearing nearby. But why don't the local mercenaries post guards around the perimeter of the neighborhood? The strange thing was that the terrified mercenary escaped from there with many wounds on his body. At that moment, Jang Yum knocked and the chief king said she could come in. The protagonist asked if she had sent the man to the hospital. She said she had. He regained consciousness but continued on. Perhaps he was in shock. What did he say? The girl began to recount that he said the barbarians were Ijeon district, but Joseon soldiers tried to kill him. The protagonist asked what it meant. The man began to speculate. The protagonist asked him what was wrong. The teacher said he should go to the hospital to see him. It was already night. They were told to please come through. At that moment, some woman was playing a musical instrument, and they were having fun at this point. There was a lot of food on the table. That's why he came to Pyongyang. Why doesn't he come here more often? Idiots. Why haven't they found him yet? They apologized, but are sure he didn't skip town. He couldn't have gotten far for those injuries. He's probably already lying dead somewhere, unless he's been treated. Have them search every hospital in the city. Have them check every stranger. At that moment a guy walked in on them. They started asking who he was. The guy also started asking who they were. A bunch of men. This isn't their room. They'll go to the next one. I got a lot of lost. He got scared because this room looks shabby. He should have another drink now. Lives well. He looks like a lousy a-hole. Someone was asked if they felt better. The man thanked him for saving his life. The teacher explained that the man who had saved his life was the great Prince Jinsung. When the man found out, he immediately started to worship, but the protagonist said he shouldn't worship or his own hands would come together. But he didn't know how to repay him. The protagonist asked if he could tell what had happened. He was ready to tell everything. His name is Kim Yusku. He was a mercenary in Ijin. The teacher said that Ijin was a settlement by the river in the south where the teacher worked for money. The main character asked if the teacher was paid to be in the army detachment. Was it legal? Of course it was illegal. Desertion is also a crime, and also the prince harbored him, thus committing a crime. Why did he flee from Ijin to this city when he was wounded? Everything he says is true. Please let them believe him. That day the barbarians attacked them. Let everyone prepare for battle. The Jurchen people invaded Ijin. A battle was fought there. The man was greatly surprised when he looked out the window. Outside the window, a fierce battle was taking place. An hour after the battle began, mountains of corpses lay on the ground. He couldn't find Officer Kim Yoonil and his guards. People at this point started running away. The man, of course, noticed this. It became obvious that they were fleeing. He tried his best to catch up with them. To be honest, they wanted to run away too. At that moment, one of the soldiers opened the door to the house, but the man prevented him from doing mischief. But inside the settlement were people who had come to Ijin to build the wall. The man told them to run to the west gate. Yuksu was told that there were too many of them. Let them gather and run to the western gate. The barbarians had an advantage in the number of soldiers. The remaining soldiers fought the invaders to give the people time to evacuate. Have them block the road to the turnoff. If they evacuate, then close the gate and stand their ground. The battle lasted a full 4 hours, and no one backed down for a second. And so when the barbarians fled, only 9 soldiers remained of their army. They were lucky. The barbarians' concern for the territory had been lost, and they did some reconnaissance. The man asked if they had gone. Have the barbarians left? My God, it was reported that they drove the barbarians away. You're not alive. God damn it, why didn't the reinforcements arrive? Did that bastard call for reinforcements or not? By killing so many barbarians, he accomplished a great feat, right? Now he could be free, even get his own land or what? All things were right. He was proud of them. When he gets home, his mom has no sooner finished talking than she's murdered. The man, of course, had not expected this turn of events. He instantly began to catch Bandok's eye. Have them look at a minimum of 80 barbarian corpses. He too protected this place, so he will be able to change his life. He's tired of this place, the weather, the food and the bastards around him. He's sick of their rules. He wants to go south. The man, of course, went into a rage and started saying bloody scoundrels. Did the soldiers appropriate their exploits or what? How could this have happened? It was all true. They were wounded after a long battle and had to flee Ijin from the Joseon army. They went to Pyongyang to tell everyone the truth, and they must return, and His Majesty about it immediately. Of course they must do so. The girl said it was better to get him out of here before the army got here. She was right. The teacher thinks they might be looking for him in the hospitals now. It was already night. They started making their way late at night. The man said he was late. Someone said that the moon was more beautiful in the city than in Hanyang, and thought that Hanyang was much better. So are they going to Hanyang right now or what? Of course they are. Since he is in submission, he will take him to the great prince. At this point, they could see a very large fire. The boy immediately began to worry about the great prince. They didn't understand what they should do, but the guy realized that a great prince was there. He did not shout, but simply addressed the great prince. He carried out the arson as he was ordered to, but it is unclear whether he asked permission or whether no one noticed. He controlled the situation to the end, but only left when the flames went out. There were 2 women in there, and neither of them was supposed to survive. There was also a man sitting in front of the house shouting the prince's name. He was lucky he didn't get burned himself along with the prince. The man asked if everything was going to be okay since a member of the royal family was involved in the incident. They had no choice. That bastard must have told the prince everything that had happened in Aijin. Their northerners will return by northern ways. The man couldn't figure out if he should silence him. He might not leave at dawn and return to Aijin. They have a lot of things to carry. The man realized this, deciding it would be better to rest at home. In that instant, night had already fallen. Prince Jinsung and the teacher were moving very quickly somewhere. They ran across the bridge at the same time. The prince said he thought they had gone far enough and could now rest. He agreed that it was better to let the horses rest. The teacher asked if everyone agreed to stop for a rest stop. Jang Yim asked the man if his wounds were all right, and he thanked her, saying he was fine. The teacher reported that they left in a hurry, leaving Sungjae and even taking his horse. They couldn't search all over town for him, but they left a letter for him so he knew he'd be okay. Prince Jinsung didn't realize if teacher Songjae disliked him and was telling the truth. The teacher thought he could be calm for him. Meanwhile, the house was still burning. Sunjae continued to sit and wait for something incomprehensible. He just sat there and cried. He recalled that he had promised the prince a tour of the city. He was partying and drinking while the prince was dying. He addressed His Majesty, saying he killed the prince because he failed to protect him. Then the guy started calling out for His Majesty. At that instant His Majesty was informed that the great prince had already arrived. The king was surprised that they had already returned, for it was sooner than he had expected. Yeonsan fell asleep during some very important events, only to find out about them later, after which he immediately set off. The king asked what had happened. Prince Yeonsan asked if the king had heard of the barbarian attack that took place a few days ago. It was reported by Capt. Prince Jinsun asked what exactly the captain had said. The captain reported that the barbarians attacked Aijin, but Officer Yenil repulsed the attack. So now the king is considering how to reward him for this feat. However, he has the exact opposite opinion. What he will say is entirely different from the captain's report, but let the king trust him. The king was greatly surprised at what the prince had to say. After a while, the king became enraged. He said that even tearing him apart wouldn't be enough. At that instant, he called for the head servant. He asked to tell the agents to arrest Officer Kim Yenil immediately. Prince Jinsung said it couldn't be done that way because if agents were sent, his men would try to escape. I mean, they were going to award this person, so we need to lure them to the award ceremony. A few days later, someone was laughing and saying how big a palace Hanyang was. He didn't think that he would ever be able to enter this palace and meet His Majesty. They approached the king's seat, and someone remarked that His Majesty was here, so they should be more cultured. At this moment, everyone was expecting them. Officer Kim Yunil greeted the king. He was invited here to be rewarded for his exploits. The man thanked His Majesty. A few days ago he had received a report from the captain stating what had happened. The barbarians attacked Aijin, but Officer Kim Yenil and his army valiantly repulsed their attack. It was a significant feat, so the reward should be generous. The king stood up and declared that this was indeed a great feat. Several hundred warriors remained in Aijin, and Vlad was ordered to guard the walls. They fought a superior enemy force with no thought for their own safety, but for them it ended in success. The king asked if this was not a great feat. The man began to tell the king that he could think of his safety when hundreds of barbarians attacked them. It was no great feat. They won because of the efforts of every soldier. They fought for Aijin's sake, and that's why they were victorious. The king said that only a brave man could have been ordered to defend the walls of the city, and bid him stand up. Let everyone look at this warrior. The man replied that His Majesty was exaggerating. The king declared that this man was most deserving of reward for so great a feat and should be rewarded not only for his courage but for his contribution to the people's army. The man laughed at this point and thanked His Highness. However, at that instant, the king suddenly struck a blow. He punched the man sharply and unexpectedly. Of course, the officer himself was not expecting it. The king demanded that all present raise the man. The man couldn't understand what was beginning to happen. The king told everyone to watch carefully. The courtiers also didn't understand what was going on. The king stated that everyone watched as he rewarded such feats. The man still didn't understand what was going on. He tried with all his might to stop the king at this moment. The king told everyone to watch carefully. He said this is how he rewards those who accomplish such achievements. The man, of course, tried to stop the king at this point. The man said it was all a misunderstanding. The king continued to beat the man. He hit him for fleeing the battlefield, then for abandoning his men, then for mistreating the soldiers, and finally, for trying to appropriate the accomplishments of brave soldiers. The man no longer made a sound and only took blows from the king. After a while, the king calmed down. Then his stick fell and broke into 2 pieces. The man kept asking the king to spare him. The king began to apologize for punishing the criminal without first questioning him. The courtier said there was no need for an interrogation because the king had done the right thing. The king asked if that was really the case, and everyone agreed with him. Then the king declared that they too should punish him. No one understood what the king meant. The man asked if that meant they didn't want to or if they had already decided he had done the right thing. Or maybe they are so holy they don't want to get their hands dirty. Afterward, the king handed them his stick. The man didn't understand why he had to be first, but it was explained to him that it was because of his age. A short time later, he struck. He was reminded that he got married last year, but remains weak in spite of that, and told to strike again. At that moment, the chief servant approached the king. He reported that Lim Suja was awaiting his punishment, and the king asked what he meant. At the same time, someone was crying very hard. It turned out to be Lim Suja, who begged the king to kill him. He enjoyed food and drink while the great prince was in trouble and could not save him. The king didn't understand what he was talking about and asked in what sense he couldn't save the prince. What prince? The guy wanted to tell what happened, but he was interrupted, asking what was wrong with him. At that moment, the prince came out to them. He asked Mr. Lim why he was freezing outside. Of course, Lim Suja was glad that the prince was alive. Thank heavens. Prince Jinsung laughed and didn't realize what was going on, and the king was also puzzled. The prince suggested drinking something hot to calm down and clean up. Lim Suja noticed at this point that he had quit drinking. The king could not understand what had happened to him in Pyongyang. Prince Yeonsan said it was probably because he left without Lim. The prince noticed that he suddenly felt like going to the market. He explained that tomorrow was his wife's birthday, and Doksun didn't understand why that was important. The prince replied that he wanted to make her seaweed stew. The prince asked why Doksun was so surprised. He added that cabbage is plentiful, but his wife really likes oysters. It was a great idea to make oysters with braised seaweed. The next morning he set about cooking. First we had to rinse the seaweed in water. Then he started cutting them up, adding the spices, garlic, oil and soy sauce. He put everything on the fire. When the cabbage was soft, he added the rice water and boiled it. When the water turned green, he added oysters. When the oysters started to release white liquid, he added more soy sauce and salted the dish. The cabbage and oysters were ready. Prince Jinsun finished cooking and sighed heavily. The rice cake was also ready, and it made it in time. The table was set. The spouse started eating. Prince Jinsung asked how she liked the dish and she said it was very good. He thanked the heavens as he was worried that she wouldn't like it. The spouse asked if he had prepared the food himself. When he confirmed, she noticed that people might start laughing at him. Prince Yeonsan said let them laugh because their husbands don't do surprises like that. He added that no Joseon man cares for his wife the way he does. Prince wished his wife a happy birthday. She asked what kind of cake it was. The prince replied that he could not make a cake, so he made a rice cake and used an oil lamp instead of a candle. The prince suggested she make a wish and blow out the fire. The girl thought for a moment and made a wish. The prince asked what she had wished, but the consort, embarrassed, refused to say. Someone remarked that although he was considered a good husband, he could not have done such a thing. They decided to ask Jong I.M. about this when she returned. The wife remarked that she was uncomfortable with guys being so pushy, though perhaps she was jealous. At that moment, Jeonjim came to them. She was asked if it was true that the great prince had cooked his wife oysters and seaweed for her birthday. Jonghim confirmed, adding that it moved her so much that she cried. A husband who cooks a meal for his wife's birthday is a rarity, she said, for she had seen him buy oysters. But what if people start laughing at him just because he loves his wife? Maybe they're jealous. Her husband is constantly yelling at her and demanding that she cook his meals. But it's different for others. She wished her husband was at least half as good as the great prince, and declared that she had nothing to complain about, for at least she had a husband. Another woman, widowed long ago, said she could have her husband if she wanted him. At that moment, Doksan appeared calling for Jonggim, and the women continued to argue about their husbands, asking what was wrong with their spouses. One of the guys asked if her hands were frozen in the cold water, but the girl said people were watching and she was uncomfortable. His soap had gotten too small and he needed new soap. The guy asked if she had finished her laundry, noting that the wet laundry was very heavy and she could carry it herself. She learned how to make oysters with seaweed and wanted to make this dish for her birthday too. "What's the matter with them? What fools!" someone exclaimed, complaining about the young people. They couldn't even look at these young men. Gyeongbokgung, the king's residence, became a place where someone was greatly surprised because of the braised seaweed. The king wondered why the queen was asking about braised seaweed, but no one knew the answer. Turns out she wants the dish made with oysters. The man wondered why the queen needed braised seaweed and oysters. He assumed that the queen did not like the dish, and confirmed his doubts. If she doesn't like it, why did she ask the cook to prepare it and give it specifically to the king? The man asked if he could inform His Majesty that the queen wished to eat braised seaweed. He explained that he was merely following the queen's orders. No one cared, but he emphasized that it was the king who was told by the queen to deliver the message. Maybe it's all about the rumors. It was said that a great prince cooked his wife for her birthday with braised seaweed and oysters. The king asked if it was true that Her Highness loved to cook. Now all the women of the town were scolding their husbands, and the husbands were trying to learn how to cook this dish for their wives. Apparently, that's why the queen wanted to try this dish, all because of that incident. The king reflected on the situation. There was a commotion in the royal kitchen. It was reported that the king was coming. His Majesty was asked what brought him to the kitchen. He ordered the cook to kick everyone out of the kitchen. The king insisted that he was the only one left. The cooks and servants were asked to leave the kitchen, though they were trying to figure out what had happened. At this point, someone in desperation asked the king to kill him. The king was surprised and asked why he should kill him, but the cook clarified if it was because of his poor cooking. The king replied that this was not the case at all, and the cook wondered what was wanted of him. The king said he wanted to ask him for something, and the cook agreed to help. The king asked if he could teach him how to make oysters with braised seaweed. The man interjected to ask if it was really about such a dish. He offered to cook it right away. However, the king stopped him, stating that he wanted to learn to cook for himself. The man clarified if he understood correctly, and the king confirmed that he wanted to learn how to make this dish. The head servant coughed at this moment. The king and the cook were silent for a moment. The preparation of all the ingredients began. They were selected with the utmost care. The king was ready to start cooking. After a while, he began to be trained. The king diligently watched every step, trying not to miss a thing. He paid attention to every word that was said to him. The head servant peeked inside to see how things were going. Seeing the king at the cooking, he smiled. After a while, the dish was ready. The king asked what it tasted like. The man replied that it was delicious. The king thanked him for his help and announced that he would receive a reward. The man thanked His Majesty. The king opened the dish and examined it closely, pleased with the result. The man opened what the king had given him and looked inside. Inside was a note. "The mouth is a cock of the essence, and the tongue is a blade that can kill. Close your mouth and hide your tongue. Only then will you be safe." The king said that was his reward. Someone suggested that the note would be a good lesson, for it could be translated for those who cannot read hieroglyphics. Basically, her point was to watch her language. The king warned what would happen to him if anyone found out what happened in the kitchen. He showed that it could cost him his head and asked if he understood. After that, the king ordered them to leave the kitchen. The woman was watching them at the same time. Jibjenden was surprised that His Majesty was preparing food. The woman confirmed that this was true, as she had seen everything with her own eyes. His Majesty was indeed cooking in the royal kitchen. It was Jan Boksu, Jan Noksu's sister. The girl asked if he was really making braised seaweed. The woman confidently replied that yes, he had. "My goodness, I think she's going to try that dish tonight," the woman exclaimed. The man wondered why the ruler of the nation was cooking seaweed and remarked that it would now be difficult to find it in the city. Why should he care? Kim Hesan, Jang Boksu's husband, said he hadn't heard that the prince was making seaweed for his wife for her birthday. However, word spread and many men started cooking this dish for their wives, making it popular. The man became indignant. What kind of man would allow himself to do a woman's business? The woman asked, "Isn't His Majesty a man?" The woman added that it's nice when a man cooks a meal and she should be more affectionate with him this evening. Meanwhile, the table was already set. The king looked thoughtfully into the distance. The woman was tasting the cooked dish at the time. The king with a smile on his face told her to try it. However, the queen was in no hurry. Something was holding her back. She said she couldn't, and the man asked why. The king clarified if she thought the dish was poisoned. The queen replied that she just didn't want to waste food. The king assured her that he had prepared the dish himself and wanted her to try it. Despite her doubts, the queen still decided to give it a try. She began scooping up the dish with a spoon, then raised the spoon to her mouth. After tasting it, the king asked how it tasted. Suddenly the queen cried. She said the food was very warm. The king said there was no need to cry over such little things, because it was his first time cooking and it turned out to be even fun. He added that if she liked it, he could make this dish many more times, to which the queen thanked him. The chief servant of the king and queens exchanged glances and smiles. The table was set and the atmosphere was joyful, but suddenly the table flipped into the air. The queen was asked to calm down. She got angry and said it hurt her pride. She remembered that it had been 3 years since she had met a king who had fallen in love with another. She noticed that men get bored being with the same woman. She believed that the king would never be satisfied with just one woman. The only way to be the one for him is to be a mother to him. She tried to replace what he had been deprived of as a child and allowed his relationships with other concubines, but he never fell in love with any of them. The man marveled and envied the king. Thanks to the judge, he has seen the most beautiful girls in Joseon, and now, he said, he even drinks less because of lim suja, who asked for it after a trip to Pyongyang. How dare he treat the queen to seaweed stew? She couldn't just sit back and watch it. Was he really making braised seaweed for the queen? The king told the prince to keep his voice down. The rumor that he had prepared this dish for his wife had reached the queen, and he had already realized it. He felt guilty for not showing the genius enough attention, so he made her seaweed stew too. Prince Yeonsan asked if she was incredibly pleased. Because that's right, isn't it? The king said he felt embarrassed by her joy. The man then asked how the vaccinations were going, but Yeonsan told him not to change the topic of conversation. He had just returned from Hemonso, where he was told that about 2,000 people had already been immunized. The king said that the entire population should be immunized so that no parent would ever worry about their children getting sick again. His concern for people will go down in history. The king asked if he really thought so, and Prince Jinsun replied that of course he did. It seems he has succeeded in changing the history of Yongsan Gong. Now he won't be recognized as a tyrant and he will be able to get a temple name. I wonder what kind of temple name he'll get. Korean kings were given temple names with the ending jung, like Taejong. In any case, he doesn't like that the barbarians have started invading their territory. Prince Jinsung asked if he meant Ijin. The king thinks they should attack the barbarians. Prince Jinsun asked what it means to attack. Is it talking about war? They have taken over 200 men captive since he became king. They call him the father of the nation. But what father would watch his enemies kidnap his children? He would like to gather an army and attack the barbarians, but they are in no condition to do so now. If he is successful against the barbarians, he will be honored even more. Jinsun asked what unarmed meant. The biggest problem is the budget. Many people oppose war with barbarians because they fear it will destroy the economy. He had recently read about the art of war, where it was said that the ultimate skill was to subdue the enemy without using force. The king agreed with that. Johnson said that if war is necessary, they should fight and win. To win this war, they need to be well prepared. What about money? You can get it from rich people. They can actually get money from rich people. If you make rich people pay for the war, what's the point of it at all? Of course it makes sense. They will be able to show their nobility, because nobility obliges them to do just that. Nobility obliges, the prince remarked. It means that people of status must show their high moral character. He had heard this many times before as a future king. Is it only the king who has high status? What about other rulers? The incident in Ijin made him realize that mercenaries were used there. This is when the sons of rich men pay other young men to serve in their place. The king asked if it was really true, and how dare they even dare? If mercenary activity is considered illegal, why not make it legal and use them in war? In any case, most rich people sit at home and read books, so they're unlikely to be good in combat. Most likely, they would only be walking around, coughing sleepily and making Zhu Galiang look like Zhu Galiang. Besides, there would probably be other people in the vanguard instead of them, so it would be easier for them to pay for food for the soldiers. That sounds nice, but rich families are unlikely to be happy about it. Prince Yeonsan asked what would happen if they just set an example. The king didn't know what he was talking about. If war breaks out, he'll donate 10,000 coins to the army. The king was surprised that it was so much. Prince Jinsung said he wouldn't stay hungry if he did that. If he spared 10,000 coins, the others wouldn't know what to do. But if he does, no one will be able to say that they did not support the army with money during the war. After the attack on Aijin, officers also began to discuss it frequently and may be willing to pay. They have a meeting tomorrow to discuss the headlight problem, so he should attend. The man said it will be held in Pyeongchang and the venue is the royal palace. So let her remember to dress up. Prince Yeonsan said he would do anything. At the same time, someone was telling His Majesty that he couldn't do it. Let him kill him. They all asked to be killed. The king asked why he thought he couldn't. He apologized. But don't they think they disagree with him and the greed? They just want to save the country's economy and their lives. Let him understand them too. Prince Jinsun was looking at the whole picture at this moment. The man said that if they didn't make the Pokachai pay the money, they would turn against them and it would be hard to pacify them. They can't revolt. And how can they obey his order knowing that? Let him understand them. They all asked to understand them. The king got really pissed off when he said rebellion. Which one of them said rebellion? Everyone immediately became nervous. The king said he would kills everyone. At that time someone shouted out that he was going to war. The king couldn't figure out who it was that shouted it. Everyone turned around to see who it was. As it turned out, it was Prince Yeonsan. The king asked what he had just said. Yeonsan will go to war. If he does, it'll set a good example for the rich. The barbarians have already crossed their lands. Their people die every year. Aren't they going to be the ones in hiding, deprived of what they fear, losing money and food, or what? He looks at them and realizes why they always lose. The Yeonsan MTS did not talk about how every grain of rice is a drop of sweat during a drought. Now they are talking about how they can't spend their money on war. They occupy high geo positions in the country but fail to fulfill their responsibilities. It's normal for them. Prince Jinsung had already become furious. That they are always fed. They are comfortable at a time when the rest of us are starving and homeless. At this time, the teacher turned to the prince. Prince Yeonsan asked him what happened. Hadn't he told him that on no account should he interfere in public affairs? Of course he did. What was it that made him do this? Or had he forgotten his position? He has heir status now, which means it's very easy to use him as an excuse to rebel. Now because of this gossip, he could be labeled an enemy of the people. If a rebellion starts because of him, he will be in danger too, since he is his teacher. Of course he wants to live like a prince and enjoy it. But the teacher asked, well, but this situation he can't leave without attention. So he said that he was going to personally go to the battlefield to fight. After all, he is a great prince. At the same time, they were both definitely noticing something. Prince Yeonsan stepped out to see who was there. As it turned out, it was his spouse who broke the cup as she walked by. Prince Yeonsan turned to her. She asked what it all meant. Was he going to be in the war or what? She begged to say something. Prince Jinsun continued to simply remain silent at this moment. His spouse looked at him with tears in her eyes at this moment. Then she just cried and started running away. Prince Jinsun couldn't understand what had already happened. After that, Prince Yeonsan simply walked out and began to stare after his fleeing wife. The wife started running away from the prince. Jinsun was fighting against some creatures at this time. Many more creatures began to approach him. The prince said it didn't matter how many there were. They don't stand a chance against the sword of the great Prince Jinsung. Yeonsan fought them with ease. He then prepared to launch another attack. He realized that another creature was attacking him from behind. He prepared to meet him at that moment. He said they would get his special kick. Prince Jinsun then began to group up, and the air rose. He used the prince's furious flurry. After that, Yeonsan straightened up his opponents. He put down his sword. Does he still want to experience the blow of Jinsong's strongest sword? Doksane sighed heavily at this point. Yeonsan has been practicing and said he won't back down. A sword flew out of his hands at that moment. He's landed right next to Doksane. Yeonsan started apologizing and saying his hands were sweating and that's why the sword slipped out. Yeonsan said he was in pain. The guy asked if he was okay. He noticed that his hand was blistered. It's because he just started practicing with the sword. He needs to be courageous. He will soon be fighting on the battlefield, so he needs to prepare himself. Why was he talking about the prince's whirlwind and other strange words when he was beating the scarecrow? He was just bored with beating the scarecrow. He could call it an exercise in imagination. The battlefield is no joke, but he's still stubborn. If he didn't do it, he just didn't see the look of the wings. Unbeknownst to the enraged king, when Yeonsan first remembered, he already had shivers all over his body. This is the year of the blue rat, so he should beware. Doksun didn't realize what he had to guard against. If Gabja Sawa happens this year, it could turn out to be quite tragic for them. The guy asked if he was going to continue. He had to survive. How would he change history if he died? If he dances so madly with his sword, he'll kill his allies as well. With this approach, he'll be killed before the barbarians get to him. He's holding too dangerous a weapon. Does he really want to get involved in this war? Prince Yeonsan said he had no choice and announced it to the entire city. If that's the case, he's unbelievable. Most noble men hire mercenaries because they don't want to serve, but even the prince is going to fight on his own. Doksun asked Yushu if it was true that the Jurchens skinned the faces of their enemies alive. Did they not do such things to demoralize them? The excuse is that they tie people to horses. He experienced it firsthand, barely able to cut the rope and escape. He had yet to hear about not burning people alive. Yeonsan stopped him abruptly. The battlefield is a place where it is very easy to lose one's life. That was a fact, but if something bad happens to him, he still dies once and they die twice. Doksun said His Highness wasn't worried, and Prince Jinsung asked why. While he's away, he'll look after the palace. He's so stupid. Is Pink going to let this happen? No, he'll take him, his faithful servant, with him. They'll be together forever. Truth be told, if someone with high status like him is killed or captured, it would be very bad news for them. If he goes to war, he hopes to lead an army, but he knows that many want him killed on the battlefield. There's something he wants to ask him. He knows about divine weapons. Badly, I say. Asking what divine weapon means. He was a mercenary for about 10 years. It happened 9 years ago. He was Hellingen's mercenary. They were all going somewhere. The leader of them was some very strong man. Then they were attacked by the barbarians. They were marching in their direction, not realizing that their force of 1,000 men had demoralized them by their numbers alone. At this time the man yelled for them to make way. He told them to point the divine weapons at the barbarians. He said those were setting guns on fire. The man was surprised, for he had not been able to figure out what it was. The commander then said that they proceeded to attack. They began to attack. After that, the shells started flying towards the soldiers. The sounds of gunshots were very frightening. Of course, the shells hit the soldiers. A rain of 1,000 arrows rained down on the enemies. At this time the man managed to escape from these arrows. But the worst part was that these arrows exploded. It was really a very strategic approach. It was so scary. At that moment he had a thought in his head. They were lucky the barbarians didn't have these weapons. Yeonsan wondered about this so-called divine weapon. Prince Jinsun asked if it was in Aijin, but the answer was that it was only found in strategic locations. There was none in Aijin. If such weapons were there, even a useless commander would hardly flee. Then he should get a weapon even if it costs money. How about we talk to His Majesty about it? Prince Jinsung realized that he could definitely use the divine weapon. At this moment, Prince Jinsun was pulling the bowstring in his bow. He was completely focused on the arrow. A few seconds later, he fired a shot, and it hit right in the center of the target. Kroll swept his bow. The improvement in his skills he owed to His Majesty. Worst of all, his ability to handle the bow has already gotten better. He does it smoothly and without any unnecessary movements in his hands. It's all thanks to his training with Mr. Yeksu, which has greatly improved his arm strength. It turns out he's really preparing for battle. Prince Jinsung said that of course, especially at the moment that he had promised. It seemed to him that he had put him in a difficult position by his rash words. Prince Jinsun said not to worry about it. He's right anyway. It's necessary in order to save their people from their enemies. What will he do if something happens to him? How would he face his mother and his wife? He won't have to worry about that. He'll come back alive. That's why there's a weapon he'd like to build. Can he count on his help? Does he want to build a weapon or what? God expressed that yes, weapons would indeed help them conquer the world and reduce the losses they would suffer. By the way, it was asked if something like that exists. If that was the case, he would be sure to tell the army blacksmith to wait for his arrival. However, did they raise the funds to prepare for war? That's the problem they're facing. Even though he had already gathered supplies, actively trained in swordsmanship, bow and arrow, to go to war, it was not enough. Even with training, it is impossible to go to war without the means to start a war. The king said it was unfortunate, but they had no choice. Nothing will happen unless enough money is raised and he doesn't have to go to war. But honestly, he's scared about how much worse the situation will get if he spends time in the Joseon army instead of just the army at war. At this moment, Prince Jinsung greeted someone. He told his spouse he was home. He called out to his wife, but she didn't answer. At this point he moved closer to the room, but there was silence. He said he'd bring her favorite chicken on the way back from the palace with lots of radishes. He remembered the tavern on the hill was a pretty good cook. The princess informed him that he would be in his chambers and would give Jongyeom the chicken. Let him remember to enjoy it later. He realized that she still seemed to be angry. As Prince Jinsun was about to leave, his consort abruptly walked out to him. She asked why he shouldn't come in and grab a bite to eat with her. Prince Yeonsan did stop by, of course, to eat with her. He told her to hold and eat the chicken leg. It was well cooked and seasoned. Certainly something was bothering the wife at this point. At that moment she noticed the calluses on the prince's hand. She immediately averted her gaze. Prince Jinsun couldn't figure out what was wrong. His wife asked him if it was true that he was going off to war. Frankly, he announced it for lack of any other option. But after speaking to His Majesty, it seemed to him that he would be able to raise sufficient funds to start the war. His wife asked him if it was true what he said. He replied that His Majesty had said it personally, so let her not worry and enjoy the chicken first. She'll eat the leg, and he'll eat it too. She really thinks the chicken at the tavern is better. He is sure that everyone is already aware of the problem that has arisen with fundraising for the war. Didn't they predict this? No one will sacrifice their possessions even for the defense of the country. Kim Angik said that, in the north are the barbarians, in the south is nature, which creates many problems. He had not faced such a serious problem since the founding of Joseon. And history shows that weak countries don't last long, and their fate is to be divided. Conflict within the ruling class and lack of displays of patriotism. Sacrificing money to defend the country will lead the nation to ruin. What do they think King Taeo was thinking when he changed course and returned home? If we exclude the moment when they were first confirmed, would the prince have decided to go to war? What is he trying to say? Does he know what Crown Prince Jinsung has been up to these past few days? The prince practices fencing skills, bow and arrow skills by day, and at night, he studies strategies. Doesn't that mean he's explicitly decided to go to war? He is confident in his words when he personally asked him about it. Does he know what the prince replied? The teacher asks if he is sure of his decision. He tries to go to war, knowing that he can leave his life on the field. Yeonsan replied to him that he is not going to war to die. He wanted to live happily at home with his wife. Don't the families of the soldiers who fight against the barbarians want to live the same way? Don't they think that the families waiting for their sons from war don't dream of them coming back alive? The teacher pondered over these words. Prince Yeonsan believed they all felt the same way. He is thinking of his people at such a young age. He was afraid that the great prince would get caught, but cleverly, once he became a prince. That was why he made sure that he would never be involved in affairs of state and the like. However, at such a young age, he dared to openly declare that he would defend the country at the cost of his life. If they ignored his call, how could they then proudly call themselves scholars and mentors? Their mentors made bad decisions, too. But what should they do? Put up set faces? Oppose the war in any way? What if they don't bring Maninso in? Everyone was pretty surprised when he said that. Everyone, without exception, did not expect to hear him say that. What is the Maninso in question? Maninso is the convening of about 10,000 scientists to discuss important information. This is similar to emergency powers in the United States or State Department petitions in modern-day South Korea. Since there was no internet in those days, collecting signatures from a large enough group of scientists acted as a kind of decree. The man said that if all the pundits signed Maninso, he would be left with only one option, to prove the outbreak of war. Everyone agreed that they would. We need to show them what they can do. Yeonsan told his spouse to stop tickling him. Let her stay a little longer. She asked if he was going to war. He'd already said she shouldn't worry about it, hadn't he? How does she think he'll manage to start a war without money? Then he will go to Unnam and talk to the scientists. Someone volunteered to go to Namwon. At that moment, the king wanted to say something. He asked how things were going with fundraising for the war against the barbarians. He is sorry to report this, but the citizens of their state do not wish for war. This was said by the Minister of Human Resources named Sun Hyun. Citizens of their state. Did he just say citizens of their state or what? That's exactly how he said it. So people who leave their lives on battlefields with barbarians are not citizens of their country, or what? At the same time, His Majesty was addressed by Kim Gum of Dosunji. For what purpose did he come to them from Sungjae-wonwon? He arrived to deliver Maninso, signed by the scientists of their country. They were deeply moved by the words spoken by the young prince. Therefore, Lee Jangong and his group of 10,000 scholars decided to express their support through this document. The king asked and wondered, or did Lee Jonggung call it that? Isn't this by any chance the disciple of that Kim Gwangpul who was exiled? Why him? It was the royal scribe Ryu Sungjong who said that. Does he think his decision to make Jinsung a prince was wrong, or what? Junior Minister of the Military Ministry Shin Yunmu asked that. The man wondered about Lee Jonggung. It seems that 10,000 young scientists are serious about supporting the war. Thus, he suggests, is this not what the citizens of their country want? Everyone abruptly fell silent at that moment. The king said as everyone listened to him intently, would they disregard Lee Jongguang's will and the rest of the 10,000 scholars who had demonstrated their intentions? Let this be the cause of their worries. But if they let it continue, there would be no resistance. Everyone tensed up and was silent at that moment. Soon they will only become more aggressive, and this will lead to the extermination of their people and the exploitation of their armed forces. As soon as possible let them raise an army, massacre the enemies across the river, and be sure to rescue all those who have been taken prisoner. They don't take orders from him. Moreover, those who fight on the front lines earn the respect of the people. From then on, except in cases of incapacity, all those present in the Hall of Administrative Authority below the third class are also obliged to participate in the battle. Everyone was very much surprised when they heard this. Pak's central administrator wanted to address. What, did they raise more money than they planned or something? Exactly. He reported that the amount of grain harvested is about 600,000 servings. But why are all these people directing their views against cutting war? The king said it was all thanks to teacher Lee Jongho, who managed to get the support of scholars and write Maninso. He compared his intentions to fight for the country and the people to great stories of strength. He even insisted on continuing the war against the barbarians to restore pride in their people. Prince Jinsun, of course, did not expect this turn of events at all. Perhaps he would even relent and bring his teacher back from exile. In any case, he had already been there for quite some time. Why did he need to do something extra? Prince Yeonsan was nervous and questioned whether the war would really be fought. Of course, now they would finally be able to fight back against the barbarians, and it was all thanks to him. It wasn't that everyone wasn't ready for it. To solve the problem with just rice, he would be tired when he entered the battlefield. Of course he was right. Be that as it may, the Maninso he and his teacher had prepared had gathered more than just grain for them. Prince Jinsun asked what he meant. The noble families and their sons decided to join him in the war that they not only paid for it. That means more than 900 young men will join the confrontation. Prince Jinsun wondered why 900 people didn't even dare to pay off. Well, because over 900 citizens decided to join. They will have to create a new battalion. How does he look at leading this battalion? All these young men were inspired by his words that those with power should command on the front lines. These boys would surely obey his every order. Prince Jinsun realized that he was finished. What should he do now? It seems he has no choice but to go to war. So how does he announce this at home to his spouse? He imagined the scene where he said he had no other choice. Listening to their conversation, he asked her to forgive him, but she wouldn't even look him in the face. He did everything he could to reassure her. He'd even sworn not to go to war. How could it have come to this? What should he tell her now? At that moment, Yeonsan noticed his spouse standing nearby. At the same time, the protagonist saw Jang Yim's father. He chewed on everything at this point. Not bad. He hoped he'd chewed pretty well too. It was Jang Yim's father, Sugun's son, Ik Changan. He was so proud of the actions of such an honorable son-in-law as he was. Why aren't they going into the courtyard? Why are they here? He's already about to go back. He protests. Why don't they spend the night at their place? Since he's already arrived? Don't let him worry. He's on his way out. It's fine. Don't let him worry. Why doesn't he at least have a bite to eat? Why had her father suddenly decided to visit them? The spouse is just silent at this point. He told her that a good wife should not block her husband's way, since a man has more weight than meets the eye. Prince Yeonsan got out of it at the same time. He said she should not add weight to the load he was to carry. When he cooked a meal just for her, she knew that all women were jealous of her. She was so proud of her husband at that moment. When she learned that he was going to war for their country, her father was just as proud of his son-in-law. Even being leathery, she couldn't envy their country and their citizens. Yeonsan didn't even know what to answer. He promised her he'd come back alive. She called him dear husband, and after that, they finally kissed. Then the girl brushed her hair. She just sat there minding her own business. Then she said that everything was ready. She wondered when she would finally get a nice hair clip from her husband. They're about to be delivered by the head maid, because that's the only thing that's not ready yet. Why isn't she moving? Is there really no time left? Why didn't she call her right away, but was going to take the head maid for her errands? At that time, the girl got punched in the face. What did she dare tell her? Was she late because she was styling her hair or something? Let them make sure she's starving all day. What's everybody doing now? Let's get on with the morning chores. She's always hitting girls. Police. Let there be a detention. Everyone assumes that the prettiest girl is the quietest. If she had only known she would have to starve, she would have eaten a little more at dinner. She would make sure to get some food tonight. Is she sure? Surely she's eating less than she thinks she is. She thanked Doc. She's the only one left on her side. She doesn't seem too cruel. Forever watching her closely, even if she doesn't do anything. She doesn't think there's anyone among them she scolds more than her. At that moment, some man appeared in front of them. He was kind of crazy, because he laughed. She asked if she was scared. It was frightening. He had done exactly the same thing yesterday. He'll make sure she pees her pants out of fear. If that happens, she'll need to buy some salt. His superior should stop. And Mr. JN immediately came to mind. The girl asked what was wrong with him. Is he making excuses for idiots or what? How can you deny it after what you've seen? At this point, they wondered. Last time, she had casually approached his chamber and heard music coming from there. She watched it carefully and cautiously. A man was playing an instrument at that moment. He then played another instrument, then on another. If he really was an idiot, he'd be running different tools so well. As they say, to each his own. But the point is, he wasn't just good, and she felt the sadness that the melody carried. Has she met His Excellency Elder Poon Wanwei? He was just passing by. Did he happen to be talking about Lim Sunya, who likes to have fun? It is rumored that His Majesty used a house near the palace to entertain courtesans. She had heard rumors about it too. The girl was smiling at this time. A man was playing an instrument at that moment. There was also another one playing the flute. They were both playing music at this point. Then the guy noticed something. He looked up to see who it was. At that moment, a girl came up to them who was literally singing. She clearly had a look of joy on her face. Then she began to walk past the men. The guy, of course, noticed the girl immediately. Then he was done playing. What he said is a line of an ancient saying, which will be explained next. It's been said that percussion instruments are better than strings, and the best percussion instruments. He never thought he'd hear himself say that. Isn't that so? He asked Mr. JN's friend. The man didn't say anything back, basically, as he always did, I guess. The guy just looked at him after that. He asked what the girl's name was. She said her name is Naksu, but asks for forgiveness. She was so involved in their music. Let her not worry about it. She has a very gentle voice. He said, so what does he have to say about it? He thinks she should take this child with her to the event tomorrow at the palace. Well, how would someone like her be able to step a foot into the palace? That's right, they'll all go together. He also knows that they'll get a good meal there. It was the girl's plan, of course, and she was glad it had worked. It was already nightfall. The girl was going to sleep. She was looking at herself in the mirror at that moment. Didn't the girl come over and ask Naksu if she was hungry? After all, she hadn't eaten anything today. She made her rice balls from the leftover rice. She thanked her because she was very hungry. She had a chance to get into the palace to sing in front of His Majesty himself. Of course. Can she trust her? She even managed to get their lord's permission. Of course. That was excellent. She sure remembers that Lim likes to have fun, as she thinks he'll remember her if she does well. Of course. She's so beautiful that she'll probably interest him. No joke. These rice balls are unique, all because she's hungry. The rice has already gotten cold, but no, it really was the best rice ball she had ever had to try. She thanked her. Since it wasn't gifted with any other talents, she should just go into cooking. Wait, what is she talking about? They may be the same age, but she looks at least 10 years older than her, and her skin is dark. But you don't have to say that. Keep her quiet. Wait a minute, she'll show him for now. Even just let him put it on her lips. Where did she melt it from? Keep her quiet, or it'll go wrong. The girl gave her a mirror to see how she was doing. Doc asked what she thought. At this point, a woman came in and told them that they both had to get out quickly. She asked if everyone was in place. Let her get rid of the beauty on her lips. She'll call her out on it because of that. The woman began to say that one of them had dared to touch their mistress' belongings. The girl immediately began to worry at this point. One of them dared to touch their mistress's dresser. Naksu immediately began to worry. She was really struggling at this point. After all, she was the one holding what she had clearly stolen. Doc was looking at her at that moment. Why was she getting out of the girl's arms and saying it was her? She held her lipstick up and said she was the one who, you jerk, well, dared to touch mistress's things. The woman asked her that it was her. Naksu didn't understand why on earth the girl was starting to defend her. Then she sternly walked over and looked at her. Afterward, she touched the girl's lips. She looked at what was on her lips. Of course. Afterward, she slapped her. As usual. Why is she frozen? Let her command and gather everyone here. Why? Well, how can you steal food and starve and then dare to steal the mistress item? After that, she started hitting her with a stick. She seemed quiet, and giving her a job wouldn't be a problem. She thought all this horror had been taught to her by Naksu. After that, the girl just lay on the floor, barely moving. Naksu approached her at that moment. She called her stupid and asked her why she did it. She thought that if a girl was to sing in front of the king himself, she should be as beautiful as possible. The girl cried at these words. She promised that if the girl had a chance to go to the palace, she would be sure to take her with her. She said the girl should prepare for her arrival, otherwise it would be foolish for Blood himself to send people. Naksu was sitting in the palace at this moment. Doc was also with her. Naksu wanted her to come to the palace and carried something under her skirt. The girl asked what it was. When she saw it, she was greatly surprised. There were lots of cockroaches, some kind of doll, and a signature addressed to Queen Shinwandik. Doc was greatly surprised. Naksu was just looking at her at this point. The Army Forge was the administrative agency for making weapons. Yeonsan walked into the Army Forge. The man asked him who he was. Prince Jinsung said that he was the great Prince Jinsung. The man immediately fell to his knees and said that he had heard that the prince would soon come to visit him. The man's name was Kim Gapdon, and he was in the business of making guns that used gunpowder. Prince Jinsun wondered if the man looked like a dwarf. The man asked how he could help. Prince Yeonsan wanted to know if he could look at the weapons the man possessed and anything in particular. He'd like to take a look at their gunpowder weapons. The man suggested that the prince follow him. Prince Jinsun asked if it was a divine weapon, as he had heard of such a thing. The prince said it looked like an oven. The man explained that it was called Daewon-gu. Among the largest guns were the cannons of Change, Jeej, Henge and Hwayne. Prince Yeonsan said it's all very interesting, but he's looking for something smaller. The man suggested the Sejong cannon, which was the perfect solution for fighting the barbarians. He explained that with this cannon, you can load the barrel with 4 arrows, and all you have to do is take good aim. After that, the man fired a shot. 4 arrows flew out of the cannon at once. The man said he had startled him, and if the man had hit him, the armor would have been able to be penetrated if fired at close range. He said the guns are very good, but he has an idea he would like to share. He suggested making something similar, but with metal shards and gunpowder, so that it would explode after a short period of time. It would be reminiscent of Gilry's exploding pot. He explained that the task of this device would be similar to Prince Johnson's idea of setting a piece of paper on fire and then throwing it at an opponent. He asked if this device was too big. He said the town calls him Jin Choner, but it will be a flying Jin Choner. No more throwing it at the FAQ. It will fly into the enemy, becoming something new. A bomb flying straight into the enemy. He thought he needed to figure out how to make a device that would fly at the enemy. It would need something like a cannon, and it was up to an engineer like him to figure it out. The man began to ponder this. He suggested doing so and then see if it fits the description. They should have lit the fuse of the flying Jin Choner in the first place. Talia didn't have to load the cannon. After that, a shot was to be fired. Flying Jin Choner had to land at the enemies, and explode right in the middle of them. Prince Jinsun said that was correct, but was it possible to accomplish? He doubted that the task would be easy. He said they made Jinrei's exploding pots out of wood because they were light enough to throw. If you don't load the cannon and set the pot on fire, it will explode on the spot. If it explodes while the cannon is charging, their troops will be seriously maimed. It would be like self-destruction. Also, if he tries to make the shell hard enough to prevent it, and the thickness of the projectile, the weapon will be less effective at detonating. It turns out to be much more complicated than he had anticipated, but if he succeeds in making this idea a reality, it will revolutionize the field of gunpowder weapons. Technology starts with the seemingly impossible. Prince Jinsung asked if he thought creating such a weapon was possible. He wanted to know if he could make one. The man replied that he could be relied upon and it was because of him that all of this was possible. Prince Jinsun was already confident in his dwarf. The man didn't understand what dwarf meant. Prince Jinsun explained that it was a type of praise. Late at night, at this moment, Prince Jinsong was sitting and drawing something. He was actually drawing a design for a new weapon. All the guns, mobility, bonding and assembly were all very challenging. Something like this would be perfect for activating a flying Jin Choner. Fuji thought he should have gone to engineering school instead of becoming a student of arts and sciences. He regretted that he had been absorbed in these lessons for so long and had already forgotten what had happened in history class. But there was no point in regretting. Usually, when he's transported to a new universe, he's given a special ability. He's glad he wasn't reborn as Lee Seongshan, or it would have been over. The prince was told that he had visitors from Songyungwon, one of Korea's top universities. It was already night. Two men came to see Prince Jinsun. He asked what brought them here from the university. The first guy introduced himself and said his name was Jendik and he was a university student. The other guy's name was Pan Sokbyung. He had heard the name and knew that he lived in Jeomsok-lee, so he talks to him about how they have a very smart man living in their neighborhood. He had heard good things about him. The girl had told him to go to His Highness and say something. They said they came through to thank him and tell him she was still the same as before, crooked and childish. The reason for their visit was to discuss something with him. Prince Yeonsan asked if it would take a long time, as the Byeolchungwi event was about to start, which he had to attend. He did not apologize for not giving him advance notice. The guy said their town has run out of ideas for expanding the area that used to consist of Kimsok-lee. Kimsok-lee was reduced to 3 parts, and the residents of the residence wanted to express their gratitude. Moreover, he also created a smallpox vaccine. The people wanted to make sure the prince felt their gratitude. Prince Jinsun said that if he kept this up, there would soon be breaks in the local hospitals. Prince Yeonsan asked what they wanted to talk about. They asked him to speak directly. They wanted to ask what kind of country he wanted Joseon to be. Prince Yeonsan asked if this was too sensitive a topic to discuss because issues like this could lead to a change in power. He remembered his teacher's words, saying that he would be suspected of betrayal even if he was involved in the most insignificant of rumors. Prince Jinsun said that if he said something wrong, his teacher would scold him. He knew that his teacher would say exactly that if the issue was brought up by his staff. Prince Yeonsan reflected on this. He decided he would answer after all, and said that above all he would like Joseon to be a good country to live in. He was asked what he meant by a good country to live in. He replied that in a country where everyone would have equal rights and the opportunity to live up to those rights. He added that everyone will have to have the opportunity to be trained. Those words piqued the guy's interest. He said everyone will be given a chance to get a dream job. The guy was surprised and asked if that meant he wanted to get rid of the class system. Prince Yeonsan confirmed that was correct. He wanted to create a world where even the poorest could be educated. Prince Yeonsan asked why he didn't think of this sooner. He noted that among the people he interacts with, there are those who are much more resourceful than those who have been trained all their lives. Prince Jinsun thought of the butcher's barrel at this moment. These people do not have the opportunity to show their talent for the good of the country, and this is their great loss. Anyway, if he tried to create a world like his dreams, he would be considered a traitor. He believed that if it were His Majesty in his place, such a peace would be possible. He was the only one in Joseon history who was allowed to conceive something like this. Prince Jinsun didn't understand why he thought of him that way. He was known as the most brilliant ruler in Joseon history. He was always afraid he might yell at him. The students pondered his words. One of them started asking if something strange had happened. He tried to stop him and asked him where he was going. He apologized to the Highness and said it was time for them to leave. Yeonsan didn't object. Yeonsan didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. He thought it was time for him to lie down and sleep. It's already daylight. All gathered at the military training ground. Who knew why their intentions to join the army had become so mature? No matter how much they were into shooting, they would have more than enough time to train archers. However, they were lacking a few melee soldiers. He thought that archery was in their blood. In fact, the spear will be more painful in both offense and defense. They will need to train the soldiers to wield the spear. When he reported this to Kuznetsov, the latter said that they didn't have enough wood for spears. Although there were many trees around, oak was too heavy for spears. They would need to use wood like thorns, which meant they wouldn't be able to make something for it quickly. They have to make sure that the soldiers assigned to the cannon are sufficiently well trained. It's also decided to send a few people for training. There are still a lot of things around to take care of. The trainees will be here soon, and it looks like they will have to leave soon. Let them fit and take the right size mold. Will it be too thin for their trek north? It does not seem to be silk. The guy said he wanted a very small mold. It was at this time that Yeonsan noticed them. He asked if the guys who came to see him were the same guys. He asked if they weren't university students. What were they all doing? Did they have a good night's rest that night? Then they said they decided to leave the university in the past. They decide to join the journey, which is led by their mentor. They will follow him no matter where he is. They want to see the future of Joseon by walking shoulder to shoulder with it. Yeonsan asked what he had just said. At this time in Songyungwon, somebody was really worried. He held up a letter saying that it had been decided not to prefer a place of preparation for the upcoming exam and that they wanted to meet in person with the Grand Prince, who was unofficially refusing to participate in the exam. What are they even talking about? At this time, people gathered. Yeonsan fired his weapon at the same time. He took aim and was ready to shoot. A second later, he fired a shot. 4 arrows hit the target. Jinsun asked the man how he felt. It was amazing. He couldn't believe he was firing a Sejong cannon from his hands. If he can control the recoil, it will be much easier to shoot with the butt resting on his shoulder. If they remake all the barrels of the Sejong cannon like this, the remaining parts can be used as spears. That wasn't bad. He thanked him. Now they could create more cannons and spears at the same time. Let them take care of everything. Prince Jinsung asked about the status of the development of the flying Jin Choner. They have been working hard on it for some time. The main problem is the overuse of gunpowder in the process of creating it. It is not good for them if they use up too much gunpowder before the war starts, because there is no way to produce more gunpowder. They require saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, but unfortunately, saltpeter is the hardest to obtain from that list. Let him follow him. If you look closely at the kitchen floor, the basement next to the stone walls and old infrastructure, this way you can spot the easily wet dirt with a white section. This is the saltpeter. He thinks Gyeolchungwi could help with that. The man said that would be wonderful. At the same time at the range, the people gathered and stood in a crowd. Prince Yeonsan passed, or they all understood his explanation. They must look for saltpeter in the next gathering. A great reward will be prepared for the one who finds the most saltpeter, so let them try their best. Does he really think these smart guys will be able to find saltpeter? If not, they will have to pay their slaves by stirring money, including him. Since he's part of Gyeolchungwi, he should find more saltpeter than the trainee. What's he gonna say? The more they find, the better. He'll start looking, too. The man said he'll start looking too. At that moment, Yeonsan called out to Doksun. Yeonsan told him to take a look. It was saltpeter. Let them collect as much as they can. In the kitchen, he noticed there was even more of her. That would be amazing. Prince Yeonsan already had a whole bag of saltpeter. I think he's looked at every place in the house. His wife says Her Majesty wants to see him. Will he find time to see her? The spouse said that he could not call her a daughter-in-law. The protagonist replied that it was just a habit. Why not? It had been a long time since they'd had a chance to spend much time together in the last few days. Why not go with her? The spouse said she would go pack then. Someone asked how Her Majesty was doing. She's fine, as she always is. Did she make sure she captured that thing by sneaking it under her skirt? Of course it must be done that way. How dare she oppose her words? She basically thought so. Let him do it if he wants to see his son alive. Doc was very much surprised at what the girl said. She asked if she knew where her son was. Of course she did. She asks him to tell her where he is now and she will do whatever he asks her to do. Her son was originally supposed to be Wei Daegama's slave. After he was lost, everything so far seems to be residing in the great Prince Jinsong's house. The woman was glad to know where her son was. She thanked her for it. However, if she changes her mind, then let her make sure she never sees her son alive again. Let her remember that. The girl tensed slightly at this point. His Majesty reported that they had prepared appetizers. The woman told him to pass. The girl was very nervous at this time. Then she set the table next to Prince Jinsun. The girl thanked her. She said it was her duty. The flavor of the tea is not bad. Let him come over and take a sip. How have they been munching lately? Prince Yeonsan almost called her daughter-in-law. She replied that it was thanks to him that she had been Nalu lately. The protagonist did not understand what thanks to him meant. Food, properly, savor it. She heard that he is personally training Gyeolchungwi, also developing new weapons at the army blacksmith. He must be very busy. To be honest, he is quite exhausted. He hopes it will tell him a lot of help, but asks that he use it when necessary. Yeonsan saw the money there. He said he couldn't accept it. He hadn't prepared anything for her. Thanks to him, they were able to save their sickly child, and she was even able to ascertain her husband's thoughts about them. He wants him to accept their token of gratitude. The spouse told her husband that he should accept the gesture. Yeonsan said it offends him to use that money as needed, but asks that it be done that way. He wouldn't do it because he wanted something in return. She should be very grateful for everything he has done. At this time Yeonsan, walking nearby, noticed something. He stepped closer and asked, "Isn't that saltpeter?" He asked if it's okay if they don't take some of that dirt away. Does he really want to do it at the palace? It's the most valuable material for them. Can he use a sack and a small spatula? Yeonsan came through. Isn't that saltpeter? It's okay if they don't collect some of that dirt. He wondered how much of her was here. Let her stop. Is this matter so urgent that he's doing it even in the palace itself? Of course, saltpeter is an important material for making gunpowder. It is his responsibility to make up for the lack of experience a leader must have to make sure he sets a good example for the rest of us. At this time, Prince Yeonsan noticed a pot of some sort. He asked what it was. It was buried under the ground. The spouse was quite surprised. When she opened it, she saw what was inside. Then she just dropped it out of her hands. No one realized what this thing was. That they anime Yutza. Let the god infuse and call the creator's attendants. Prince Yeonsan tried to do anything to help his consort to wake up. She asks to be taken inside. Have everyone keep this area guarded. Make sure no one sees anything in close proximity to this area. The weather wasn't too clear at the same time. At the same time, someone called out to His Majesty. He asked what had happened. He was told that there was a problem at the palace. The king asked what had happened in the palace. He had been given bad news, but it seemed that someone had put a curse on the palace. The king wondered what other curse was on the palace. He then said they were heading to the palace. The king was moving very fast towards the palace. Of course, he was accompanied by people at the same time. After a while, they came in. In front of him he could observe his brother. The king turned to the prince. He asked what happened here and what he was doing here. He asks him to forgive him for not being able to greet him properly. He was defending the territory. He and his wife went out to visit the queen for a brief conversation. Underneath the creator was this. There they actually saw this doll, which was intended for the queen. The king was very much surprised. He came in a rage and asked who went to such a thing. Who dared to do something so foul in the royal palace itself? Of course, the king was furious. Let them kill the father in the fact that the addressee will find out about it, and by all means find out who is behind it. He must also provide him with a list of all the men and women who had been in the vicinity of the palace and Kenbok-kun, the king's sleeping quarters. Whoever the culprit was, if it occurred to him to curse the palace itself, then he makes sure that the next 3 generations of his family pay for his deeds. He said it looks like it's going to rain soon. They will need gloves. They should move the shards of the pot so that no drops even for the same will fall on it. The man who tried to curse, wings out, will try to catch himself. After a while, just as the prince said he would, Led Great does not believe in the power of curses, but we have had learned variations of them to such an extent that he can be of use to them. However, since each curse maker casts curses differently, it would not be easy to decipher all that was hidden in it. The king asked what he thought of it. The centipede represents the sun, the snake represents the moon, and you can see that its head was cut off while it was still alive. It looks as if a centipede representing the sun fought with a snake representing the moon. That means she was trying to steal all the protection he had been given by the moon. The king asked what it meant. The man explained that the curse lies in this one. Judging by the message on the charcoal, it is believed that the curse was meant for Her Majesty. Then the hair is attached to the cupola. Prince Yeonsan continued that they belong to Her Majesty herself. This means that whoever is responsible is in close proximity to the queen herself. Those who laughed to create something like this will pay for it. But he can't just send those who visited the palace to be tortured. You can't stop before finding this traitor. He and his wife also visited Her Majesty. Doesn't that mean they are being tortured? Earlier, he said he was going to catch the perpetrator himself if he had a plan. Prince Yeonsan said of course he assumes. Let him tell you what his plan is. Prince Yeonsan said this is it. After finding the pot by the one who touched it, it was just him, and the maid who opened it. These are the fingerprints of whoever touched the damn pot. Even if their palms are similar, doesn't think two people's fingerprints can be identical. He was absolutely right. He'll use the fingerprints as a key piece of evidence in his search for the perpetrator. All they need to do is get the fingerprints of everyone who visited the palace. The process of eliminating prints from the pot has begun. These prints were transferred to paper. The criminal who put the curse on the queen is only a matter of time. This moment the girls were going somewhere. We were asked what was going on here. Another said she didn't know. It seems they require their fingerprints. That if they are convicted of something they didn't commit at all. Fine, let the next one go. They say that by taking their fingerprints they want to find the criminals who cursed the palace. Not listening, not saying anything or what. Even among people with similar palms, no two with the same prints would be found. He had never thought of that. However, the faces said something to the effect of, okay, let the next one go. Please have them dip all 10 fingers in ink, then put them to paper. Because the pot itself had fingerprints on it that did not belong to their master and his mistress, it can be concluded that the culprit will be the one whose fingerprints are identical to those left on the pot. It was already night. The girl became furious and asked what she had been told. They're collecting the fingerprints of everyone who's been to the palace. It's only a matter of time before they're exposed. What the fingerprints mean? They're going to find her using this method. What are they gonna do now? She can't hide it. They've already fingerprinted her. The girl started to get very anxious. She turned to Doc. All they have to do is compose and plead guilty to what she did. She'd already taken the blame once. She remembered that moment when she was beaten instead. As long as her son's life is in her hands. The girl was worried. They don't give up hope. Hope. Where Kim Lydic is now. Have him bring her to her now. The girls were leaving the room at the same time. Prince Yeonsan apologized and asked to be excused. At that moment, the girl noticed the great Prince Jinsun in front of her. She recalled the words that her son was now serving at the Grand Prince's residence. At the same time, she said there was something worth talking about, but she was being slightly altered by a man, and he asked if there was a problem. He was on his way here when something happened. The man began to tell him all the details, and Prince Jinsun listened intently. He asks that everyone continue the fingerprint controversy. Prince Yeonsan told the man to follow him. At the same time, the candle was burning brightly. The girl sat in front of her painting. She was informed that His Highness, the Great Prince, had arrived. She told them to let him in. Prince Yeonsan welcomed Madame Sukin. She told him to drop the ma'am. She told him to call her sis to Knox the last time they drank together. Yeonsan was holding some paper in his hand at this point. The girl turned her attention to it. She said they hadn't seen each other since. Could she offer him something to drink? Prince Jinsung said that on orders to increase. He is currently collecting the fingerprints of everyone who has been to the palace. As this is an order from His Majesty himself, he asks for your cooperation. The girl just stayed silent at this point. She asked what if she said she couldn't do it, so she gives him no new choice but to inform his brother, or rather His Majesty. The girl stepped back at this point. Then have them invite him to her reception. Have him come alone. Prince Jinsun and the man were walking somewhere at that moment. The man asked what he should do in this strange situation. Jinsun said that he would personally report it to His Majesty. Let him make sure that the fingerprints of everyone who was in the palace would be collected. After that, the man went to his own place. It was raining outside at this point. Yeonsan turned his attention to it. At that moment someone approached him. It was Doc, and she said she should confess something to him. Yeonsan turned around to see who it was. He knew he had tasked him to find out who was responsible for the creator's curse. The king asked how the investigation was going. The full hero asked if they could discuss it without outsiders. The king asked why on earth they should be secretive. Since his plan is to hand over the form of a traitor, he wants to reduce the likelihood of information leaks. The king said he would not leave them. After that, Yeonsan wanted to start talking. First of all, the one who buried the curse pot under the palace was the maid Kim Lydic. The king asked, saying it was all her plan. How dare she? The king said there was no way she could have done it alone. He claimed that someone else was behind it, and he swore he would get what he deserved. He said that although the act was committed by Kim Lydic's maid, the crime was planned by the Jipjenden house. The king was very much surprised when he heard this. Laughing, he immediately thought of Sukin. The king couldn't believe it at all. Yeonsan simply remained silent at this point. He didn't understand why Naksu was doing all this. How could she even go to something like this? Prince Jinsun continued to remain silent. The king asked what about the evidence? Evidence pointing to her guilt. Prince Yeonsan said that Sukin refused to participate in the fingerprint collection. Frankly, he can't give him any other convincing answer at this point. The king, of course, became furious at all this information. Then the man stood up abruptly. Prince Jinsun asked his brother where he was going. He said he had a lot to think about. He needed a drink to calm down. After that, the king just walked away. Naksu asks where Lidak is. She's been looking for her for ages. About her, it turns out she never went back to the palace. So she assumes and sympathizes with the guilt. But it can't be. She would never have gone for it, knowing her son's life was at stake. The girl wondered about that. Naksu turned to the girl at the same time. If the situation gets out of control, can she take all the blame? She was the one who had put the curse on the palace. Let her remember that. It was only of her own free will that she went along with it. She was the one who helped her only because she desperately begged her to. That is why, if it is possible to get out of this situation cleanly with her help, she will do everything she can to ensure that she escapes her fate. Doc began to cry. At the same time, His Highness arrived. Just let her trust her. She will do as she commanded. She must trust her. Just as she was leaving, she saw the king in front of her. The king looked at her sternly at that moment. She greeted the man. Naksu asked what had brought him to her at such a late hour. The king said he wanted a drink. Would she keep him company? She looked at him understandingly at that moment. It was already night. It's been a while since they've had a drink together, hasn't it? That's right. Their son Baekdok is pretty good at drinking. Let him have a bite to eat. The last meeting was 3 years ago. The king asked if it was really that long. The girl sighed heavily and said yes. The king began to remember the moment when he first saw the girl. Naksu, as always, was charming and beautiful. She still remembered that day as clearly as if it had been yesterday. Remembers his gaze following her intently. The king really couldn't take his eyes off her. The man asked, was it really like that? Suppose he were to quit. Has he forgotten that she thought then that he would burn a hole in her with his intense stare? The girl asked permission to have a drink with the king. The king asked, had he treated her badly? Naksu started to get nervous and asked what he meant. Was his treatment of her so bad that she decided to go for it? She has no idea what it is he's talking about. The king asked, or was it in this way that she was deceived and got rid of his wife to take her place? Naksu tensed up a lot after those words. She looked at the king at that moment, and then she just drank it. The king said to tell her everything. He would listen to her. How can a courtesan like her harbor hopes of becoming his wife? She's not that stupid. She wants to be close to him, wants to make sure he's doing well. She wants to be like a mother to him when he is grieving or when he is angry. Also, when he is upset, she would be there to listen to him. He really loved her for who she was. She is happy, simultaneously enlivened by it. There's the fact that she's loved by anyone. The king himself would probably be too generous a drink for her. Too sweet, lasting 3 whole years. To wake up from such a wonderful dream would be a monster, wouldn't it? Prince Jinsung turned his attention to something at this moment. The king began to leave the house. He had a very stern look on his face. He asked the man what about Sukin's acquaintances. Were they not doing their best to locate them as soon as possible? Sukin's fingerprints should have been left on the vessel of the bowl. He'll let him know as soon as it's clear. Rabbit said he would wait for the results. Prince Jinsun looked at the king as he began to walk away. Was upset about the whole thing. Someone was writing something at this point. The case of Queen Chinwondok's curse was solved. As it turned out, it was written by the very same student from the university. The main perpetrator of the crime turned out to be Jang Noksu and her accomplice Jang Boksu, another palace employee involved in the case. Kim Lidak confessed to the case herself. It was done voluntarily. Chan Noksu and Chan Boksu were found guilty after forensics revealed a 100% match between their fingerprints and those left by the perpetrator on the cursed pot. The Grand Prince was rewarded for exposing a criminal by taking a fingerprint. The internal affairs authorities have decided to use the fingerprinting method to investigate criminal cases in the future. They took that into consideration. Further investigation uncovered the crimes committed by the Chan sisters. Chan Noksu, using her power as a courtesan chosen by the king, snatched ladies from people to later sell them at a cheap price, and even took bribes from some merchants. It was also proven that Boksu's husband, Kim Yongsan, took out loans to buy cheap items that were then sold at an extremely high price. Eventually there was no choice but to declare them traitors to the nation and punish them accordingly. The king, of course, was harsh on them. The crow was car-calling at the moment. The girl was on her knees. However, even though the crime was irreversibly committed, His Majesty gave orders to stop the execution. The girl was very much surprised. In spite of the doubts about the correctness of the king's decision that arose among his intimates, His Majesty confined himself to the punishment of exile. Meanwhile, Kim Lydic, who was part of the conspiracy, had her charges reduced for her assistance during the investigation. The main reason for such leniency was that Her Majesty realized the difficulties Kim Lydic had to face while she was being manipulated into questioning the safety of her son's life. At this point, the document, Noxa, was placed in something incomprehensible at this point. The street was busy. The girl was looking at the street at the moment, and then she noticed something. People said they looked to see if Chan Noksu was there. Lee Sungju was looking at her at the moment. She looked up at him with a smile on her face, and then someone threw a rock at her. They told her to be damned and hoped she would be torn and die. There should be no payment for her dirty deeds. Heaven will never forgive her for that, but she deserves it. They hoped she would recognize God's vengeance. It suited her. The girl asks, or he thinks it suits her. Good. Then let the granite on her closer. She swears she'll remember him before she leaves this place. She began to say that she would memorize all of their faces for sure. And when she returns, she will make sure that each of them dies the kind of horrible death they wish for her today. Let them wait in awe for her return. And don't let them think it'll end so easily. She'll definitely be back. The girl began to call out to Shandong at this point, hugged her son and told him she was his mom. The spouse told her husband what a relief it was. Of course, they were happy to see each other. To get the spouse thinking about something, she promised her mom that one day, it was possible to observe the flowers in the moment. Someone was cutting something. It was a girl making some sort of flower-shaped figure. She had someone with her at the time. The woman said it was lovely, beautiful, wasn't it? Because she made a paper lantern. But it could be said that she raised her child perfectly. At this moment, Insu Debi, the grandmother of King Yongsan and Great Prince Jinsong, woke up. We need to promise that this old woman can support their children in her arms. Right now someone was playing with airplanes. As it turned out, it was Prince Yeonsan. Shoeboy asked what it was he was doing. Yeonsan said it was a glider. He used to build things like that when he was a kid and even participated in competitions. What is he doing building such strange things instead of a lantern in honor of Buddha's birthday? Not at all strange. Great Prince. By tomorrow the paper lantern should be ready. Yeonsan set out to make this paper lantern after all. The prince said he was tired and asked when he could be done with it. His spouse said she would help him. Jinsun said no need. He would try to deal with it himself. She had yet to deal with him. Little to do at the temple, preparing for the feast. Then she'll come back after she finishes some things. Isn't it true that he can handle it by himself? Prince Jinsung said that of course, she could take it easy. He realized he didn't have much time left. He thought Doksun was bad at doing things like this. Presently he saw his glider. He wondered about him. Some idea popped into his head. He started building something. A few days later at the party, does he find those colored lanterns very pretty too? Or what? Prince Yeonsan said she was the prettiest thing his eyes had ever seen. Doksun said he could use to learn how to behave honorably. The girl asked Doksun what it was. It's a paper lantern made by the prince himself, but it doesn't look like a lantern in shape. Didn't he also make a lantern for the holiday? Yes, he brought his lantern too, but where is it? Doksun said, here he is, and pointed to the girl with the light of his eyes. At this moment he saw a mentor. At this moment, Jinsun saw a mentor. What are they guys doing in this temple? They made the decision to leave the university a long time ago. After all, they are still students. To be honest, since he was a child, his dream was to go to the Lantern Festival. Had they been doing well lately? But thank you for your concern, because everything was fine. At that moment, Jinsung noticed Janjim. Johnson said the world really is like that, didn't he? She said she's here to meet with the Hemonzo people. That's why she's here. Perhaps because he's wearing different clothes from his everyday life. He looks pretty cute today. He likes his casual clothes better, but that's okay too. It was announced that Her Majesty has arrived. Grandmother began to be greeted. Janjim bowed to her on her knee. She doesn't look well. Her gait is heavy. She seems quite tired. It's too late to do anything. She asked the great prince if he had made the lantern as she had told him to. He said of course he did. Grandma asked what it was that he was holding in his hands. Is this the lantern they're talking about? But why believe? Part of the lantern is completely covered? He did it on purpose. This kind of lantern is called a sky lantern and does not have an opening at the top. The guy apologized for getting into the conversation, but he's a disciple of the great prince and his name is Seo Jendik. Then at that moment, he looked at Janjim. That's right, as a disciple of the great prince, he was there to assist him in solving the curse incident. This lantern was created by Zhu Galiang and is called the Conman Lantern. This is the first time he has seen this lantern in person. It looks amazing. The woman asks how he only knew about such a thing. It's not like that. He saw lanterns like this in Rapunzel once. What else are these lanterns, Conman? She offered to try to light it. They began to light it up. Yeonsan began to let go of him. Janjim was very much surprised. After a while Prince Yeonsan let him in and he took off. Of course, no one expected it. It was the first time they'd seen it. After that, he flew into the sky. The spouse asked what it was. They all watched intently as the lantern rose higher and higher. Grandma was very much surprised. She watched the balloon closely and intently. The flashlight was flying higher and higher. Grandmother watched it closely. In the guise of a lantern, she saw a guy. She turned to the great prince. He asked what was wrong. She, now an elderly woman, had to endure the death of her father in his time and the death of her grandfather in their younger years. Not to mention the fact that she had to endure the death of her children. She may be called an elder in the palace, but she's just an old woman who hasn't met her end yet. When she wishes to see her father, husband and children, she prays for happiness. However, even her most desperate prayer could not reach the night sky. But a glance at the lantern soaring into the sky made her think her prayers would finally reach them. She turned to the great prince. She asked, or would he launch a flying lantern into the sky for her after he died? The consort told Her Majesty that she should not utter such words. Yeonsan was thinking about something at the moment. He remembered holding his mom's hand. She asked if she could say her last words. The guy asked her not to die. She won't die. She won't leave him. Let him stop saying things like that. Let him listen to her. It's important to her. He knows how much she hates doing memorials, doesn't he? When that day comes, have flashlights for her and look up at the night sky. When she sees the lantern in the sky, she will be able to find it quickly, whether he has memorized it or not. Yeonsan wept at the moment. Then he turned to his grandmother. Let her be assured that her path to heaven will be lighted. He promises that the night sky will be filled with flying lanterns accompanying her on her journey. She knew the great prince was the coolest. Yeonsan asked, was she serious? The lantern continued to rise into the sky. As it turns out, the main character wrote a note that said, "May this night sky reunite them once again." It was written to his mom. After the curse incident and the decision to banish the person responsible for it, Chan Noksu, his brothers, and His Majesty focused on their work. The courtiers said they would carry out everything according to his plans. Since no one knew what was going on in his mind, the fact that he was entering the light and doing his job without any deviations allowed everyone to exhale a sigh of relief. He realized, first not discussing it with the main ones, after implementing it, and then turning his words around. It was a lovely day from the early morning. Why don't they go for a walk and have some fun? The king apologized, but said he would have to leave the palace soon. Son, they're moving out to Cheonggyepo. Jinsung asked Elder Sang's son how His Majesty has been doing lately. Lately he's given up drinking and has been focusing on work. It's mildly reassuring, but he's afraid he might be suffering from stress they don't even realize they have. He hopes that if he's hiding something, he can clear it up and fix it himself. He was worried about what might happen to his brother, kept thinking about how he could make him happy, something to be happy about. The kid asked the teacher what he was working hard on. Yeonsan said it was called ballooning. Guy asked what a hot air balloon was. It allows people to float in the sky. Guy asked if they soar in the sky like birds. Yeonsan asked, is it so hard to believe that? He said he believed him with all his heart. Prince Jinsung asked if he really believed him so easily. The reason he decided to leave the university and become a student is because he wants to learn about the future. Of course, he believes him. He created a vaccine that defeated disease and created soap, which greatly increased the survival rate of infants. He figured out the culprit by comparing fingerprints. Thanks to him, they came closer to accomplishing the creation of the flying Jin Choner. Yeonsan asked why they forgot to mention the fried chicken. They had forgotten the greatest thing of all. And as they had said earlier, after all the accomplishments, he was able to realize it. He told them that he was able to let people soar in the sky like birds. Of course they believe. They have no choice but to believe him. Not bad. He knew taking them on as his apprentices was a smart decision. And by what methods will he allow people to fly in the sky? Prince Yeonsan asked if they had seen the paper lantern he made recently. He means he's going to make a bigger version of that lantern. How much bigger would it have to be to lift a man off the earth? To lift a person perhaps 10 meters high. Understood what meters meant. We need to find out if it's up to strength or if it's even loaded as planned. Have them follow him where they are going. They went to the armory. The man scrutinized Prince Yeonsan's plan. Using materials such as paper and cloth, you have to be careful not to cause a fire. Can they build it? Even though it is quite a daunting task, is there anything he couldn't bring to life? They started designing a small balloon. The man was working hard at the moment. Others, in turn, prepared the fabric. The man also began downloading something else. Prince Yeonsan greeted his spouse at this point. Then everyone started eating together. The man is almost finished with the structure. He then placed this structure in a wooden box, which he himself climbed into. He said the coal is inside and they're about to start it up. Then he began to twist the structure. Then even faster. Then again, 3 times as fast as it was. After that, the first fire appeared, and then the fire got really bad. They all began to rejoice, for they had done it. The man thought his hand was going to melt. After a while, they were ready to stretch the fabric for this balloon. Yeonsan thanked him for his work. She was asked how the training was going. Even though they didn't expect much from a bunch of nobles, but perhaps due to their clear minds, they're performing better than expected. Great, let them continue their training in the same manner. Of course, they will do their best not to lose a single life on the battlefield. By the way, he needs him to clear the plaza tonight. Does it have anything to do with what he's creating here? Prince Yeonsan said this is very important. Person will also come up and take a look at it. It was already nightfall. It was possible to watch the king. Yeonsan thanked him for taking his time and coming here. Let him not worry as he personally asked him to come and made time for him. The guard asked if that was what he wanted to show him. Yeonsan said it was. We should have been watching the balloon. The king said it looks like a huge lantern. Quite an entertaining thing. But Prince Jinsung said it was too early to be surprised. After that, Yeonsan climbed inside. He began to light the fire presently. Everyone was thrilled. After that, something started to happen. Prince Yeonsan was slightly up in the air at this point. The king didn't understand how this was even possible. And then Yeonsan began to rise even more into the air. And after that, it went up in the air. The king was very much surprised at what he saw. The hero asked how it was in winter, and explained that it was a balloon that allowed people to float in the sky. Yeonsan was indeed now very high in the sky. The man asked how that was even possible. Everyone rejoiced, for they had succeeded. Prince Yeonsan was informed that they were beginning to bring him down. Then they began to pull on the cables that held the balloon. Of course, after that, he began to sink to the ground. After a short while, Prince Jinsong had already landed on the ground. The king said he hadn't found it. He still can't believe that a man can float in the sky. So that's what you look like. This is the flying chariot described in the Book of Mountains and Seas. This ancient book is from the era of developed China. This book describes the story of a man from the Geekwan people who mastered a flying chariot and rode it across the western longitude overseas. Jinsung says that the sky is yang and the earth is yin. Is everything he says true? The king said that everything is true. Warm yang energy tends to rise toward the sky, while cold yin energy tends to sink toward the earth. If you put heated energy into a balloon, it will rise. This will allow the balloon to stay afloat in the sky. Prince Yeonsan asked if the king wanted to ride him. The king asked if he could try it. Yeonsan answered him that of course he could. I can't wait to fly it. Have them prepare it for the king. His Majesty can also run. And this is the first time he's seen him like this. Had he seen such emotions on his face before? After a while, a great many people had already gathered to watch it. Please have them all line up. Let them just look at this crowd. The sun is not out yet and many citizens are already here. No one, of course, understood what it was. At this moment, Kintak began to call out to the great prince. Her father said he didn't think he heard her over the noisy crowd. I wondered what they were here for in the first place. Do they not know? They say that the king will ascend into the sky? He said he meant he would go up into the sky. He doesn't believe that anyone except a great god can keep watch. He doesn't understand how they can go against the laws of nature. Does he know that the king has come down to them from heaven? He apologizes for scaring him. Seeing a familiar face, he immediately walked over to him. He should have stayed where he was. Why did he have to make his way through the crowd? The king who descended from heaven is now ascending again. Are not their actions contrary to the laws of nature? He might have thought he was being a disloyal citizen, therefore mocking his words. The queen, of course, was also present. When they empty their plan, given this pace, the sun will start to go down. Prince Yeonsan asked if Mr. Gapdon has made all the preparations. Yes, the balloon is now much safer than the original design. It can even support 6 people. And here's the king himself. The king asked if everything was ready. Prince Yeonsan, in turn, answered him that he could go up to the port. The man said he would close the doors tightly. Prince Yeonsan said everything was ready to go. The man said it was great. At that moment, they both noticed something. They noticed their spouses at that moment. Prince Yeonsan gave them the finger that all was well. And then my king joined him. They were, of course, happy for their husbands. The man said as he let go of the rope. The musicians at this point began to play instruments. Fire broke out at that moment. Already the sun was beginning to rise. A huge cluster of men began to rise up. Everyone was in anticipation of something imminent. After that, the balloon began to take off into the air. Everyone, of course, was cheering and rejoicing at this moment. They were happy for their king. People nearby couldn't figure out what it was. The king had truly conquered the sky. How was that even possible? The great prince also conquered the sky. The teacher said a man like him. Afterward, he began shouting, "Long live the prince." Kintak also started shouting, "Long live the prince." Everyone started shouting, "Long live the king and long live the prince." The king waved at him from the sky at that moment. The entire crowd shouted, "To the queen." At this point, then, in fact, the king could watch the rays of the sun. The sun from behind the mountain came down at that moment. The king looked at the truth for the moment. Prince Yeonsan looked at him with a smile on his face. And they were in the sky together at the moment. And they were on the spot. In fact, they were on a boat. And their journey to Jeju would start from here. As it turned out, it didn't lead to Nexa. The man was asked if everything was done. He replied to the gentleman that everything was done. He then provided them with a board to board the ship. The girl said she could not board because she was afraid of falling into the sea. The man said she was grabbing his arm. But at that point, the man slapped her hands and told her to get her hands off. She may now bear sin and state shifts. But before she was the king's woman. How dare such a man as he spread his arms? He was illiterate, committed a grave crime and apologized. He advises her to climb into the boat before he throws her overboard. A minute earlier he had announced her former status. A minute later he was already daring to throw her overboard. Does he think he's contradicting himself? Does he know how hard it is to move with a stiff neck? After that, they went into the ocean. The air was saturated with moisture. Would they go into the storm at this speed? While they're aboard the boat, please have them take off her clothes or at least let her get out of the water if she accidentally falls into the sea. Let her not even hope he buys into her dirty tricks. They continued on their journey. The art of war is to speak. The best of results is to make the enemy stasis without even engaging them. If the problem can be resolved by talking without using weapons, it will play to their advantage. But what happens if a compromise cannot be negotiated? What if they leave him no choice but to use weapons? If it happens that way, let it be known that the best weapon is a weapon used once to stop the bloodshed. He assures them, if he succeeds in blowing up the core with one shot, the enemies won't even think of crossing the Yalu River. The man set the bomb on fire at this point. Then they were on hold. After a while the fire almost reached the end of the wick, and then there was the explosion. The shell, of course, flew far forward. Everyone was very much surprised by what they saw. After that, the shell fell, and then the fire went out. Everyone was very much surprised. Prince Jinsung told them to let him introduce himself. He's Tony Stark of the Joseon dynasty. He said flying is thunder and lightning. That's when the explosion happened. Everyone was very much surprised, for the explosion was very strong. Then everyone started coughing from the dust that had risen. Rabbit repeated the words that it was flying cargo lightning. It's really impressive. I can't believe he was able to build such a great weapon. It's all thanks to the king. He had heard that the procurement of military box and weapons was also well underway. What does he think of the coming war? To be honest, he was quite scared at first. However, Mr. Lee Jong-gung has already brought public opinion to a head. Mr. Gapdon, the army blacksmith, designed the necessary weapons. Eksu, who has a wealth of experience fighting barbarians, trains the soldiers. Thanks to his faith in the prince and his support of making it all happen, nothing is scary anymore. The king turned to his brother. Prince Jinsun said that once this war is over, their people will no longer suffer barbarian raids. Isn't that right? The king said he was very proud of the prince. The full hero said he was proud of the king too. Is it time to go back and skip one of each? Currently in the palace, His Majesty was greeted, and immediately started running towards him. He asked the head servant what all the fuss was about. With no respect at all, the boat carrying the traitorous Chong Noksu sank on its way to the place of exile. The king was very much surprised. Prince Jinsun was also very much surprised. Yeonsan turned to his brother at the moment. The king was simply silent at the moment. Afterward he said she was a criminal and deserved to die on the spot. Heaven rendered her instead, though he told the prince that he was a bit tired and wanted to rest, and offered to have a drink together another time. Then the king and his servants went. Yeonsan looked at him with an understanding gaze. This is the moment by the shore. Some man sounded an alarm or something. Let her come down to earth. The girl didn't understand where they were and who they were, what they were going to do to her. She was told there was someone who wanted to see her. Presently they started walking towards some village. The man reported that he had brought mistress and was told that he had brought her down. Then the girl went inside. The man inside told her that she had suffered much. Let her come and choose with him. Noksu is very much surprised. At the moment, some rat was just running around. How abruptly, inexplicably from where she herself had come, vaulted her. She was just at the moment being passed by two men. The man said that they were all gathered here together in the end. It was the head of the central office named Park Wonjing. A human resources minister named Sun Heen asked if they regretted it. But is it worth regretting what has already happened? That's what a royal scribe named Yu Sunjong said. Who should they put in next? What about the great Prince Yeonsan? The Grand Prince and the King were also present at the banquet tonight. A great prince's obedience to His Majesty is like a credit enhancement. But no matter how much the great prince knows, they will remain satisfied with his accomplishments. Of course, everyone knows that the prince has great potential to become the next king of Joseon. Without even trying, he would not give up the opportunity to become king and live as a great sovereign for the rest of his life. Besides, foreign soldiers and invaders would soon come face to face. He disliked the Grand Prince's behavior lately. With the death of King Yeonsan, traditional learning was taken over by the previous king. If the customs are restored, Prince Jaeon will be the appropriate challenger. Everyone knows the ridiculousness of Prince Yeon. Their only chance of survival is to enthrone him. The future of the country will only be bright if they live in it. Even though His Majesty no longer believed in his madness, but it was still unknown when he would show his true nature again. Losing the king's favor would be disastrous for them. The end does not justify the means. In the end, anything that seems undesirable to him will be destroyed. When the time is right, the war should begin as planned, as all the nation's attention and armed forces will be directed northward. This will give away a great opportunity. If the news of the northern troops melting across the river gets out, the geyser will explode. By the way, it would cost them a lot of money to raise the mate in the army and bribe a general. But they shouldn't worry about money. They couldn't figure out who said it. Then someone walked in on them. They asked who he was and heard the news of his death. Noksu walked in on them and said that life was easy, but she managed to come back alive. The man was not happy to see her at the moment. She then picked up a bottle of booze. But after that, I started drinking it straight down my throat, then wiped her mouth. She said she would take revenge on the king. The queen was currently seated on her throne. As it turned out, she was sitting right in front of the army. Yeonsan was looking at her at the moment. Then the man lifted the stick upward. Then he struck a huge drum. After that, the men on horses started galloping forward. Right in front of them were the targets. One of them did a great job on the first target. The crowd shouted that they were doing a great job. They kept moving forward. The atmosphere was exciting and intense. One of the warriors started firing a bow. All three hit perfectly right in the center of the target. The king, of course, sat back and watched the whole thing. He said they were not worthy of respect, and the servant agreed with him. He told the army troops to come out. Army troops come out and chase away the uninvited guests. The huge drum was struck again. Army troops started coming out. Then they all stopped abruptly, and let the foreign soldiers go on their way out. Prince Jinsun's apprentice understood why he had chosen this role. The full hero said, "Let the battle begin." After that, a demonstrative battle ensued. The crowd cheered the guys on. One of the guys started shooting. It hit the target immediately, and he couldn't believe he had died before he could engage. After that, a fight broke out between the two. One of the guys hit the other guy with a spear. The second one began to attack. The guy realized that a battle had begun and he was already close to death. He repeated that he had been killed a minute ago, but the man didn't hear him anymore and said he was dead, calling him a barbarian. The impact was awesome. Everything looked very realistic. Then the two guys got into a fight. The army warrior defeated him. The army warriors were defeating the so-called barbarians at the moment, and then they did some kind of acrobatic stunt. Yeonsan said it was a great staging, almost like a Hollywood action movie. Not a bad idea was the staging of the battle. Now for the long-awaited climax. Have them bring him a gun. There was a readiness for shots. Yeonsan said for His Majesty to give the command to open fire. The king took the staff in his hands. He then realized it in his hands and gave the command, fire. Of course. Afterward, everyone lit the wicks. They set fire to the cannons as it were. After a few seconds, they started firing. Then everyone started shooting together. As it turned out, they were all shooting at a target that was in the form of a ship nearby. The crowd started saying it was like lightning strikes. After that, of course, the ship split into pieces. Of course, everyone loved this kind of show. That's when someone said they were all finished. Naksu appeared to be standing there watching the whole incident. The king, of course, was impressed and was overjoyed. Yeonsan said it was a success. And the girl at this moment was watching and thinking about something. It's already winter. Someone was worried about the snowfall from last night. Good thing the snow has already melted. For some reason she was beginning to feel her being in this world more real, though it was still very cold. In this moment, in another place, Katan began to call out to the great prince. A great contribution to history must not be forgotten. May he return home safely. He did not think about the merits, but thanked them for coming to see him off. The girl asked if he was really leaving. If His Highness leaves, who will she play with? Then wouldn't she want to go on the journey with him? The girl immediately thought of terrible barbarians, tigers, the endless march and the cold north. The girl said that she would like to, but had to stay behind to help her parents with chores. The father did not understand whom she called the elderly. The woman said she had prepared rice balls, rice cakes and snacks for him, but asked him to eat them on his way north. Mother tells Shandong that he should greet the prince too. She asks him to take care of him and come back to them unharmed. Prince Jinsung says that he should take care too. Let him obey his mother. Lim Sunja also came to see him off. Looking at all the people who came to see him off, he seemed to be popular with the people. Prince Jinsun laughed and said that he was right and that he didn't live in vain. He would like to follow her, but the fact that the king's son-in-law is involved in the war prevents him from doing so. So he will be with him in his thoughts. He understands. Let him not worry about it. While he's away, have him keep an eye on His Highness. He relies on him. Sunja told him not to worry. If his long journey goes well, he will be obliged to have a drink with him. Jinsung asked if he didn't think he was a little drunk already. He said he'd make an exception for that day. Great. He likes the way he plays along. Would he show him part of the way, allowing him to join them on that happy day? Master said he was very proud of the great prince. Let him not mention it. In hindsight, he realized that he had been initiated into Grand Prince status. That seemed problematic to him. And now he is doing such a great thing for his country and its people, and he is proud of it. Let him stop talking in that tone of voice. It's already suitable for addressed speech. Don't let him worry about him. He was told his horse was ready. The man said that His Highness should be careful on the march. Let him not get hurt. He asked Doksun to keep an eye on their house while he was away. Yeonsan said that when the war was over, he would come back and finally see them both. Of course, they immediately started to get embarrassed, because they didn't expect this. Doksun hugged Prince Jinsung's leg and told him to come back to them alive. He can come home even tomorrow. Jinsung said everyone will see his underwear. Everything is on display. Yeonsan then looked at his spouse. The wife turned to her husband at this point. He looked at her like a hero. She said he should stay behind and let him not go just because others are going. Let him not do what others want him to do. Let him not worry. He can't escape it anyway. She asked him to take something, and Prince Yeonsan, of course, asked what it was. She asked the artist to paint her portrait so that he would not forget her while away. The teacher said that the artist was very unboring. She asked if he didn't like the portrait. Didn't it look like her? It looked like a textbook illustration. But Prince Yeonsan said he really liked it. It should not be presented to another's gaze, so he would look at it alone. The girl asked, wondering why. Prince Yeonsan presented a situation where he shows the army his wife and asks if she is a hottie. He also promised to marry his favor upon his return home. In addition, his close friend, who abstained from alcohol, said he would celebrate his comeback to the fullest. Poisoning is the rule for murder, and when there is no end in sight, Prince Yeonsan will be killed at that moment. If he showed this portrait to the others, they would consider it an inevitable death. The spouse was clearly affected at this point. She began to cry at this point. Prince Yeonsan asks why she is crying. He doesn't leave her alone. He asks her not to cry. Prince Yeonsan said in a calm voice that he would not die. Did she know why? The spouse asked why. He is the one who changed the course of history because he wanted to share his life with her. He'll come home alive, even if he has to go against fate. The spouse turned to him. Afterward, they hugged each other tightly. Then everyone started saying goodbye to him. Prince Yeonsan started to drive. The prince didn't understand why he was feeling so fast. He seemed to have forgotten something. Right now in the palace, it felt like it was empty at all. But as it turned out, there was a king there, just sitting a little lower than on his throne. His Majesty has been informed that the expedition is fully prepared. He turned to the head servant. The man asked the servant how many people he thought would make it back alive. The man was a little confused by such a question. And how many of them will be returned to their native land in straw bedding? The men apologize. Maybe we should postpone the expedition. So why didn't he have this conversation? The king said it didn't matter. Then he stood up and said they had to go. At this point, the balloon was tethered. The balloon then traveled into the sky, and they didn't greet the king. The king looked at them sternly at the moment. Prince Yeonsan recognized his brother and waved at him. The king recognized him among the crowd. Prince Yeonsan showed at that point that all was well. Then the king smiled. He told the warriors to listen to him. The king has something to say to them. Everyone began to listen to him intently. He was not given this honor, and lacked the virtues and dignity of a king. One part knows the habits of the barbarians. These people may wear human masks, but their minds are animal-like a crab's, and bringing on a cock is an ancient habit. In the old days, great rulers tried to appease their irrepressible temper and re-educate their nature, but all attempts were in vain. So one day they brought the barbarians to their knees by force. However, as the years passed, the barbarians forgot the days when their ancestors poured out water with their heads in the ground. Once again they encroached upon their nation. If they show weakness, they will look down on them until they reach heaven. They will plunder their nations, try to overcome their progress. How could he not raise an army? Accordingly, Second State Councilor Ho Chim has been appointed a general. Grand Prince Yeonsan was appointed lieutenant general, commanding an army of 30,000 with axes and axes. Let them follow their general. The second state councilor said they would be back. The king wished them to conquer their lands, and they are obliged to restrain them lest they break free again. Let the generals borrow the king's virtues, but do not hesitate to express their opinions, so that they may jointly destroy the enemy in the future. Forever may they blot the barbarians from the pages of history. But chances are, the king told them to go ahead, beat the drum. The punitive campaign against the barbarians has begun. After that, the army went to war. The whole nation is pinning their hopes on their victory. Let them show the strength of Joseon and defeat the foreign invaders. The women said that Mandik would come home alive. Someone told Benjun not to worry about his father and to take care of himself. Then they spotted the great prince. Let him bring news of the victory. The king and all the other courtiers were watching them as well. The king was thinking of his younger brother at the moment. Is he hoping he'll come back? Isn't he lying to him? Although they haven't definitively started their journey yet. Prince Yeonsan was of course walking and looking off into the distance at the moment. Then someone behind him watched him. It was a senior officer named Song Hyun, and he had a very suspicious look in his eyes. It was already night. Someone wondered how far the expedition had progressed. The man said they had arrived in Kaesong. It would still take them some time to cross the river. The royal scribe added, "Let them be extra careful and keep their mouths shut until then." What is the likelihood of their return? Since the king had given orders not to return without success, would their retreat be considered treason? That is for them to see. She had a question she wanted to ask him. The head of Park Wonjing. She was originally a traitor in the eyes of the king. But what made them lead the rebellion? The man thought about it for a moment. Did he not lead the king as before? The king is in a depressed state of mind. Does not the war now being waged tell him what she means by the extermination of subjugated barbarians? If they get the support of the king after his order, it will be justified in the interest of the country. All was true, but had they not instructed them to prepare for war so that the messengers would be ready and the state and the king himself would suspect nothing if the truth came before the whole country? If they don't go against the state, it will end up fighting its own people, including the barbarians. By the way, what happened to the great Prince Jaeon? There's no need to worry about him. She was well acquainted with him, and the great prince was the one who introduced her to the king. Didn't she have another relationship with the great prince? That wouldn't bother her, would it? Didn't she spread rumors about Prince Jaeon sleeping with her sister so she could divorce him? She said it was all in the past. The girl was beginning to get very worried at this point. Can his fate be called ill-fated? Much time had passed since then, and he had forgotten it. It was a great relief to the man. The Queen Dowager could also be a problem. If instead of Grand Prince Yeonsan, Grand Prince Jaeon is proclaimed king, will she agree to it? As much as the queen's vigor is indicated, she is still the oldest in the palace. If the great Prince Yeonsan is held hostage, will the queen behave with restraint or conversely, rashly? A camp in Kaesong County. The guards stood outside one of the tents. The full hero asked how the dispute between the troops was progressing. Troops from Pyongan Island are gathering here. In addition, troops from Hamjin Island have decided to join Hitchin. The general was informed that troops from Pyongan Island had arrived at the camp. They arrived as soon as it was brought up and left for a moment. There are a lot of errors on the map. Should he tweak it? The officer at this point was looking at the prince very warily. Then he stepped a little closer to him. Prince Jinsung wondered when the Daedong Jezdilo map was recreated, as well as the great map of the Eastern Land, a large-scale map of Korea made during the Joseon dynasty by cartographer Kim Yongho in 1861. As it turned out, the man had a knife in his hands at the moment. Then abruptly someone started screaming, and some little asshole, Prince Yeonsan, of course, immediately took notice. He didn't realize what that noise was outside. He came out and asked what had happened. He was told that he had noticed a suspicious boy and grabbed him. Prince Yeonsan apparently immediately doubted who it was. It was Jonghim. At this moment, everyone ran over to that noise. Everyone was interested in what was going on. Perhaps he was a spy sent by the barbarians. The officer at this point expressed his displeasure with the sounds. Yeonsan turned to Jongjim. Yeonsan asked how she managed to hide and follow them all the way. The girl was silent at the moment. A general came to them and told them to disperse and asked them what kind of a ruckus they were making. He asked who this kid was. If this kid was trying to hurt the prince. Jinsun said that wasn't exactly true. That child had left Hanyang and was secretly following them until now. The general asked if he was familiar with this child. Johnson said yes. This child is a student at Hemonzo Elementary School. The general marveled that she was from Hemonzo. He guarantees the authenticity of the child's identity and takes full responsibility for it. Of course, they couldn't argue with the great prince. Jongyeom was eating very fast at the moment. Apparently she was hungry. She didn't leave, walked all the way alone, not even bringing food with her. She said she had been to Pyongyang before, so she knew the way to Kaesong. She was a very confident girl. Told her what she did was very ill-advised. They're going to war, aren't they? Of course. She knows that very well. However, she wanted to help those who would be wounded in battle. Like him, the great prince dedicated his precious life to this country, even though it is small. But the weak girl would also like to help. The general laughed and said he was proud of the kid. He's a hero. Said he knows where she came from. On the battlefield of brides for little girls. At this point, Johnson turned to Jendik. He holds him responsible for returning Jongyeom to Hanyang. Johnson told the girl without any emotion to go home. This wasn't where she belonged. At this point someone was complaining of pain in his butt. He was asked if his anus hurt. He said that he hadn't sat on a horse for a long time and was afraid that his hemorrhoids had developed even more. He has heard that in case of a problem, it is worth washing the anus with garlic soaked in wormwood decoction. But he thinks it is still worth finding a qualified doctor. Do they know that honeysuckle can reduce pain? She knows that, and she'll get over it. All she's worried about is a problem that's up the general's ass. He apologized for waiting and said that the Grand Prince had written a letter to the Hemonzo leadership asking them to lift the punishment for her escape. He said that Mrs. Jonghim should not worry. He would get her home safe and sound. But the girl wasn't happy, for she didn't expect to just go home at all. Are all the generals assembled? We need to assign roles. Could he trust him to command the forward front? The military commissar of Pyongyang, Yi Yongchul, thanked him for his trust and said he agreed. Could he trust him to command the central troops? Suwon's senior officer, Janshin, said it sounded good. He would appreciate it if a man would take command of the rear. The Minister of Personnel named Sun Hyun said he would do everything. As for the Great Prince, does he agree to lead the Reserve Corps? Yeonsan interjected. Reserve Corps? He's willing to give his life for the Reserve Corps, but the general says it's not worth sacrificing his life for something like this. What would be a good time to cross the river? They had taken the floating bridge with them, but fortunately, the river had frozen over, and now was a good time to cross it, wasn't it? The man at this moment was thinking about whether he could get information about the location of Grand Prince Jinsong. Those who had previously feuded with him would guard the Great Prince, Rasta, who was unable to help him. Since the Great Prince's relationship with his wife is very special, it is necessary to take her hostage. It really wasn't a bad idea, and it was already night. Then dawn came. The army was already heading for the river. Yeonsan wrote a letter asking how she was doing. He wrote that their troops had left Pyongyang and were moving toward the northern wall. The piercing cold made him realize that they were getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The Yalu River can be seen from the north wall. Once they cross that border, they are in a foreign land. He is commanding a reserve corps and will not be crossing the river, so let her not worry about him. He misses her, and she herself knows it all. He will send her another letter soon. At that moment, the Great Prince was called out by someone. He was told that a letter had come from the general. Prince Yeonsan asked to look at it. It wrote that their troops had just entered Orochwanu territory. He would first make additional checks and then launch a full-scale attack. Prince Jinsung asked who the Oricon were. They were foreigners who were peaceful toward Joseon. They also helped repatriate citizens taken captive by thieves, so they too are one of the foreign nations. He asked if he was going to take the news to Hanyang. Yes, he's going there right now. He doesn't think he should take a break. He was right after all. He had just arrived from Pyongyang, so he thought about going there before he changed his mind. He's working hard. By the way, could he bring a personal letter with him? Sure. All he has to do is ask. Prince Yeonsan said they worry too much about him at home. Let him be sure he doesn't get his letter. After a while, though, he went. The man galloped for all he was worth. He was a messenger on his way to Hanyang. He could not be stopped on his way. Just at that moment, the chase began. At this point in the palace, people were coming inside. They arrived at Hanyang. Good thing they made it before the gates closed. If the gates were closed, they would have to spend the whole night outside. But not really. He could rent a room in a neighboring private house, and then they would spend the night. Or rather, rent 2 rooms each. Of course, he was uncomfortable at the moment. He asked her if she wanted a ride to Hemensalt. She said yes. She thanked him for delivering it, but said it wasn't worth it. She asked if these clothes should be returned. The guy said she could bring it back some other time, or it could have been her destiny, so let her keep the garment as a souvenir. He had already put garlic on his ass, but why did it still sting so badly? Had it gotten worse because he'd taken that quack's advice? Of course. She immediately remembered the man. She remembered their conversation about his ass. She had heard that for such a problem it was worth washing the anus with garlic soaked in wormwood water. Jonghim said she definitely saw the man at the military camp. She definitely saw him before she left the camp. What did the military corps need to return to Hanyang for? Perhaps he was a messenger. If he had been a messenger, he would not have visited a town that did not lie on the way to the court. The guy realized he should follow him, and the girl asked if he should take her with him too. He asked what about Hemenzo, but it didn't matter. She would come now or come later. The other one anyway. It was already nightfall. They were currently following that man. This place is definitely the seat of the central administration. If he is a messenger, why would he visit Minister Park Wanjing's residence? At that moment, the lights came on. The man said the letter was carried by a messenger. They all started reading together, and it said that their troops had just entered the alien territory. They would first make additional checks, and then they would launch a full-scale attack. Nexu realized that they had finally crossed the river. What about Minister Sun Hyun? The minister left the camp and sent a predisposition. The camp along with the commander of the front line left the camp, so he told them to continue fomenting rebellion. Military Sergeant Yun Guisu agreed. At last the message came. The generals of the rear and front had left the camp, so the general would not be able to move south again so easily. Is the booth for the gatekeeper of the city wall in Hanyang going well? She had already bribed Kim Chong-ye, the gatekeeper of Heungin Jimin, the one known for his strictness. How did she do it? If no money is taken, resolve the issue. The move goes with his consent. Couldn't that melt the heart of the gatekeeper who froze the Joseon king's heart? Don't let him worry. He promised to open the palace gates when the appointed time came. He understood. Have them go to the residence of Grand Prince Jinsung and bring his princess consort. Let them make a move. He will leave Prince Yan in their care. He can rely on her. The guy didn't expect to hear all that. Of course, he realized it was treason. That was very bad. He should report it as soon as possible. It was too high. The railing of the wall on the outside. He was on top of the horse. He couldn't muster now. At that moment he caught on one of the rocks. Then the stone fell and shattered. Jonghim immediately took notice. The other people inside heard it too. A man came out and started asking who was there. He was told he was grabbing the reins. I listened and started trying. The man asked who he was and told him to stop now. It was all right now. They had to go. Jonghim asked what had already happened. The guy said it was cheating. They're in favor of treason. They need to go to Prince Jinsun's residence and evacuate his consort immediately. The man said he didn't get to see the gem. He apologized and said he only got a glimpse of the guy in plain clothes. What a long time to overhear their conversation. Nexu thought they should speed up the fomenting of the rebellion. Reserve Corps Camp. From the first day of full-scale attacks to the present, the total number of barbarians killed is 1,000. The number of houses destroyed is 700. Mr. General does commit atrocities against the barbarians. The military situation itself is moving according to plan. So far so good if you ask him. He may be present in the war, but for some reason feels guilty that the war was an easy task. At that moment, someone addressed the great prince. Prince Jinsun came out and started asking what happened. Are the enemies here or what? They brought a messenger who hurried to Hanyang and said he had been ambushed. The main character started asking what was wrong with him. What had even happened? Let them get the doctor quickly. The messenger apologized and said he had failed to deliver their letter. He must hurry and tell him what is to be delivered to the royal court. He must first be assisted. He began to say that the general in front and the general in charge of the rear. He was greatly surprised when he heard this, and then the man started coughing up blood altogether. Prince Yeonsan started to say the man woke up. At this point, the Great One was informed that he had brought a doctor, but it was no longer needed and he was not breathing. This man, in his last breath, traveled all the way to the camp to tell him this. Is this news classified or what? Prince Jinsun began to say that the general in charge of the front line and the general in charge of the rear had left the military camp. The protagonist didn't understand what it all meant. The others were also greatly surprised. Then a lot of people gathered around. The man was lying dead at the moment. His face was covered with some kind of cloth. The protagonist and everyone else stood in front of him. He thought he had used up all his strength to come all this way with such mortal wounds. His body has several lacerations on his chest, back and sides, as well as deep scars on his arms. He still seems to be holding a letter in his hands. The protagonist picked up this letter. Prince Yeonsan began to remember the moments. He remembered how he had asked the man to bring his personal letter with him. He remembered how they had brought him to him. Prince Yeonsan wondered about all of this. What kind of person would go to such an act? The man thought it was an act of treason. Prince Jinsun tensed up slightly at the moment. His assumption is quite dangerous, but if what the messenger said is true, there is a high probability of rebellion, given that the front-line generals and the rear commander left the military camp and killed the messenger. The complete hero has a coup d'état on his mind. Why had such a thing happened in the first place? He thought that history had now changed its course. But why was the overthrow of the king happening again? What he didn't do was still unable to change what was inevitably going to happen. Or what? He assumed the worst-case scenario and asked to report back to him later so they could go and tell him everything. If it turns out to be an act of treason, His Highness should withdraw and return. Prince Jinsun went to bring the troops back to the capital. If the front-line general and the rear commander are really involved in the rebellion, then of course the generals will be taken hostage. They must think that capturing the generals will restrict the movement of the expedition. Even if the general is safe, it will be difficult to send the military off the front lines due to possible confrontation with foreign invaders. The messenger only mentioned the front and rear generals, but it is unknown how many others are involved. This leads to the conclusion that they can't trust anyone. Moreover, the greatest reason why His Highness should not hesitate to withdraw and return is that, regardless of age, the generals who went to war made no attempt to prevent it. Yeonsan reflected on the words spoken. No doubt there will be those who will lead the rebellion at the wall and in Hanyang City. Let everyone listen to him. The king sitting in the palace is a tyrant, living at his own pleasure, enjoying women and alcohol, said the head of the central administration named Park Wonjing. He is also a tyrant, persecuting top government officials and eliminating anyone who does not submit to his will, which directly jeopardizes the state. King used the fear caused by smallpox to close people's bridges by talking about a vaccine or a black disease. Though all of this is unconfirmed information, but those with knowledge and intelligence will not fall for these tricks. You cannot squeeze pus out of a cow and inject it into a man. The cousin's wife of her son's friend's friend from next door was infected. They gave birth to a child with calf-like features, who died soon after. He took advantage of public sentiment to gather people around a strange object called a balloon in order to show himself a false respectable ruler. Joseon is not a country of foolish people, but a matter for those who really care about it. He was right. He was. For the sake of people who share his views, he will raise an army of loyalty, so he will call these soldiers a blessed army. Have them follow the admiral. The man was extremely serious. If rebellion breaks out in the capital, it will have tragic consequences. Prince Jinsun wondered what would happen to his brother and what might happen to his majesty. If there's a riot, their goal will be to capture his majesty along with the royal seal. At this point, they were all headed for the capital. Let them open the gate. Heaven sent this blessed army to punish the king and restore Joseon to its former glory. At that moment, the gate opened. They stormed the palace but did not take the king prisoner. At that moment, everyone started running to the royal palace. If the capital falls into the hands of a traitorous faction, will his wife be safe? They didn't even know what to answer him on that. Yeonsan turned to Yex. He asked that everyone on the expedition be notified that they were now returning to Hanyang. Night came, and the king slept peacefully. At that moment someone said the word, Bechtel, and he didn't understand what it meant or who was speaking. Then he woke up abruptly. He didn't realize who it was. The man kept repeating the word. The king immediately grabbed his weapon. He came out and asked who was here. The man was saying that the king must go here, for he is here. The king, of course, began to move at the sound. He didn't understand where all the eunuchs had gone. These insignificant creatures, he thought, should be punished. He was told repeatedly to come this way, for he was here. The king listened to where the sound was coming from. At that moment, he saw a human figure in the distance. He didn't realize who it could be. When he stepped on the water, he couldn't understand where the water came from. It all happened because an evil spirit from the depths of the sea attacked. She was bored and wanted to see her Bechtel again. The king asked who she was. He wanted to know if she was a ghost or a human being and ordered her to tell the truth. She asked what he meant and was surprised he didn't recognize her. The king, upon hearing these words, immediately realized who it was. It was Nexu. The man was surprised, for he had been told she was dead. At that moment, centipedes started coming out from right under her feet. The king was extremely surprised at this sight. Though there seemed to be nothing to be surprised about, he had seen it before, inside an urn that was in the palace. Despite this, the king was still very much amazed at what was happening. Nexu turned into a monster. After that, the king stood up. He jumped up sharply from the bed, then began wiping sweat from his forehead and breathing heavily. He asked if anyone was in the pavilion. He also asked if there was anyone outside. The king was extremely surprised when he heard no response. He didn't understand why no one was answering him, as if there was really no one outside. Apparently, however, there was really no one outside. It could mean that something unusual had happened in the palace. At that moment the chief servant came running to the king. He reported that treason had been committed. The king was very surprised at this news. The head of the central administration, Park Wonjing, bribed the gatekeeper Hyung-in Jimin, seized the city gate, took the men with him, and marched to the main gate of the palace. The king asked what that meant. Did Park Wonjing really dare to do this? The chief servant warned that the rebels would soon destroy the gates of Gwanghwamun. He urged the king to leave the palace. The king countered that he was the master of the palace and lord of the empire. He has no intention of hurrying anywhere. At that moment, they heard some sound behind them. The chief servant begged the king to protect himself. The king began to get very worried. Someone started banging on the door. Doksun opened the door and couldn't figure out who had come to them in the middle of the night. Jangyum ran inside and announced that a betrayal was being committed at this second. She said that it was urgent to evacuate the wife of the great prince. Doksun asked what she was talking about and what betrayal she was referring to. She explained that the rebels would soon arrive and take the princess hostage. Therefore, he must hurry and get her. At this point, someone started knocking insistently and demanding that the gate be opened. Whoever was outside threatened to break through them if they didn't open. A man stood in front of the gate. He looked at the other man, who was holding a huge axe. Doksun stood in front of the gate and didn't realize who it was. At that moment, the blow of the axe almost grazed his head. He was perplexed as to why this was necessary and assumed the rebels had made a mistake and attacked the wrong people. He ordered the rebels to leave, but they claimed they had come to take the great prince's wife. Doksun was outraged and argued that they had no right to do that. However, the rebels demanded that he get out of their way. The man asked if Princess Jangyum was in her chambers. Soon they were both surrounded by rebels. One of them stated that he had come under orders to retrieve the princess. Doksun resented them invading a woman's chambers at night, calling it a low act. However, the rebel apologized, explaining that he was only following his master's orders, and asked to be forgiven for his rudeness. Then the rebel moved forward. He opened the doors to the mistress's chambers. The princess ordered him not to come any closer. She stated that if she left on her own, he wouldn't have to use force. She asked if they could see it. The man was shocked to see her holding a knife. The princess said she would rather kill herself than be humiliated. The man was confused and didn't know what to do. She demanded that the rebels withdraw immediately, but it soon became clear that it was not Janjim. At that moment, some people started running fast. As it turned out, it was the great prince's consort. If they had arrived a little later, it would have caused serious problems. The girl asked where she was taking her and she replied that they were already there. After that, she started banging on doors. Then an angry dog started barking at them. The girl doubted that they would be safe here. At this point, a man came out and couldn't understand why the puppy was barking in the middle of the night. He noticed Janjim. The daughter said that this woman was the wife of the great Prince Jinsun, and he immediately fell to his knees. The man remembered the last night's party with the guy and the roasted chicken, then asked if she could put anything on. She tells them that she has come in the middle of the night with the wife of the great prince, as treason is now being committed. The rebels want to take the princess hostage and they need shelter. The man asked what she meant by treason, but she said she didn't know. But if they took the mistress hostage, things would get complicated. The man began to say that they couldn't rely on him and he wouldn't let anyone touch even his clothes. The girl was sure he was very strong. At this point, the horse was galloping somewhere. He wasn't alone. The Grand Prince was told that the horses were exhausted, and they rode all night. He knew that if they traveled some more, they would soon reach Pyongyang, where they would change horses. Of course, no one could argue with him. Prince Yeonsan thought only of his beloved. And your brother? He asked if they could hold out a little longer. At this point, the entire army was rushing home. Everyone needed to hold out a little longer. At that moment some man was wounded. There was someone else standing in front of him. It was the leader of those people who committed treason. The man asked how the man had dared, unafraid to anger the heavens after all he had done. He was a rebellious traitor. The man promised that he would soon meet the king in the other world. He'll send him out into the wide world to follow them. The man disagreed and said that he would know the wrath of the gods. But unfortunately, he failed to realize his intentions. At that moment he himself received a blow. After that, he began to fall to the ground. He thought they had taken care of everyone. At that moment, the man turned around and looked somewhere. What did he mean by that? When the gates of Gwanghwamun were opened, the soldiers made their way to the king's quarters. It seemed that His Majesty had left the palace after hearing the commotion outside its walls. No traces he might have left behind could be found. The man was very worried about it. Does it make any difference anymore? They assured me that they had thoroughly checked all the rooms, and had left no room untouched. At this point, the woman turned to one of the men. She reminded them that unless they found where the king was hiding, their efforts would be in vain. The man said he was sorry and apologized one last time. She asked what happened to the great Prince Jaein. Before crossing the Salgadari bridge, he had commanded Chan Nox to bring him here. Instead, he should have concentrated on pursuing the king. The man objected that he was the leader of a blessed army, and how could he be so impatient? He is worried about his family, for they have nowhere to run, and he is not at ease. The man suggested we go to the great queen. What about the king if he's in hiding? It all depends on luck. He ordered all guards to take the gates to keep out even a rat, and to send special forces to search for the king. If they head to the queen, an official order should be issued for government officials to gather in case something happens. At this point it was morning and the horses were drinking water. Pyongyang, observation camp. Jinsun said confidently that a rebellion had broken out in the city, but he still wasn't sure, though he was well aware that it was hard to trust him. It was Pyongyang Island observer Chai Su. It was quite surprising that the general of the expedition, the legitimate child of King Sungjong, showed up in Pyongyang with his troops. Have they recently received a separate message from the lower ranks? No. It had been a long time since the messenger was due to arrive, and they were still waiting for the telegram from Hanyang. Unfortunately, there is a high probability that this mixed general, in front of your line Janchung and rear General Sun Hyun, may have been the reason why the messenger could not reach the final destination. They couldn't find out what was going on in the city at the moment, but if there was indeed an uprising there, it had to be stopped. The man wondered about the whole situation. The Grand Prince was told that he had learned the news from scouts who had been ambushed. They reported that the general's troops, including those from the front and rear, were moving south. To make matters worse, it seems the central government judge is also involved. That's when the rebellion really took off. Yeonsan wondered about all of this. He, as one of the generals of the expedition, would issue commands, and Shai Su, as the observer of Pyongan Island, would act. The man clearly didn't expect to hear those words. Have him stop the rebel advance southward. Changyungung Palace Zhongchunjong. Men were worshipping someone at the moment. The queen asked the deputy minister and the head of the central administration what was the matter. He was worried that enough time had passed since the king had lost his power and lost the support of the country. Every time people get desperate, their outrage and anger endanger the descendants of the royal family. Those in power and those who spent their days in claptrap eventually die in their own time. The great Prince Jien has long been well known to the people. He dared to ask for the favor of the great queen to appoint him as king. She asked who to nominate, Grand Prince Yan or someone else. She wasn't talking about the great Prince Jinsun, and she got it right. In her long life, this was the first time she had heard that Grand Prince Jien had a high social reputation. She asked if there was anyone outside and was told to go in and raise the curtain. At this point, the curtain began to rise. It's much harder to have a conversation while looking each other in the face. It was not in keeping with the principles, but this conversation was very serious, so she apologized for her rudeness. At this point, they were silent. She apologized to the chief of staff. He said it was okay. As a woman, she knows little about politics and has no idea what goes on outside the world. She has only a superficial knowledge of the old soldiers. Now she would ask them. The man was clearly very stern and furious at the moment. As messed up as the situation is, a righteous army fights in the midst of war. They began to worry at this point. The officials were also concerned, and so they complained to her. It had been a long time since the king had lost his generosity, and the activities of the country had become barren. Now he gives birth to a great war and brings the nations into tribulation. The great sin lies with the officials for failing to stop what had already begun. If the authorities continue to empty the seat and the frontline generals are confused, the great queen needs to make a quick decision. The queen asked the minister if she was being blackmailed now. The man was terrified. Then they said they wouldn't dare do that. But the man, of course, was clearly not in agreement with the queen at the moment. The second minister didn't agree with her either. The queen was just looking at them sternly at the moment. The queen asked again if the minister was blackmailing her right now. He told the great queen that he wouldn't dare do that. She appealed to the head of the central administration. He asked what the matter was. The queen said that the minister had said that now that the people were in despair, their outrage was endangering the descendants of the royal family. But she had never heard such a thing before. Instead, it has become known that the smallpox vaccination has been very successful. In which state could the measures mentioned have driven people to despair? She offered to discuss the threat to the descendants of the royal family, now pointing the spearhead at them because the king has greatly reduced his pressure, making the royal family vulnerable. There is no other way. She asked the head of the central administration if she was wrong. They complained to the great queen. They came to ask the queen to do something about what is happening right now. Otherwise it will be a disaster for the country. He asks for her mercy. She has nothing more to talk about. She wants to see the king. Where is he? The king, or rather his majesty. Right now, he's in a surveillance camp. This troublemaker has no immorality either. As government officials, they are of course obliged to serve the king respectfully, but there was nothing left for them to do but follow the will of the disgruntled people gathered around the creator. This act is a sin before God and the people. How could they take part in such an unjustifiable act? But they will not be able to get consent to their offerings. When King Yeonsang's victory over his elder brothers was justified, when all that the barbarians had done would be known to the world, the Imperial Expeditionary Army would drive the king into a rage. She will call the act unreasonable even then. despite all his apologies. It's pretty obvious that the king has lost his mind and doesn't even think about what he's dragging his family into. She needs to know about the official decree that will announce the king's dethronement. The queen asked, what if she didn't? Secretary Song Hyun, senior officers Suwon Janchung and State Judge Ji Yu Soo-yun, who had previously assisted the expedition, decided to join the rebellion. To capture, the chief has sent a telegram ordering us to organize an army and move south. If the troops are already assembled, they will arrive here in 5 days. So with all due respect, they won't recognize the heavenly mountain awaiting those who simply watched all the horrors of war. The queen, furious, began to ask whose safety they were now jeopardizing. Plus, on their way south, Secretary Sun Hyun and Suwon's senior officer Janchung will have to meet with Grand Jinsong, the expedition's commander. The queen was quite surprised at these words. Something bad could happen to the great prince. For this the queen became furious. So let her issue an official decree. Everything they do for the royal family. The queen was absolutely furious. The great queen is adamant. What should they do now? He saw it coming. How could a man act so rashly? Isn't she more stubborn than they realized? One day, the king will arrive in the province of Assam. He's already ordered the entrance and all the big and small gates to be blocked. Now the king is hiding like a rat, but he is still in the palm of Buddha's hand, which means he has nowhere to go. At this moment someone was banging on the door. Tell them to open the gate. Who is he that dares to break into the gates of Honorable Officer Pungwag's residence? A man came out and said they would break down the gate, but a spear was immediately pointed at him. Now have them search the entire residence. This place is majestic. Lim Sunja bought a house adjacent to the palace and attached the residence to the palace so that he could play with Kizan in his time. Why did those bastards make such a fuss in broad daylight? Who are they, anyway? Did they run away? What a pathetic man. He doesn't even know that the sky is upside down and he's already drunk out of his mind. Have them look in every corner. He greeted the customers. The girls asked if they were thieves, and they were scared. The man said he thought he was here. At that point, the man began to draw his weapon. Everyone was frightened when they saw that he had a sword. Let military officer Pungwag do something. He swung his sword. He only offered to have a drink with him. At this point, the man noticed something. He noticed the girl sitting down. He turned to her at the moment. He told her to show him her face. The man turned to the woman sitting in the corner. Did he ask or did his words not reach her or what? The girl said she was shy. It would hurt her if she didn't turn to him right now. Still, the girl apparently decided to turn around. Surprise at that moment. She turned around, and as it turned out, it was the king. The man was immediately very much surprised, but just at that moment, Lim Suja hit him in the back of the head with his straight hands and smashed something against his head. The man was greatly surprised when he saw this, but he and his partner went to bed the same way. He had forbidden him, and what had he to lose? At this point, someone burped that he was here. The girl then began to draw her weapon. She provided these weapons to the king. Then everyone started shouting for His Majesty to be here. They had orders to capture him alive. The king asked, do they want to capture him? Why don't they give it a try? At this point, someone was driving very fast. It was Johnson's own. He asked Exu where they were now. He was told that they were passing through Faya. All right, we need to get a little farther down the road. Nexu was thinking about something at the moment. The king's resting bedroom. She was moving forward at the moment. Someone was telling him he didn't want to. He was telling him to leave him alone. Turns out it was the new king saying he didn't like it all. He didn't want it. What's going on? Why are they making so much noise? That you can hear everything from outside? She has been informed that the prince is not at all more desirous of these changes than he says he is. He started telling Nox that he was being told he was wearing junpo and asked for her to stop them. She made it very clear to him last time. Why is he acting like this again? She thinks she's doing the safe thing. He doesn't believe he's a king. What right does he have to be called His Majesty? Does he think the queen was addressed by His Majesty because he earned the title or what? He hasn't even finished studying 4 books of 3 classics. How can he seemingly be involved in matters of state? He looks like a pathetic aristocrat and really doesn't understand why exactly he should appreciate the throne of the king. But he really didn't know and asked her to tell him. Let her explain it as simply as possible so that even an idiot like him could get the gist of what she was saying. Asked to be left alone. As the man walked out, he sighed heavily. Noxu prepared to narrate. The reason is that it is better for the state to be under the rule of an idiot than in the hands of a tyrant. Did he realize that? The man simply remained silent at this point. In fact, his being can pretend to be an idiot, for it doesn't amount to being a tyrant in any case. He doesn't think so. Great one. The man hesitated at these words, but continued to remain silent. He laughed a little. He said that was right. He hadn't thought that far ahead. All he wanted was to live a comfortable life as a great prince, whether they wanted to or not. For the moment they are in the same booth with him. If they pull it off, he'll be considered a traitor. Since that's the case, doesn't that mean he can't refuse? What is she doing? And why are the favors staying outside? She greeted his superiority with Park Wonjing. The statesmen who will soon announce the new orders are already waiting outside the council chamber. Let her hurry. The man looked at the so-called king at this moment. He didn't even make eye contact with the man. Noxu said that His Majesty would soon take the throne, and if they did not do their job well, they would be punished. At this point they started to leave. At the last moment, a man called out to her. She turned around to hear what he had to say. From the beginning, he couldn't take care of her. At the moment, she smiled. The man asked what she was thinking. She replied that the great Jeon must obey them, and that it must now be so. By the way, she asked where the king was now. He was in one of the government offices. At the very least, he needed to see him, but he couldn't do that. They had been very close earlier, and she thought he wouldn't be scared when she saw him. She added that it was not too late to put the great Prince Jaeon on the throne. She suggested that they should hurry and get him, and they would wait for him in the council chamber. The girl agreed and said they would get it ready. The man didn't realize where the king might be hiding, at which point they shouted that he had been found. They were looking for the king. At this moment, the king and the guy were fighting with all their might. That's when reinforcements arrived. The king said they're advancing without fatigue. He asked Lim Sunya if he was still holding on and he said yes, probably because he had given up alcohol. He also commented that it would be good to cut down on drinking in the future. He added that after they had dealt with their enemies, he would get drunk to the point of unconsciousness. At that moment he realized he couldn't move his left arm. He wondered if the wound was so deep that it had to be. At this point, His Majesty ordered the laying down of arms and surrender. The king looked to see who was addressing him, and at that moment, he saw Park Wonjing in front of him. Of course, the king called him a traitor. He took care of him all these years as best he could, and he turned out to be a traitor and led a coup d'état. The king could no longer watch blindly as he destroyed the ancient foundations of Joseon. He said that if Park Wonjing wants to live, let him stay. Instead of being captured by the traitor, the king stated that he would take him with him to the afterlife. He said if that's what he wants, then they will, of course, fight. The king turned to Officer Pungwag and apologized for the way things had turned out. The officer replied that the king would not apologize. He would be with him to the end. They continued to act. The man was ready to kill the king at any moment, but at that moment, something obscured the sun for him. The others also couldn't understand what it was. Suddenly something began to cast a shadow over them. The man couldn't understand what this phenomenon was. It turned out to be a stuffy balloon. The king, laughing, recognized at once that it was a balloon. At that moment someone approached him. It was Prince Johnson's apprentice and the man who made the balloon. They reported that they had come to rescue him. The man was stunned, not realizing what was happening. He couldn't understand why this flying thing was here. The boys shouted to the king to go to them. He told the disciples to aim their arrows at the opponents, but there were no archers among them. He told the king to grab the rope. Lim Sunja told the king to hurry up and climb up. The man wanted to interfere and stated that the king would not be able to escape. Roll immediately noticed the man's intentions. However, at that moment, something interrupted him. It was Lim Sunja who prevented the man from carrying out his plans. The king watched the continued resistance. He climbed the rope ladder while telling us to hurry up and get rid of the sandbags. The man called Lim Sunju a scumbag and demanded that he get out of his way immediately. He became indignant, stating that if it weren't for the alcohol, he would have already destroyed everything in his path. After saying that, the man became enraged and started attacking Lim Sunja. Orders were given to capture the king. At that moment, a sandbag fell on one of them. Lim Sunja began to say that they were with dogs. The man stated that they flew. The king ordered Officer Pungwag to run to him. He told them to climb higher, as joining him would put their lives in danger. The man asked if the king thought he would let him escape so easily. At that moment, someone attacked the king. Lim Sunja expressed annoyance. The man became even more furious. King did not stop and continued to call out to the officers, stating that he would stand in everyone's way until King was safely away. He called him a jerk who always serves the king. He told Lim Sunya to leave, calling him rebel leadership. The boy yelled for the king to grab his arm. He noted that the king in his robes was barely visible because of the clouds. At that moment, she noticed something and paid attention. She noticed a balloon in front of her. She immediately realized what was going on. She saw the king running away in a hot air balloon. At that moment, he turned his attention to Noxa. Lim Sunja continued to fight. After a while, more people surrounded him. The king called him. After that, the guy fell to the ground. The king began to cry seeing this. The man said the king had managed to escape. He took umbrage, suggesting that a balloon chase be organized so that he wouldn't miss it. Lim Sunja was lying on the ground, looking up at the sky. He appealed to the king in spite of everything. He said the king was his best friend. Because of his incompetence, he will no longer be able to be with him, hoping that he will visit his grave and that the king will pour him one too. He recalled the moments when he drank with the king. With tears in his eyes, he said goodbye to him one last time. After that, he began to die. The girls started running toward him. They surrounded him and tried to help him. The king could not accept the loss of his friend. The horses were moving quickly in the right direction. It was Yeonsan. He reported that the gate was open. The chief judge of the capital and chief gatekeeper of Serdaiman named Pak Undong stood before him and asked who they were. Traitor, how dare he, a traitor, say such a thing? Who is he? Where does he get the courage to call him a traitor? Prince Jinsung declared that he was the legitimate son of King Sungjong, the king's brother, the great prince of the nation, and said that he had been informed that they had dared to make an assassination attempt on the king last night as he rode south to meet the Barbary. He ordered the gates to be opened. The stumps are falling. The front and rear generals are on their side, so they should be ready for the field. It will take time before soldiers from Wani-do and Gyeonggi-do arrive here. They have already promised to provide support. They will be at a disadvantage if they start the siege now. He realizes this, but right now his concern is not winning the war, but having to fight with swords and spill the blood of his own men and allies. It was true. Winter had seen his face before. It's a shame that it came down to a civil war, but they are powerless to turn it around. Once they didn't join the rebellion, it became impossible to consider them allies. He understands that perfectly well. But what sins can be pinned on those soldiers? All the blame lies with the leaders who raised the rebellion. At that moment in the palace, Naksu asked when the minister and the secretary would arrive. An expedition is due to arrive soon. What happened to their headgear? His Majesty is already sitting on the throne. What else are they worried about? What did they just say? How dare he speak like that? Let the light of the king go. What once rose to the sky will fall to the ground again. Soldiers chase the balloons. Catching the king is only a matter of time. Word has come from the gatekeeper of Seodemun. What has happened? Great Jinsen has led the expedition and is waiting just outside the gate. Everyone was greatly surprised to hear this. Let them not let them escape. They continued chasing the balloon. It's not going to be easy to get rid of them. The king asked if there was another way. The balloon began to descend. People didn't understand what was going on there. The direction is not located to the armory or the basket or anything else. It doesn't matter when they arrive at the intersection. Immediately shoot the balloon. Let it stop floating in the air. Everyone had to get ready. The balloon actually started to land on the ground. A target of that size was an easy target. At that moment, the man noticed something. He had a gun pointed at him at the moment. After that shot, the horses were startled by the loud sound. Guy asked her how they tasted the power of Sejon's cannon. It was just a warning shot. Next time it won't do any good. If they serve a close-range shot, he would start firing without looking. The man asked as they grabbed Canada and launched a balloon at the ground. Aside from this gun, he had quite a few toys in his stockpile to show off. How dare they make a scene in front of the armory, forgetting about the latest weapons? People were definitely paying attention to him at this point. At the same time in front of the gate, the great prince's army set up camp. Yeonsan noticed that it was very quiet. They probably returned from the Imperial Army expedition involved in the rebellion. To what extent will the governor of Pyongyang be able to keep them in Pyongyang? It is possible that the expedition will break up and go to Hanyang, bypassing Pyongyang. If I don't act, when they reach the city, they'll be surrounded on all sides and I'll have nowhere to retreat to. It would appear so. To prevent this from happening, they should bring back Hanyang and save his brother. The teacher was told that support troops from Gyeonggi-do province had arrived, although they arrived later than expected. At that moment, the man definitely noticed something. They noticed that it looked like reinforcements had arrived, and if they arrived in such a short time, it must be troops from Gyeonggi-do province. Since these are troops left in reserve, they won't be many. And what about food supplies? He thinks their majesty will make them loot the houses in the neighborhood if they keep the gates closed until the expeditionary troops arrive. Presently Yeonsan began to approach them. He appealed to the trader Park Undong to listen to him. He asked, or are they blind? Hearing the news of the traitors taking over the city, soldiers everywhere rushed to reclaim the city. He, the great Jinsung, the legitimate son of King Sungjong and brother of the king of the nation, addresses all the soldiers from the wall. If they give up their weapons and open the gates, he will show mercy and spare their lives. But the man still thought it was a bluff. He assumes they can breach the wall with a small army and a few firearms, and thinks it's just an ordinary cannon. Had he heard of the flying Jin Changra? He called him a jerk. The man at this point began to worry. They were in a great hurry, and did not capture the flying Jin Channer. Yeonsan said to keep it down. He knew it was a common stone pot used in the barracks. He doesn't want to use the weapons he developed to destroy farmers against his people, so he tells the soldiers to delay punishment for the traitor Park Undong and open the gates. If they don't listen to him, they don't stand a chance. It will be a shame if they don't realize that it's not just a stone pot. Yeonsan said this is the final warning. Let them open the gate. Shoot. Let him shoot if he wants to. Prince Yeonsan asked her, does he still not want to open the gate? Have him bring the cannon. He said it's all set. All that's left is to light the shell. Make them hurry up and open the gate. He's giving them one last chance. He'll start the countdown to 3. Let him shoot. He's fine. Yeonsan asked, or does he really want him to set the shell on fire? Let him set the fire. He said, let him set the fire. Yeonsan started counting. 2, 2 1/4. This asshole refuses to listen to him. What are they supposed to do now? At this point, the hero noticed that he had actually lit the wick. The man couldn't understand what was going on there. Just at that moment the cannon went off. Everyone was scared. They actually set the shell on fire without waiting after his words. At this point, he shot straight at them. This pot hit the target. After that, they were in anticipation of an explosion. But, of course, no explosion ever happened. The man didn't understand what he should do. He looked out to see what was going on. Yeonsan said it was only a warning shot. Next time he's sure to load the cannon with a flying Jin Channer. When he picked it up, he realized it was hot, and then he realized that it was a stone pot. It was just a stone pot. Who does he think he was trying to fool with a stone pot? This means that the great prince does not possess a flying Jin Channer. Let him not be afraid. Jinsung asked, meaning they've been figured out, and it's not the first time they've been caught. Yeonsan laughed and began to worry at the moment. Then the men began to move. Just at that moment, a hot air balloon could be spotted behind the gate, and then the whole balloon appeared. The king was there, of course. He greeted brother Yeonsan, the king's personal crimson airplane, which is 3 times faster than normal. At this point, people were surprised at what was happening. The man asked, or did the king fly in a hot air balloon or what? They falsely believed they had hidden after landing in a military arsenal. But, as it was later learned, they disappeared on horseback in a large balloon. If the Hansan province learns that the king is currently with Prince Jinsung rather than sitting in the government chamber, they will succeed in quieting the agitated public opinion. Of course, the man began to worry about it at this point and became enraged. He told them to set off right now. Let them hurry up. Naksu asked if His Majesty and the lieutenant standing guard on the field what they should do. Even after mobilizing soldiers, they cannot allow anyone to leave the battlefield. The man asked are all clear, and offered to round up the soldiers and send them to the gate. Naksu pondered for the moment. The balloon rose higher and higher into the air. The man didn't understand what the balloon was doing here. The king greeted his brother. Yeonsan, of course, was delighted to see the king. Everyone was greatly surprised when they saw His Majesty. The guy greeted Park Sofeng. It was a good sign for them, and Jinsung was glad that So Jendik was alive. His Majesty was not taken prisoner by traitors. It seems that Jendik had accomplished something great. The man told him to shoot. Shoot the balloon. Let them bring it down from the sky. What do they do? Let them shoot. The man couldn't stand it and picked up a bow himself. The guy told the man he couldn't. After that, the man fired a shot, but the arrow hit the sandbag. The guy explained to His Majesty that they had to loosen the sandbag to gain altitude, whether it was necessary or not. Would someone ask for something heavier to lighten their weight? He asked me to stop. If he continued carelessly could increase the danger. Let him go away. He needs to get the balloon down to the ground. The man asked. Hadn't he figured it out yet? Just at that moment a shell flew at them. After that, he landed near them. They immediately became nervous at this point. The man clearly didn't expect it. It was a flying Jin Choner. They didn't realize it was real and started running away. They simply started jumping off the wall. At that moment, there was a tremendous explosion. Yeonsan and everyone else watched this explosion. They immediately realized that it was the flying Jin Choner. The king laughed and asked if he liked it. Let them know the punishment of heaven. The man came to his senses at this point. He called them mindless idiots who didn't understand why they didn't capture his majesty. At that moment, spears were pointed at him. They called him a traitor and told him to shut his mouth. Just at that moment, the gates opened and they welcomed Grand Prince Jinsun. He still managed to enter the gate without bloodshed. Just at that moment, the balloon began to lower. They saluted His Majesty. Yeonsan started running toward his brother. Yeonsan asked if he had hurt himself and was glad to hear that he was fine. He was so worried. He was fine. But Officer Pungwon, the hero, wondered what had happened to him. The king said he risked his life to get away alive. Yeonsan, of course, was upset about it. As for the great princess, Jongyeom took her to a safe place. They had both done a good job and he was grateful. He was just doing what was right. As it turns out, he is obliged to fight for the palace first, and only later will he be able to thank them properly. At this point, the man was tied up. The king told Pak Undong that he was a traitor. He had sacrificed his position as a judge for many years and dared, holding an enemy flag in his hand, to accept the position of chief gatekeeper given to him by the rebels. Heaven sent kings to earth to spread moral principles and stabilize people's lives. He may be virtuous and crabby, but he is also dependent, and has received many offers of impeachment from the people because he was not qualified for the role of king of this nation. It had been 10 years since his name had been enthroned by the will of heaven. He has been in situations where he has not been favored, but he has never harmed his prime minister, obeying the words of the secretary for whom his people have fallen into despair. As the traitors say, he led the lives of his people into despair and chaos, killing helpless people. Why was Park Wonjing so confident? Is there anyone here who agrees with the rightness of this rebellion? He is the one suppressing the empire by force and undue authority. Can he handle running an entire empire? At that moment they were informed that the enemy was approaching. Just at this moment, enemies could be observed. You could see the Justice General. He paid attention and realized it was Park Wonjing. He saw a Justice General. The man at this moment was looking sternly at the king. This scoundrel has betrayed his king and is now openly pointing a naked sword at him. He will avenge him for the murder of his friend. Jinsun said he shouldn't do that just yet. If they don't fight without calculation before they realign their troops, they will surely lose. The king pondered over these words. They are soldiers who have come from the vicinity of Seodaimon to express their loyalty to serve His Majesty. Great Prince, let him announce his orders. Yeonsan pondered for the moment. Then he closed his fist. After that, he lifted it up. The man said that all subjects of the capital obeyed their order. Is it reasonable to assume that they reflect a speech against the party that declared impeachment of the king? Even now that the senior vassals are at the end of their lives, they still follow the royal family. They all say that the situation in the empire hasn't been this catastrophic since its founding, so they don't want to stand up against the enemies even if they are going to be vomited blood and fall to the death of the brave. They will be remembered for a generation. Those who would fight for their lives, support the exile king, will be remembered forever. Thoughts of the coming battle against the rebels with sickles and plows in hand made him laugh. Do they all really want a generation to remember them as the ones who died senseless deaths, or what? Or do they want to be remembered as those who prevented their own demise by winning the battle? He brought them weapons. The balloon was still in the air at the moment. Prince Jinsun asked how many troops he thought the rebels had. At first glance, dozens of horsemen and hundreds of foot soldiers. Speaking of riders, they can't ignore the numbers of their star troops. Shouldn't they try to combine the riders of their star troops with the soldiers from the surrounding area? The problem is that their starfighters have no practical experience. At this moment someone approached the Great Prince. It's an expeditionary army heading far into the Nagosan Mountains. What does he mean by expeditionary army? Why are they returning to Hanyang? Sogan University is located in the vicinity of the Nagosan Mountains. How long will it take the expeditionary army to reach the court? An hour? But they don't have 15 extra minutes. Before the expeditionary army arrives, they will be surrounded. So before that happens, they must return to the city. Prince Jinsun thought about the whole situation. Have them close the gates immediately so no rat can get in. Prince Yeonsan told Yeksu to have the riders prepare their horses. Prince Jinsun asked how many flying lightning bolts they had left. He used one of the 5, so they had 4 shells left. He said he brought a cannon barrel from Gyeonggi-do province. Isn't that right? Don brought one with him. Great. Have them prepare a cannon for the flying lightning. At this point, someone told them to wait. Flying lightning bolts are 4 shots. Cannon shot is only 1. Have them spin the wicks for the flying lightning bolts 5, 7 and 10 times respectively. He will carry out his instructions. Have them watch and report on the movements of the expeditionary army. He can rely on them. Grand Prince Jinsun's camp was bustling. What should they do? Shouldn't they offer the great prince to surrender? Park Undong had recommended several times for the prince to stay, but now with the support of the royal recruits, there was no way they would give up. Rasta, what is their plan? If they touch one hair of the great prince's rider, the queen will be furious. What did he do? If the great prince died young, struck by a blind arrow, all of this would be karma falling upon the great prince. The man wondered about that. There's a bigger problem than capturing the great prince alive. The king's new recruits. He's going to send some men, judges, to keep them in control of the throne. Does he think he'll be able to slip through them or what? Of course, haven't their so-called star troops been wiped to dust? However, he is concerned about the status of the star squad's superiors. Whatever numbers they may possess, will they not all die a senseless death because of joining the wrong side? At this point, the man said he started the march. The man then began to make a military sound. The second man started banging on the drum. After that, they launched their attack. He suggested first capturing those who had not yet tasted blood. At this point the man turned his attention to something. Prince Jinsun gave the command to fire. After that, the cannon actually fired. Of course, the shell flew straight into the enemies. The man started yelling for everyone to move, because there was a shell in the sky. Then a shell fell right in front of them. He continued to roll on the ground for the moment. The man immediately realized what it was. He realized it was flying lightning. No, they are retreating. All troops should have retreated now. The floor of the game told them to get ready for the second shot. They loaded the cannon again. After that, he issued the order to fire again. The man was very much frightened and said, just don't let them say it was flying lightning. They keep throwing shells. Let's keep everyone safe. What the hell was that all about? I never thought I'd see so-called flying lightning here. Let them escape. Run as far away from where it exploded as possible. At the moment they are running for the houses. At this point, they're waiting out the explosion. The man told everyone to stop and stand. Nothing was happening to the shells at this point. The man asked why she wasn't exploding. Does it always do that or what? It had to be an empty shell or a fake bomb that was meant to spread fear. They're using the same strategy. Let them not succumb to the great prince's bluff and go on the offensive. After that, of course, they turned around and started running back. Prince Jinsun was watching all of this at the moment. After the third shot, have them start moving toward them. All star squad members, get ready. Prince Yeonsan said for them to fire the third shell. They continue the offensive at all costs. A third shell flew over the heads of the warriors, but they still kept running at this point. Just as the man thought, it's another fake. There's no way the Starfleet Reserve Force has proper weapons. The man said they had no tragic plan in their pocket. Nor did they have a tragic plan in their pocket. Nor did they show these countrymen what the might of trained soldiers tasted like. Have them keep their spears at the ready. Let them put fear aside and go on the offensive. Prince Yeonsan said we need to act now. Just at that moment, the shell clearly began to explode. A short time later, there was a huge explosion. It was indeed a very bad strategic plan. Of course, the man had not expected this turn of events at all. He realized that these aren't underground bombs at all. They're making legs out of here. Men in the night shouting for everyone to retreat. But in spite of all this, the explosions kept happening. The man said they were getting what they deserved. He killed the first man he could get his hands on, and the second man met the same fate. What the hell is going on in the foreground anyway? Let them keep calm and not be outnumbered. Let them not lose their composure. The rebels are closing in. The Blessed Army, forged and pushed back. Nutrition notables in red bandanas have gathered on Yukio Street and are wreaking havoc there. So is he saying that an army of professionally trained soldiers equipped with weapons is unable to handle this militia? Or what? They are not simple militia men equipped only with farm implements. They are equipped with the latest firearms. At that point, the weapon fired. People in the moment were running away as fast as they could. The man said shooting them makes the absorbent cotton come alive. So what he's saying is that the rebellion fired just now made the sea a rice paddy or what? The rebel troops are moving right here. They need to hurry up and move the troops. If you don't, you'll be surrounded. The folded king is still there. What retreat? He dares to babble? If the troops from the great prince's ship encounter the rebels, their forces will begin to build up uncontrollably. But at this point, their only chance to win is to capture the wrapped king. They'll definitely win if they take it. They need to move forward. At that moment, the man could see another shell flying in their direction. Of course, the man began to worry at this point. After that, there was a massive explosion. How could they betray something like that? This model of flying lightning explodes immediately. At this point, only the horses were left alive. But as it turned out, the man also survived. He's still on his feet at this point. Then someone approached them. The silhouette of the king could be observed. He approached the man at this point. The man saw the coiled king. The rebels are closing in. Have them continue the encirclement. Attack. They said it wouldn't work out. First squad, get ready to fire. Second squad, have them fire immediately after the first squad. Second squad, stand by. The man gave the command to fire. After that, everyone started shooting. Of course, the opponents didn't expect this. The man ordered everyone to head forward. After that, the cannons started firing. Of course, that worked out best. The man looked sternly at the king at the same time. He then presented his sword before the king. The king, of course, was not about to back down. He said that he would kill military officer Pungwag with his own hands. The man said the others wouldn't back down. At that moment, a fierce battle broke out between them. Prince Yeonsan said they have shown that they have accomplished nothing by going through a lot of training. The balloon man said they were holding up pretty well. He thought victory was theirs. What did others think? At that moment they saw more soldiers on the horizon. It was the Expeditionary Army's own Expeditionary Army. The Expeditionary Army troops are almost here. Then reported that the Expeditionary Army had arrived. Have them shut the gates tight. The army at the same time came closer. The man said not to open the gate. At the same time there was complete silence. He realized something was wrong here. Why couldn't he see Puck Undon in charge of the gate? The battle takes place inside the walls. What do you mean? A battle? Has the central administration's plan failed or what? At the same time, two swords clashed against each other. Of course, that blood was embarrassingly beaten to death. Their strengths were completely equal at this moment. At the same time a prince appeared near them, and the king told him that he had retreated. If something happens to him, his mom and cousin haven't worried about it before. She said it was not the time to think about it. The enemies were now at the walls of the city. The king didn't understand what that meant. It was as if the man had a chuckle at this point. He raised his hand up and said that the Expeditionary Army had arrived. It was time to determine the winner of this battle. The king clearly expected this turn of events. The man said it was over. If he obeyed, he would spare him. Does he really think he is obediently serving before him? The sword has become something. He will stand to the end. Of course, he knew his answer would be. At the same time, they started fighting again. But surprisingly, at that moment, EXU also intervened. As long as His Majesty is still here, victory and defeat will not be determined. Prince Jinsun noticed the man who appeared. The man asked what other review. Let this guy's crazy head with him. The guy off his shoulders. At the cost of his life he will defend His Majesty. Let them hold the city gates with all their might. Asking everyone to evacuate as far away as possible. Getting into a fight would be extremely dangerous. At the same time, someone put a ladder on the gate, and then everyone started climbing over the wall. Where does he think he's going anyway? Let everybody cover him. Everyone started shooting at the guards that were standing on the wall. Prince Jinsun said to make them defend the city gates. No one should be allowed to infiltrate. He will not allow any of them to touch even His Majesty's fingertips. The fierce battle continued. What is it? It seems like the situation has suddenly turned against them. Is it all because the troops are scattered or what? At this rate, if the city gates fall, hope will fall with them. The guy said that Sofan looked over there. People with red bandanas on their heads are advancing from behind. They're attacking the enemy. These are their allies. They are on their side. The man asked the traitors who they thought they were. That they had decided to replace the ruling king? At that moment, the man noticed something. The king said as he looked at them, those ugly ones must have come to protect His Majesty. Let them go out of the way. They are the result of artillery. His Majesty, let them advance. Just at that moment, a man near the king was hit. The active wave of battle began again. Let them build up their morale, gather their thoughts and go into battle. Denmark knows it so well. Time to put the plan into action. At the same time, some kind of chariot was traveling very fast. The man said it's done. They won't save His Majesty. He told His Majesty to saddle his horse. The king asked, was it Lee Jong-gung? The man was very much surprised when he heard that name. Let His Majesty quickly pack up his horse. The man didn't understand where they were going to run off to. His Majesty managed to escape, clearing the way for everyone. At the same time, everyone abruptly started scattering around. The man asked the king to give further orders. At that moment, the man turned his attention. He realized he needed to give the order to fire. A few seconds later, the man gave the order to fire. He clearly didn't expect it to go down like this. Come on, we gotta blow it up. Traitor, let him taste the firepower of Joseon. And immediately after those words, they fired. All the man had to do was watch the shells fly at them. Of course, he realized things were going badly. A few seconds later, there was an explosion. Prince Jinsun returned and heard the explosion. A mobile arrow device, he thought. They don't possess such a weapon, nor does anyone in the world. Then abruptly a man jumped out, put the prince down and said it was Grand Prince Jinsung. He grabbed the Grand Prince. Let them drop their swords and surrender. Just then he got hit right in the face. The blow was very strong. It was the girl who was doing the laundry. She said that she would not fight him hand in hand in this battle. Prince Yeonsan thanked her for that. At the same time, they were really starting to get good at rejecting attacks. Heck, why can't they turn their backs on them and open the gate? The general was told that in addition to the troops, the common people had joined the battle at the gate. What did he even say? What are they doing then? Have him bring the Changji cannon and destroy the walls immediately. Did he not hear him or something? Now get him to load his gun and finish them all off. Their men are now also on the wall. What does he even mean by that? The townspeople view them as enemies and engage in battle against them. Breaking through the walls, the gate will not lose the last support of the people, nor will they be labeled as traitors who killed their own people. The man informed the general that they had lost. What's going on around town anyway? Isn't it time to pack up and move out? What is she talking about? It's not safe here anymore. They should leave town and hide. All citizens let them run as far away as possible, finding themselves confined in the middle of a battle, not putting themselves and their loved ones in danger. Isn't that the great prince? It seems the enemy has managed to break through the city wall after all. If that's the way it was, shouldn't they stand together in goal defense? In the meantime, the army never stopped trying to climb the walls. How dare they even dare to go to the state and change? Damned traitors. Do they really think they have the power to destroy a great state on their own rights against its people? As the man was drinking, the woman recognized Zhang Kai and he asked her why she was here. He said he was going to war to protect their barbarians, and he himself was bringing death upon them. He was a mindless countryman. She thinks he came back of his own free will. He was a foolish boy. Because of him, she will now be ashamed to look her neighbors in the eye. At this point, it is reported that the rebel leader is Pak Wanjing. They won, prevailed in battle. The man at the same time was looking at the gate. Of course, he thought things would turn out this way, not in their favor. Praise the heavens, victory is theirs. The king went into tears at the same time. At the same time, they kneeled in front of the king. One of them said that he was Prince Lee Jiagong's teacher and was truly happy to see him unharmed, innocent before him of failing to stop the rampaging rebels as well. The king began to say it was all his fault. Let all the innocent rise from their knees. At this point the man addressed His Majesty. The king said that in the years to come, he had no idea what his subordinate was up to. He lived only for his own pleasure. The thought that his friend would sacrifice his life to protect Steel, an unworthy creature, devoured him from the inside out. As expected, he waits could repay him for his bravery. What right does he have to blame them for rebelling and fighting for him as their king? He is grateful to each of them. He thanked them for rising up for him. He would forever be greatly indebted to them all. Then he knelt down before them. At that moment, Prince Jinsung started running to his brother and said that they had won. Someone said, His Majesty, there is no limit to his heavenly blessing. Prince Jinsung didn't understand what was happening. The prince wondered what the strange atmosphere was here. At the same time, the head of blood saw the teacher and brother. They were all alive, a great relief to him. That's right, all thanks to each and every one of them. The body of the head of the rebels has not been found. The crime of this change will be dealt with after returning to Gyeongbokgung Palace. Are there any other traitors in the royal palace besides Sun Hyun? He thinks so. The king said they are moving forward. At the same time in the palace, let them look at what they've done. That's why he refused to wear the dragon royal robe. And for them all, his innocent self was dragged here to be put to death soon. How could they forcibly put him in that position when he has clearly expressed his unwillingness? The head of the central administration, Park Wonjing, has already sent troops to fight Prince Jinsung. Let him wait a little longer. He will soon return with glad tidings of victory. Even if he becomes a mere human, he wouldn't tolerate a single minute more of being in this posture. Please let His Majesty come in. He should strengthen his will. The jury, without fighting, of death will defend him. Not a hair shall fall from his head, but from the friend of traitors. The deputy minister asks him to be allowed to leave. He shouldn't be king. He doesn't want to live the life of a king. He prefers the life of a prince. Naksu was glaring at him at the same time and was clearly unhappy with all this behavior. What, the seconds that he ascended to the throne? No one has the right to harm him. Rather than asking him to trust them, it's so noisy outside the door of the creator. They keep rubbing nonsense about how no one will harm him. Let them look at him closely. How can he be king? What a relief that his cousin hadn't lost his mind. At that moment the king descended to them. Naksu was very much surprised. The so-called king. Everyone else was also surprised. The real king said they destroyed all the traitors. Then they started grabbing everyone inside. At the same time, the man began to say, "His Majesty, I am innocent. Please spare my life." He said it was all the work of the minister's deputy. He said it was all unfair. He's not guilty. He's incredibly hurt. At the same time, the king sat on his rightful throne. He was looking confidently into the distance at the same time. Yeonsan looked at him. The king looked at him too. After that, the prince smiled at him. But at that moment, Yeonsan noticed something, and it turned out, right behind him was Naksu, who was ready to attack him. After that, she plunged the sword right into his chest. She was laughing very wickedly at the same time. Of course, everyone was very much surprised and started to worry. Jinsun immediately ran to his brother, and basically not just the prince. Everyone else was running towards him as well. Started immediately calling the royal court physician here. Right away, Yeonsan said it can't just happen. The king had already passed out at this time. Yeonsan began scolding his brother and telling him to learn. At this point the king turned to his brother. Opening his eyes, he saw a lamp on the wall in front of him. This was a very different person, at least in appearance. Then the lamps on the wall lit up. The king never stopped calling for his brother. As it turned out, it was the same king, but clearly in a different time. When he woke up, he didn't realize where it was. He didn't realize what it even was. Walking forward a bit, he turned his attention to the reflection. He couldn't understand how this had happened. He didn't realize what it even was. Seeing the man in the reflection, he wondered if it was him. He wondered who had transported him to this place. He didn't realize if he was dead or if it was just a dream. Then he decided to look outside. He was very excited. He began to ponder the place. He noticed that the place was drowned in light streaming from the ground. It's not like a dream. If he is dreaming, it's a very realistic dream. The man started yelling and asking if anyone was here. He asked again if anyone was here. At that moment someone walked in on him. It was Yeonsan. He asked the man if he was awake, for he wanted to take a nap. The king thought it was his brother Yeonsan, and started asking where the hell he was. Why the hell he was acting like that, since it had been a long time since he had been pranked. What do you mean, a long time ago? If he's rested, he should go downstairs. All the reporters are already there. The man didn't realize what was happening to him. He was in some hotel. At the same time, a poster depicting the great Jinsung and King Yeongsan was hanging on the huge stage. Everyone called him Mr. Lee Backdoll. Please let the Mr. in. Let him look this way. He can sit down here. At the same time, the girl asked everyone to take their seats. The man didn't understand why Yeonsan was walking away and leaving him alone. He didn't understand how an ordinary manager could occupy such a place. Of course, he didn't know what the word manager meant. At that moment, the first journalist introduced himself. He was Lee Kang-sok from Chang'an Publishing House, and he had a question for the director. He wanted to congratulate him on the rave reviews. For example, about the movie, also enjoying the movie. However, he chose the role of Prince Yeonsan to be played by an unknown actor named Lee Baekdal. He wanted to hear the story of his background and casting. The moment he saw Mr. Lee Baekdal for the first time, he realized that he was the only actor suitable for the role of Mujong. He matched the famous image of the man 100%. He even had goosebumps running through his body at that moment. The second man introduced himself as Sang Hyungjong, a reporter for the Daehan Daily News. As far as he knows, there were some minor difficulties with actor Lee Baekdal on set. What was that about? The original version of the script portrayed Mujong as a cold-blooded madman. However, the actor suggested that Mujong's figure should be seen not only as a distraught man, but also as a man who lacks affection and whose mother's death has caused him indelible trauma. Was he able to convince the director, and was that the reason why the script was changed? Initially, his suggestion to radically change the script seemed too bold a move for an aspiring actor, but he himself soon began to lean toward the new script proposed by actor Lee Baekdal. Of course, while rewriting the script with a flashlight, he cursed it many times. Then it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Mujong before them was created by an actor. Looking at the question, he was probably right. The girl introduced herself as a reporter from the Haksan newspaper and wanted to ask the actor a question. Park Wonjing's rebellion is highlighted in the climax of the movie. If the rebellion had not been quelled and the great Prince Jaeon had ascended to the throne, the Korean Empire would still exist today. After this question, the man immediately became very nervous. The girl kept talking about the scene where Naksu stabbed the king. The man immediately began to remember that moment when the girl took a swing at him. After that, the man just fell out of his chair. Have them call an ambulance now. The guy was saying that the gentleman would please pull himself together. He began to call out to the gentleman at the same time, but the man was slowly losing consciousness. Then his brother appeared in front of him. After that, the man woke up. Yeonsan was surprised that his brother had finally woken up. Fortunately, due to his successes, the king went but soon fainted as he was physically and mentally exhausted, primarily due to blood loss. He prepared a special soup that would soon help him regain his strength. May he be gracious, he is so glad to hear it. The king began to ask what had happened. Yeonsan said, taking advantage of the situation and the chaos. Naksu said, without elaborating, that he remembered that since they had captured all the rebels, and he would be able to relax and focus on rebuilding. The king said it was a great relief. Afterward, the man said he had a strange dream. Yeonsan was surprised and asked what that meant. He dreamed that after death he came to another world. Yeonsan laughed and said it was a half-assed dream. The man went on to say that he was wearing strange black clothes. He didn't know what it was, but here it was like he could reach for the sky. There were many lights, and a river of light flowed mightily beneath his feet. Then they invited him into a room and put him in front of the gathered people to ask him what he had done. They all called him Mujong. As expected, he was a dead soul. They wanted to know about his past, why he turned into a tyrant. The man was scared. For a moment he thought he was a monster. Yeonsan asked his brother what he meant by all this. Model a meaningless dream. Let him forget it. The king turned to Yeonsan at the same time. He said he was very grateful to him for saving him, and there was also another one. He was also thankful that he had saved Joseon. At the same time, someone was running very fast somewhere. It was the prince's consort. Yeonsan was also running towards her at the same time. Then they hugged each other tightly, and after that, they kissed. Of course, everyone got a little teary-eyed at the same time. The spouses were happy to see each other. After regaining consciousness, the brother ordered the governors of the 3 southern provinces to mop up the remnants of the rebels and engage military forces. Soon Sun Hyun and Janshin, who were hiding in the mountains, were captured alive by the soldiers. Park Wonjing's dead body was found and immortalized in front of the gate. At the same time, the rebels Sunshin, Sun Hyun, and Jang Noksu were sentenced to be quartered, wiping out entire clans. Noksu was lying on the ground at this moment. She could watch the flying birds right above her at the same time, but her hands were tied, and her whole body appeared to be. Fortunately, Prince Yan's exile was ended after he was forgiven by the king. He continued to serve, comfortable with playing musical instruments and composing songs. Those of them who had participated in preventing the rebellion were proclaimed honored subjects. Yoksu, teacher Jangan, Kim Gapdong, Mo Jendik, and Pan Sokpyeong were proclaimed worthy of first-rank data. Of course, it was an honor for all of them. Lim Sunja has been honored as distinguished statesmen and national scholars. The king looked proudly at his brother. Of course, his brother didn't forget to visit Lim Sunji's grave and celebrate his victory there. Lim Sunja, formerly recorded in history as a fractured servant, has regained his former honorable status, and, as he promised, he married Doksun and Jonggim. Of course, the guy was very happy about it. Yes, and the girl was very happy too. Everyone had gathered to watch their wedding. It was a good event, of course. Community chamber. A man fell at the same time. He then fell asleep and hit his head on a chair. Then Mr. Gapdon was called out by someone. He asked the Grand Prince what brought him here. He wanted to congratulate him on his assumption of the position of Minister of Public Works. He was pleased to be proclaimed worthy of data, but his hands were already itching from idleness, which was why he had brought something interesting to bring to fruition. The man asked what grand thing he had come up with this time. Yeonsan said it's a game called billiards. It's a game in which he drinks bora with the end of this stick, making it roll around the pool table and collide with other balls. The man didn't seem particularly interested. Yeonsan asked if he could make his idea a reality. Aren't these little things compared to flying lightning or a hot air balloon? He can put holes in the base of a pool table. Regarding these fats, will it be enough to cut them out of the wood? He thinks it would be best to use a material heavier than wood, but they don't have to be as heavy as stone. It's a block of wood. Let him try to take it. Prince Jinsun was surprised that it seemed heavier than he thought. It is ebony, a very valuable decorative material, as it is denser and shinier than ordinary wood. He'll show him something else. Jinsun asked if it was an elephant's tusk. Where did he get it from? He already knew what it was. Ambassadors who had been to Min had received it as a gift. Ebony and ivory can be used to carve balls. You can compare which one turns out to be more suitable. It is such a valuable raw material in their mining powers. Of course, had he forgotten that he was now Minister of Public Works, a senior second-ranking minister? Yeonsan said he was cool, anticipating calling him a gnome again. The man said he was not a dwarf, but the Minister of Public Works. Jinsun corrected himself and said that he was indeed the Minister of Public Works. Then he entrusts him with a billiard. The prince must find and design a new menu. Doksun asked what he decided to brew this time. Jinsung said he wasn't surprised much. He learned it in the north, used by a man who noticed that it was black and asked what it was. It is a black bean paste reminiscent of Ming Dynasty soybean paste. The key to delicious jjajangmyeon is well-fried rice. He will have to stir the batter well. Let him remember to stir so it doesn't burn. This black bean paste gets a delicious smell when fried. Knead the dough properly, and rolling it out thinly. Yeonsan decided to give it a try. He clearly didn't do well. Yeonsan said it was different in his head. You have to stop at the knife. Sliced noodles. Sliced noodles again. Ate them just a couple days ago. Please let her cook something tastier. Let her keep stirring. The sauce was starting to burn to hell. As he will say, if it works out, this dish will taste better than sliced noodles. A little patience. Soon he will taste what no one knows. Yet, once the black bean paste is well fried, it will be the main ingredient in the sauce. Too bad they don't have onions, but you can fry the pork and green onions and add it all to the black bean paste. Yeonsan said to give some skate. It's sweet enough for me. Should he add starch syrup? The flavor is rich enough. I need it for broth. A few days later, someone was telling them to take a ride out here. He's walking. He's not himself today. At this point Yeonsan presented Kenbok's billiard to the king. Asked what it all meant. Yeonsan told him he would know if he went inside. The man told the king that he was honored to receive him. The king asked in surprise if he was now the Minister of Public Works. What's the use of this thing? Yeonsan said it's a game called billiards. The man, of course, didn't know what billiards was. The man prepared to hit the balloon. A few seconds later, he hit him. Then he looked at Prince Yeonsan. Yeonsan was surprised and said something about a three-board carambola. The king asked if he understood the rules of the game correctly and asked the protagonist if he was sure he was playing for the first time. If he was a pro or pretending to be a novice. But when could he have played the game? It's not just the force of the blow. If you hit it flat, the ball will roll forward. But if you aim it right, it will eventually come back after hitting the sides. This logic is similar to the way people follow his instructions. The way a king rules his people. So he won. Is it worth continuing the lap? Yeonsan confidently said yes. He asked for a minute to chalk the cue and see the point of impact. Prince Yeonsan told the truth that he thinks they should raise the final score. But didn't he say earlier that they don't play 5-ball? He suggested adding 3 balls to the table. If he added more, the move could become composed by the cheater himself. All right, let it be as he said. While playing pool, he got really hungry. Anticipating this, Jinsung prepared a special dish. Of course, the king was interested in the dish. The royal court chief was at their service. It came very quickly. The man said that fast delivery was his life. Afterward, he served the food. When the king asked what it was, the man replied that it was a metal bag to keep the food warm during transportation. The idea belongs to the great prince who is behind the realization. Wasn't that noodles? Yeonsan said this dish he invented is called jjajangmyeon, and he hopes the king will appreciate it. This dish should be brackish, slightly salty, but it also has a sweetness to it. The sauce should be added on top of the noodles, and then mix well. He can also snack on pickled radishes. I've never seen yellow vegetables like this before. They are cooked by immersing them in boiling water along with gardenia leaves. The king decided to try this dish. As soon as he tasted it, something surprised him greatly. No one could figure out what he would say about him. Afterward, the king said it was incredibly delicious. This is the first time he has tasted a noodle dish like this. This dish is especially delicious when combined with fatigue after playing billiards. These noodles are very unique and billiards is a very addictive game. He thinks that when he lies down to rest, he will still see billiards on the ceiling. Prince Yeonsan said he thought the man had been doing too much government business lately, so he wanted to come up with some entertainment for him without going outside the court. The king at this time thanked him for the food. After a while, he ate the entire portion. At this time he turned to his brother. He told him he was such an incompetent king. Yeonsan apologized and asked what he meant. Thanks to His Majesty, the people of Joseon live a happy and prosperous life. No, it's not because of him. It's because of the prince. He realizes it himself. Prince Yeonsan asked what it was that he was saying. The king had a request. Would he listen to it? Prince Yeonsan said anything. Just let him ask. The king lowered his head and agreed with the prince. Prince Yeonsan couldn't realize he was already with the king. At this time they moved farther away. The king was ready to voice his request. Prince Yeonsan asked what the issue was. He asked if he could take the king's place in his stead. Prince Yeonsan was greatly surprised. He couldn't understand how this was even possible. The next day His Majesty was addressed. They didn't understand what it meant that he would step down. Strange. You don't have to scare them like that. It is heaven's chosen destiny to ascend the throne at the command of the Almighty. Since an ordinary prince cannot ascend the throne without the blessing of heaven, at the cost of his life, he will not be able to allow it. May he please reconsider his decision. Is he watching? Will he only allow it over his dead body? Then shouldn't he kill him? At the same time, the king realized that he shouldn't be so testy. He has gone too far and is asking for forgiveness. He doesn't understand why he made such a fuss about no longer wanting to be king and step down. How many quiet kings have left the throne? He was answered that they were kings Jeongjong and Taejong. Some queen hopes that he will pass the throne to Yeonsan, and by becoming a former king, he will be more effective in the affairs of state. He apologized, but the king's reasons for abdicating were due to indelible difficulties in the state. How can he propose something so frightening when the state is in a peaceful and prosperous state? The king reflected really on this. He said it was a disaster that a king like him was ruling Joseon. Let the circumstances not be similar to those of the days when kings abdicated. Delaying a mad king like him on the throne for even one day in the future will lead to another rebellion and the future of the state will be at stake. The prince, however, created a vaccine and quelled the people's fear of smallpox. He also developed various types of pada and discernment, which in turn colored the lives of the common people. He is also credited with some of the most amazing inventions, like flying lightning and a balloon. They all saw these inventions perfectly well. He became deservedly recognized when he saved the future of the state by bringing the army back to the capital and extinguishing the rebellion raised by Pak Wonjing. When he looks at it, it resonates with peoples of all ages and backgrounds. He becomes ashamed of himself as the crowned one, just because it was meant to be. After all of them imagined what the country would be like when young King Yongsan ascended the throne. He will be remembered as the tyrant of the country for the deeds he has done before. But if he steps down from the throne and appoints Prince Yeonsan as the new king, the historical assessment of him as one of the country's rulers may also change. Yeonsan asked Doksan if he had prepared the palanquin. He replied that everything was ready. Yeonsan asked where the lady was. She was still in the main house. Yeonsan began to call out to Eul. The spouse turned to him. Was she ready to go? There was only one thing ready. But the man said it was chilly outside. Let her throw this on. She asked what reason they were doing this. Since the war was over, there was no need for evacuation. Glav said he would tell them all about it, and when they arrived at the manor. But first they would set off. At the same time, they both picked it up. His wife asked, "Or he is in the hide." She recovered slightly, probably very heavy. Jin-sung said it was nothing to him. After all, he is the one who fought in a 3-man battle against 500 warriors. Have you forgotten? At that moment, Yeonsan noticed something. He told Doksun that they were writing. Rather, have them head for that wall. At this point, they began to run away. Then someone knocked on their door and asked if anyone was inside. Prince Jin-sung said these boys of the sun haven't even gotten up yet. Doksun asked the great prince what is going on in the state after all. And the hero said they were following that direction. They need to leave Hanyang as soon as possible. Yeonsan said he went through a lot not to become king. They won't give up trying to put him on the throne. He just wants to live the life of a great prince. It's already evening. Yeonsan suggested a little rest. Prince Yeonsan asked his wife if she should be uncomfortable. But sure, winter is hard on her. Prince Yeonsan asked if she was okay. At the same time, she started running away somewhere. People started asking her what was wrong with her. Prince Jin-sung said that unfortunately the palanquin had given her a shock. Is he correct? She's afraid it's not that at all. She's been feeling a little sick and nauseous lately. Prince Yeonsan thinks she has a slight fever. But the girl said she was fine. She could handle it and should continue on her way. Prince Jin-sung said she should be seen by a doctor first. The doctor told them it was a pregnancy. Prince Jinsun was very much surprised. Prince Yeonsan asked, did he mean his wife was pregnant? That's exactly what it was. What does it all mean? He refuses to believe it's a pregnancy. Prince Jinsun couldn't believe he was going to be a father. The spouse asked her husband if he was upset. Prince Jinsung looked at her nervously, but afterward he said that of course he was happy that they would become parents. The man said Madam is in early term. She needs rest, but at least it is permissible to cross short distances in a palanquin. A man came in and started asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about, repeating that the first trimester of pregnancy is a dangerous period. If they are worried about the baby in the womb, they should postpone the trip to a later date. At the same time, His Majesty said they were here to pick him up. Prince Jinsun realized how they knew they were here. Rumors of his escape have already spread. They asked what it all even meant. Removed from the throne, the king ordered him to return to the palace as soon as possible. The spouse didn't understand what aloof king meant, so how to make sense of it all. Prince Yeonsan suggests that his quiet life as a great prince has come to an end. At the same time, different flags could be observed. At this moment in the palace, a man was beating a drum at the same time. The rest of the people were playing music, all gathered in one place. Then two men came out. It was Prince Yeonsan and his consort. The process of his ascension to the throne was accomplished in the blink of an eye, ignoring all the necessary processes carried out by civil and military officials. The teacher, of course, was proud of his student. He greeted him at the same moment. The spouse, of course, was happy too. The end of the last historical tyranny has come. The most tyrannical ruler in the history of the Joseon Empire. The king looked at his brother at this moment. Waves smiled briefly, analyzing him as well. To be honest, he only wanted to remain a great prince. He just wanted to live with a golden spoon in his mouth, with no responsibilities or obligations. But his bright desire to change the course of history and prevent tyranny only led to more consequences. And it all led to his ascension to the throne, becoming the new king. Well, what can he do? If he can continue to live happily ever after with his beloved Eul. The fact that they're still together means that he was able to successfully edit the course of history. It's been very good indeed for Prince Yeonsan. Everyone gathered that day to see the new king. From this day forward, he wants to make Joseon better for his child. What will happen to them from now on is no longer history. And their future. Gyeongbokgung Palace. The main character was clearly uncomfortable in his clothes. He was greeted by a past king. He asked if he was worried a lot, and he couldn't think it would take a lot of time. No other way. It must be exciting to have a son, or surely not? Correction, they say. Gosh, he's worried about his wife. At one point he corrected himself and called Her Majesty the Queen. 3 mothers die in childbirth. Of the surviving families, about 2 may die soon due to weakened immune systems if a cesarean section becomes necessary. The experienced female healers of the royal court will provide all the help you need. Don't let her worry. He wanted to be there to support her, but she said she didn't want him around. What husband would want to watch from the sidelines as his child was born? Is that possible? At this point, someone started screaming very loudly. They were both very frightened. The king of the entire empire is unable to control his emotions. With all due respect, when his firstborn came into the world, he was no less excited. Why would he bring up an incongruous event? Years long past, Janjim told His Majesty that he was not yet supposed to visit a woman in labor. Prince Jinsung didn't understand why. He was her husband and Her Majesty the Queen didn't want to be seen looking disheveled after giving birth. It would be great if His Highness arrived after all the preparations were completed. Let him not worry. Her Majesty the Queen and Princess are safe and sound. There you go. Prince Jinsun knew it was a daughter, so it was still a little princess. His brother said he was now a father. Let him accept his congratulations. He had not yet realized what was happening. Everything is not easy in this world, but the most challenging thing is being a father. What's more important than that? Being a good father. That dreaded fatherhood. The harder, tedious running of an empire. But he knows he can handle those roles. Prince Jinsun realized that the worries were in vain. Nothing terrible had happened at this moment. Now that Her Majesty the Queen has produced a princess, she will be healthy. Next, she will give birth to a strong boy, the heir to the throne, who will later take over. He did not understand where the king had gone. He was told that he had rushed to Surrogan, the room designated for eating. The man was very much surprised when he heard this. Even after becoming king, he remained the same. They should consistently follow him today, anticipating the amount that will also be on the day for the king. He is obliged to drink for the recovery of his younger brother, even alone. Today was indeed a good day. He got ready again. Suragana has all the comforts of home, like delicious oyster seaweed soup. Spouse said the flavor was wonderful. The soup was perfectly seasoned. Glad it serves us. He hasn't cooked anything like it. She had a tough time during labor, so let her eat properly. At this moment, the king's daughter could be observed. It was so fascinating to have such a tiny creature. She thinks she looks like her husband. Is that true? He wishes she was more like her. Had he decided what name they would give their daughter? Prince Jinsung suggested to Lee Shinbei. The girl was interested in the name. Then they decided that she would be called Shinbei. They were surprised she was laughing. Apparently she liked the name. What a relief. He really couldn't think of anything other than modern names like Chevin or Wanan. So after careful thought, he took the first syllables of the syllables Yi, Ek, and child, Shin Eul. Prince Jinsun said her daddy was no longer a great prince, but the king of an entire nation. So he will make the country better for her. Until then, let her grow up healthy. Do they have a deal? He asked if she agreed. Let him promise her. At the same time, she grabbed his finger. They were both very much surprised. Then they looked at each other. She gulped. The little girl grabbed His Highness's finger. Prince Yeonsan didn't realize. Was his daughter a genius? Changyungung Palace. The man turned to the head servant. He asked if he'd keep him company. Beat it out with him. But he wouldn't dare do that. He feels lonely after the loss of an old friend. So have him keep him company. The man agreed after all. He said he remembers the day he first became a father. Since he served the late king, he probably also remembers the day of his birth. The man at the same time simply remained silent. With each passing year, more memories leave his head. But could he forget a day like this? The man asked what he was like. He cried loudly. He thought to himself that a big shot had been born. That one day he would surely rule the nation. The man asked. The man called him a big shot. Became a fly. Was deprived of the opportunity to know the happiness of fatherhood. Very proud of His Majesty. The former king looked at him at the same time. He thanked him. The moon is shining brightly this night. Yeonsan was telling his brother that it was such beautiful weather outside. How about going hunting or playing something? Prince Yeonsan said he is very busy at the moment and suggested another time. His little brother felt guilty for getting so busy. He must be a stalwart in deed and spirit. A couple of days later, they were vacationing together like this. He's been doing a good job these days, hasn't he? He dies. The officials convince him that teacher Lee Jong-gun is no longer on the king's side and insists on his resignation. Why they appointed him to a government position, himself trusting him to the point of exhaustion. So he instructed the Minister of Public Works on what to work on. What are these wooden dolls? After carving out the faces of unsightly officials, reconstruct them. He should aim at them with these ebony balls. Then let the heat get to these old men. Well, that would help him release his latent anger, wouldn't it? Social Security number 9 and so on. Lee Hyunho. He was born in an ordinary house, was an ordinary guy and lived an ordinary life. How did the interview go today? Let them not ask. He has another interview waiting for him the day after tomorrow. Prince Yeonsan came home. Before that, he had lived a very ordinary life. New day. Upon awakening, he became the Prince of Joseon. The great Prince Jinsung, Prince Yeonsan didn't realize if it could all be true. And living the miserable life of a guy, he turned into someone who lives with a golden spoon in his mouth. To top it all off, he had a beautiful and affectionate wife. But despite all of the above, woke up the younger brother of the most despotic ruler of Joseon history. After the second purge of literati and his tyranny did not cease. So it was decided that he, the prince, would become the next king and a coup in Jeonsan would take place. However, he took part in the coup that ousted Asangan and was soon killed as a traitor. Aeul, who has become the traitor's daughter, has no new choice but to part with him. That's when the people came out of the gate. He was unwilling to part with his wife and occupy the throne, determined to change history and continue his life in the cause of a great prince. He tried to change the fate of Yeonsan, who was depressed by his useless past and environment. In order to avoid a second purge of literati, through his efforts, he was able to erase this bloody event from history. Nevertheless, the coup did take place. He had to succumb to a bloody war to save his brother and wife from danger. With the help of the people of the country, he was able to drive out the forces that unleashed the rebellion. But his goal of living out his life in the body of a prince was undoubtedly a failure. But despite this, thankfully, he and Aeul have identified the opportunity to live a happy life together. That's how their story came to a happy ending. At least, that's what he thought. Prince Yeonsan woke up. In front of him, he saw the ceiling. He didn't realize what it was. He realized it was his room. Our hero didn't know what to do and didn't understand what was going on. He then decided to open the window. At the same time, he saw a street where someone was saying it would only take him a couple minutes to unload. Someone was saying that this driveway was already narrow. The guy read that he's probably still asleep. We'll pick it up a little more. People on the street kept talking about how he could be so disrespectful to him. He started first. Would be more appropriate here. Prince Yeonsan opened the window again. Asshole. That's what he intends to do. Asshole. He's going to finish him off. Let him record it on camera. Don't put it on YouTube. Prince Yeonsan at this moment began to shout very loudly. Of course, he went back. Prince Yeonsan said he was the king of Joseon. He would like to snack on something spicy. The woman said it was understandable and said it was 2,250 won. Just yesterday, he was eating a kappas consisting of 12 different appetizers. Had an adoring wife and child. Could it all disappear as if it were a mere dream? He wondered if this was all his fantasy. Or was it only a dream? But could a dream be so vivid and long? He mentally addressed his brother and Aeul at the same time. Prince Yeonsan has returned home. He just went to sleep at the same time. He was then dialed by a certain Hong Sungmin. Prince Yeonsan continued to sleep at the same time. Still, he decided to pick up the phone. The man asked him why on earth he was not returning his calls. Heard he didn't show up for an interview and couldn't be contacted for a few days. Quit looking for work or something? Where will he dig up the rent money? I knew it. Hen has a bad temporary job. He offered to go with him. Don't meet tomorrow at Gyeongbokgung Station near Gate 5 at 10 a.m. Did he understand everything? Let him not forget Gyeongbokgung Station. Of course. The head rat immediately remembered the palace. He will work part-time as an extra job. The hourly wage is 14,000 won, but the daily minimum you can expect is 73,000 won. If you work at night, the hourly wage will increase to 18,000, and meals and transportation costs are also covered. Also, if there are no problems, may take them on permanently. The guy aggressively started asking if he was even listening to him. What kind of temp job is that? Their role is officials, so you'll just have to get comfortable. But the only downside is that many can get cocky. What do you mean officials? Not a great prince. Not late. Need to hurry up. Their days the cost of filming a drama has increased a lot, so they give a lot of courses. Shouldn't he take his resume to the production company? Taram. He's not interested? Only let him look at himself in the act of an official. Was he not one in a past life? He says that he looks good in the clothes of a junior official of the 7th rank. He was the one who wore the dragon royal deeds. Something he says. Filming is being done here. Tourists are not allowed to enter. He can't join the shoot just because he rented a hanbok. If he continues to disrupt the filming, he will be forced to contact the police. He's asking to leave the set. How dare he touch it? What are they all doing? Get this homeless stranger out of here right now. He won't get the part by acting in this manner. He's asking to leave the set. At the same time, the man spotted Prince Yeonsan. Prince Yeonsan immediately called out to his brother. Yeonsan, of course, was Yeonsan's little brother. Afterward, Prince Yeonsan cried when he saw him. Then they hugged each other. Prince Yeonsan was crying very hard at the same time. The man, of course, didn't realize what was even going on at the same time. He still can't believe it, can't believe that the future 500 years later is like this. But he could not help believing when he saw before his eyes these vistas, high knowledge, fanciful pelonks and people in strange clothes. It's amazing what Joseon has become like after 500 years. I wonder if these people would be surprised to see Joseon? No, bet apso. The views would be less amazing compared to this. What was surprising was that not only the clothes changed on the people, but also the hair color and skin color was amazing. But Prince Jinsung explained that these people were foreigners. He is truly a man who came from this era. He now understands how he managed to create the incredible inventions that he brought into her household. And at the end, they moved here. Honestly, he had seen the future earlier in dreams. When Noxu attacked her and his life came to a head, Prince Jinsun recalled that he had said then that he had seen a strange dream. The dream was very strange indeed. It turns out the place goes skyward somewhere and glows with lights. It's all been there. Prince Yeonsan said then he would have thought he was describing a humble life. Yes, I think what he saw in that dream was not a humble world but a future era. He was there too. By the way, Prince Yeonsan marveled. I got goosebumps. He was surrounded by reporters who asked him questions. Everyone addressed him as an actor. He was his manager. Before coming back here again, he thought that it could only have been an ordinary dream. Perhaps this is what their future will be like. At the same time, the man was watching some kind of TV show. He had seen a snippet from a movie where a man spoke, or rather asked if he thought he had the power to change the future of Joseon on his own. Man has clearly become corrupted in this era. Someone asked His Highness to understand him. At the same time, Prince Yeonsan was sitting at his computer. He was putting together a resume at the same time. Let them make sure everything is in sync as they've practiced. At the same time the command to motor was given. Everyone was surrounding the enemy in the moment. The man turned to Hong Gildan. No matter how extremely fast they were, they wouldn't be able to escape. Does he really believe that? After that, the guys started fighting. The director said it's great he won't flip on this episode. Everyone except Hong Gildan. Have them on standby. She asked the others not to leave their seats. They would overlay computer graphics on that part. Prince Jinsung asked his brother if he was okay. The latter, in turn, asked why he says it's Hong Gil-dong, why he's so young and builds himself up to be handsome. Does he realize that this guy is one of the most popular actors of their day? He can't believe that Hong Gil-dong is playing the main character in the drama. He colluded with corrupt government officials and gangsters to organize large-scale refugee groups in Chungcheongnam-do province. History itself isn't particularly reliable, let alone a historical drama. And he had read that he considered himself a complete psychopath, or rather a crazy crawler, but he couldn't control his anger, so he got angry. So he thinks he's doing a great job of adjusting to his new life in a month. When he entered their world, he was in a mental state for 3 whole months. Is that true? He hadn't really thought about it before. Everything was new and interesting. In particular, he was surprised by the fact that water flushed down the toilet at the push of a button. At first he even tried to squat on it and screamed when he used the bidet. Reported that explosives were set and asked to be ready to play after the report. They began the scene. After that, everyone started flying off after the explosion. The guys were starting to get theirs. At the same time, Hong Gildan began to say that they would never catch him. The man didn't understand what that meant and thought he was showing tricks. How absurd. Filming's over. Today's lunch was amazing. That's right. He got a call that he had passed the final interview for the manager position. He was congratulated. When the man called him Marriage Jinsong, he said that he had told him that his name here was Lee Hyunho. The man had forgotten that. I heard that the results of the open audition he went to were pretty good too. Luckily, the audition script was from a historical drama. His manner of speech is still not suitable for a modern painting. He practiced by watching the latest pictures, but he still failed. The company director has set him a date for a secondary audition tomorrow. He's confident he can do it. Radish soup, fried spicy changes, fish pie, noodle salad and kimchi. The world has improved a lot recently and the food in this era has become very tasty. He suffered especially at first, coughing and unable to eat spicy food, but now he can't imagine life without pepper. He has no idea how much he missed spicy food when he was transported to the Joseon dynasty. Where did this pepper crop come from? Orange peppers were not even in the western regions. He thinks that from the American continent, pepper would appear in Joseon about 100 years after his reign. The man was surprised that it was in America, so far away. Couldn't they send an ambassador to get pepper? If he had gone back to his era, he would have traveled there himself to get chili peppers and spread them in their country. But Prince Yeonsan explained that with the navigation of the time, that would have been impossible. Fortunately, the years of his reign were harvest years, unlike the reign of King Sejong, when the empire was struck by famine. At that time, people were suffering from hunger, but even in harvest years, they were not lucky enough to have good food. He is excited to be able to enjoy this wonderful food himself. It is good to see that not only has their formerly poor country developed a lot, but also many people have been able to enjoy such delicious food. Prince Yeonsan understood the man completely. By the way, they have a night shoot tonight, so they need to eat properly. The audition and the company interview are very similar. He looks much better with this haircut, though he does feel a little uncomfortable. She will now hand out a script to everyone in attendance. It is still confidential, so she asks that it be returned at the conclusion of the audition. The man hoped it was a historical drama. At least it was historical. At the same time, he started pulling out the script. When they started reading it, they were very much surprised, because it was a script for a movie about them. He said it was a load of crap. It may be nothing more than a historical movie, but who wrote such an offensive script? How dare they describe him as an out-of-control and violent madman? In the past, a man who wrote such a thing would have stirred up popular discontent and would soon have been destroyed, and all those who stood up to him would have been destroyed as well. Let him, please, keep his temper in check. He barely passed the audition, and it is extremely unprofitable to quarrel with the director. Of course, in their day, people were unaware of the true historical events that happened 500 years ago. Their black bean sauce noodles, spicy seafood noodles and sweet and sour pork. Who should he put the black bean sauce noodles in front of? The man asked that he put it here. He should be happy. The actors playing the role of the great Prince Yeonsan, a handsome young idol. Some things remain the same after 500 years. Prince Yeonsan couldn't understand what was wrong. If you think about it, looking at him, he's quite similar to that actor. During the Joseon dynasty, he seemed like a fair and nice guy, but now when he looks at him, in any case, this scenario is not yet the final version. He will try to suggest adjustments, hoping it can be improved. Some actors are not confirmed yet, so they have a little time in reserve to familiarize themselves with the script. Until then, have him try to learn his lines. He'd like to be billed. The script will be revised. Should he learn it now? I heard if he can't handle reading the script, the casting results will be cancelled. Besides, a newbie without having any experience can't blame them. Just kidding. Who said he wasn't going to learn the script? At this moment, Prince Yeonsan was enjoying spicy noodles with oysters and mussels. The man said he changed his mind and wanted to eat spicy seafood noodles. At the sight of the scenario, anger awoke in him. Now he wants to eat something spicy, even so unfairly. A real tyranny. The man asked what roles have yet to be determined. Prince Yeonsan said the actress playing the Queen Dowager has been removed from the role due to conflicts. Also, the supporting role has not been set, and there was also another one. The man didn't understand why Prince Yeonsan paused like that. Prince Yeonsan said that there is yet to find an actress suitable for the role of Grand Prince Yeonsan's fiancée, Aeul. The man at this moment immediately understood Prince Yeonsan. The director said that as much as possible he wants an aspiring actress for the role. He wants someone fresh. But no matter how beautiful and talented an actress is, will she be able to portray Aeul as beautiful as she was? Will she be able to play that loving and trusting wife to the great Prince Yeonsan? Prince Yeonsan was certain that no one would ever be able to fulfill the beautiful soul that Aeul possessed. He misses her. He and thought that he couldn't have thought they wouldn't part that night forever. Prince Yeonsan sincerely missed her. At that moment about her both went somewhere. The man was looking at the guy at the same time. By the way, in the movie he advised him to watch. Jo Min-soo's acting was top-notch. He hopes he can do the same well. He thinks acting appeals to him. Isn't it like his life? One day he's a king. The next day he's imitating an ordinary man. At the same time, Prince Yeonsan noticed some girl in the distance. It seemed to him that it was Aeul. He actually believed it was his wife. The man didn't understand what or where, and he didn't understand where the guy ran to. Prince Yeonsan didn't care. He ran right in front of the car. Of course, the driver was furious and asked the guy if he wanted to die, deciding to get hit by a truck and reborn as a hero or something. The man then asked him to move out of the way. Prince Yeonsan continued to approach the girl. Then he walked right up behind her. Still, he realized as he got closer that it wasn't Aeul at all. He apologized to her, mistaking her for someone else. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with him and thought he was abnormal. The man finally caught up with Hyunho. The man looked at Prince Yeonsan with understanding. After that, they walked on together. The man got out of the shower at the same time. Prince Yeonsan was just sleeping. The man turned his attention to it. Let him stop torturing himself. Let him pull himself together. He can't live in misery for the rest of his life. Does he know that he misses his wife as much as he misses Aeul? She was a wonderful woman, loved and supported him freely. She was patient when he lost his temper and always waited for the moment when he would change for her. Perhaps she was the one who sympathized with him, and he couldn't look into her eyes. Come to think of it, as imperfect as they were blessed with good wives. They hadn't traveled far beyond time, but he'd met her again here. Does he not think that one day he will be lucky enough to meet the queen? He thinks they'll meet one day. They will surely meet again. At the same time, on the Thane, a group of people gathered. Did Prince Yeonsan approach the man, or did he read the new script? The man said a lot of changes were made to the script, but the director did a great job of making adjustments. At the same time welcomed Mr. Director. He's asking everyone to welcome her. She will be playing the female lead. He met her by chance on the street. She was so beautiful that he asked her to come to the casting. She wasn't interested in the shoot, but he tried to change her mind. And here she is. What will they say? Doesn't she look like a living copy of Shin Yul to him? It's her first experience. She knows she's not good enough, but please let them take care of her. Prince Jinsung immediately took notice of her. The director then said that her real name was also Shin Yul. No kidding. It was the plain truth. Then the girl spotted Prince Jinsun. Of course, the guy immediately started crying. Aeul started crying too when she saw the guy in front of her. Like old times, they started running to each other. And at this time, they too were running toward each other.